shaking my hand away, as if he's burned me. I stand from my chair but stumble forward. Clearly, heels and whiskey don't mix. I fall to my knees and curse under my breath. I pop up quickly, my legs feeling like a newborn calf's, and throw my arms up in the air like a gymnast on her dismount. To add to the embarrassment, I say, 9.5, not a perfect 10, but I'll get there. I laugh nervously and right my shirt while lowering my arms. They don't score like that anymore, but who's really going to say 14.267? I mean, especially when the viewers don't know the degree of difficulty, you know? Hayden just stares at me, so to put that final nail in my coffin, I punch his arm and say, "Gymnastics, am I right?" Exposed and embarrassed, I glance at Danny, who's watching from a distance with a look that says, "I told you so." In my head, I shout back at him, "Shut up, Danny." Hayden reaches behind his neck and pulls on it, his large bicep flexing beneath his shirt. He's dressed casually in a dark pair of jeans and tight-fitting, long-sleeved shirt. Are you okay?" "Yep, fit as a fiddle." I motion with a low fist bump across my body, as if to say, just dandy. Although I'm thinking just dandy would have been better than fit as a fiddle. Who can really know at this point? They're both something my grandpa would say with a hop and a click of his heels in the air. "Good." He looks around, scanning the restaurant. "Never thought I'd run into you here. Are you shop girl?" "I am, but you can call me Noely. Noely Clark." I awkwardly grab his hand from his hip and shake it. "Nice to meet you." Puzzled, Hayden laughs. "I remember who you are, Noely." "Oh, yeah, of course." I pat my legs and say, "This is weird. I didn't think I would be matched with you, so I'm feeling nervous and intimidated. Because, you know, you're all hot and whatnot with your hockey body and strong thighs and nice hair. And I'm sure if you turned around right now, I would see your high, tight ass." My hands cup together and my face scrunches as I form a tight ass for him. Note to self, whiskey equals truth serum. Shit. Shit and double shit. Why tonight? Why Hayden? "Thanks." He chuckles and looks over my shoulder. "Started early on the drinks?" "Maybe." I bite my bottom lip. Third blind date and rough day equals more drinks for me. Hayden knowingly nods. "Gotcha. Should we get some food in you so you don't pass out into your dinner?" "Good idea." I bop his nose, hating my inability to stop my hands from doing stupid things. Hayden holds out his arm to me, which I take no time in grabbing. Ooh, so many muscles. I can feel his forearm rippling beneath my palm. Forearms are the new abs. I'm calling it now. I snag my purse, throw a wink in Danny's direction, and follow Hayden. "Veronica said we have the table in the back." He walks me into the dining room where I quickly make eye contact with Jack. His gaze is pulled from Titty Mountain and focused on my wobbly legs. I shoot him a little wiggle of my fingers and then point to Hayden while mouthing, "My date." With a wink, I give him the okay sign with my fingers and walk past him, adding a little saunter in my hips. I think it was a saunter. I just pray it wasn't a jostly sway. When I look over my shoulder, I notice the strong set in his jaw, the unhappy purse of his lips, and his dark, vexed eyes. Yikes. Titty Mountain isn't as riveting as he thought she would be. Maybe I'll have a little fun with this. Hayden pulls my chair out for me like a gentleman and helps me sit. The wobble in my heels is real. Thankful for a long tablecloth, I kick my heels off under the table and toss my purse to the ground. In my head, I know my classiness is nowhere to be found, but for the life of me, I can't stop myself from not caring. Hayden takes the seat from across me and says, "What are the odds we were set up with each other?" "Great ones." I finger the rim of my water glass while I lick my lips a little too heavily, as if there's frosting on them, and I'm a ravenous beast trying to get it off. Hayden's eyes widen, and he coughs while covering his mouth, a smile tugging at his lips. Does he think I'm sexy licking my lips? Or does he think I'm certifiable? I'm going to guess the latter. Needing to pull my shit together, I sit tall and bring the menu to my face. Close. Too close. Trying to focus. These words look all jumbled to me. I set the menu down. I've had the lobster and the steak on my other dates. What's left? Stumbling to look at the menu, he clears his throat and takes a second to answer. The butternut squash gnocchi with brown butter sauce. Sign me up. I tap the table and lean back in my chair. Head tilted to the side, Hayden studies me. How many drinks did you have, Noely? I cringe and lean forward, shout whispering. Is my booze showing? Just a little. With my hand blocking my mouth from the rest of the dining room, I say, at least it isn't my nipple that's showing. Chuckling, Hayden says, Hey, you've definitely got that going for you. I lift my water glass to Hayden and say, To not showing nipples. Mirth in his features, he lifts his glass as well. To not showing nipples. God, I'm ravenous. I shove my gnocchi in my mouth, body hunched over my plate, water glass in hand, fork in the other. I chug my drink and shove more gnocchi in my mouth. This is so good, don't you think? Sitting back, eyes wide, fork halfway to his mouth, Hayden watches me tear into the dinner that was placed in front of us. Haven't had a chance to take a bite. Pulling back from my shoveling fork, I lift his utensil to his mouth. Eat, enjoy. I sound like Mrs. Claus telling Santa to get his fill of food. Eat, Papa, eat. A little scared, I don't blame him. If there was a mirror in front of me right now, I'd be scared too. Hayden takes a bite of his gnocchi, and I watch as his eyes close, his taste buds savoring every nuance of flavor bursting on his tongue. That is good. Mouth full, I reply, Best dinner option I've had since I've been here. I mean, the steak was melt-in-your-mouth steak. The lobster with mashed potatoes, boy, were those smooth on the tongue. But this gnocchi, talk about a myriad of flavors. It's pretty damn good. He chuckles, eyeing me from behind those long black lashes of his. He asks, So you keep saying this is your third time here. Am I really your third blind date? I point my fork at him and nod. You are. You're the third guy I needed for my tripod of dating. Do you feel special? Did I mention that I guzzled down another whiskey before dinner was served? I wasn't going to have another drink, but when Titty Mountain moved her chair around to Jack's side and started playing with his hair, it was either throw up in the bathroom from how nauseating the scene was, or have another drink. I don't like gross puke mouth, so I can see why Jack wanted nothing to do with me now. That's his type. His messages to me were a load of crock. Why did he bother? The whiskey went down the hatchet and infused my blood alcohol level to a dangerous limit, where rather than having a pleasant conversation with Hayden, I'm licking my fork and winking at him through my half-downed water glass. Plopping some more gnocchi in his mouth, Hayden says, I do feel lucky. From the looks of it, I get to experience the looser side of you. I wave my finger at him like he's a naughty boy. You're not getting in my pants, so don't even think about it. I didn't shave my legs, so not going to happen, fella. Coughing abruptly, Hayden pats his chest and takes a sip of his water. Didn't mean loose as in sexually loose, just, personality loose. Oh. I ponder that for a second and take another bite of my gnocchi. Misread that one, didn't I? Just a little. Are you going to tell your hockey buddies you went on a date with Noely Clark from Good Morning Malibu, and she told you she didn't shave her legs? First thing tomorrow morning. His smile puts me at ease. Cheeky man. So what happened with the first 2 dates? Hayden pushes some gnocchi around on his plate. Are you asking me to provide a postpartum on my first 2 blind dates? I mean, not really. Was wondering what went wrong. Did you not shave your legs for those dates as well? The flash of those brilliant, bright white teeth has my stomach churning, and in a good way. Not in a, you've had 8 fingers of whiskey way. 8 fingers, shit. That requires 2 hands. I shaved and wore a dress, both times. I set my fork down and crossed my arms over my chest. You wore a dress? His eyes grow wide. And you wore a turtleneck for me? That's some messed up shit, Noely. Laughing a little too loudly, thank you, Whiskey, I say, with a statement necklace. I didn't wear a statement necklace on my other dates, so frankly, you're the real winner.
Am I? He cocks his head to the side. I get turtleneck with unshaved legs, and the other guys get dresses with no sight of Harry Mary anywhere?
Hey! I lean toward him and whisper shout. Don't make me pull my pant leg up right now. It's a light stubble. A stubble.
Keep the pant legs down there, lady. No need to disgust people in the middle of their dinners.
Lips pursed, feeling light with humor, I say, You're a freaking smartass, you know that?
Well aware. So tell me about the dates. You shaved your legs and wore dresses, so that wasn't the problem. What happened? Fart by accident?
I will have you know, all flatulence was held in, thank you very much. I tilt my chin, showing off the layer of class I have. Well, attempt to have. It wasn't anything like that. The first dates actually went really well, like super well. It was the dates after that kind of fell apart.
Give me examples. I want to make sure I don't screw anything up this go-around.
He does. His sincerity is sweet, but even though his words sound genuine, it almost seems like he's saying them on autopilot, as if someone pre-programmed him to say those words at this time. I'm drunk, but I can still tell when someone isn't speaking the truth. There are underlying emotions he's not trying to show, that he's hiding away from me, and thanks to the whiskey, I can't quite pinpoint them. Having thought that, I did miss Jack and Beck's underlying issues. Kind of. Not wanting to dig too deep into his emotional status, I say, well, the first guy, man, was he... I pause my head, glancing in Jack's direction. I don't know what comes over me, but in a very loud whisper, I point behind my hand and say, right over there. The guy with the girl whose boobs are swallowing her neck hole, that was my first date. Conspiratorially leaning forward, Hayden cutely follows my pointing finger. His curious eyes take in Jack and Titty Mountain, his gaze inquisitive but also calculating, as if he's measuring himself up to Jack. It's hard to compare the two. Hayden is bulky with the muscles, a jock to the extreme with his calloused hands, thick arms, and swagger. Jack, he's stoic, sophisticated, mysterious, with his dark eyes and confusing conversations.
He seems like a nice guy. I mean, his eyes are trained on that girl's face rather than the blatant display of cleavage. There's something to be said about that.
Maybe he's scared of her boobs. Maybe he's afraid they're going to pop out any minute and eat him alive.
Possibly, but from his standoffish body language, I think he's prepared to defend himself from an attack from man-eating tits.
Hayden smiles at me, his lips looking soft and kissable. Straightening my napkin on my lap, I say, well, he has issues with privacy. I accidentally said his name on TV. His first name, mind you, and he broke a gasket, lost his damn mind, paraded around kicking trash cans and plucking weeds from the side of the street only to toss them in my general direction. Okay, the last part is a lie, but it almost felt like that. The rage on that one, he was sweet at first. Boy, ooh-wee, I say a little loudly. Talk about losing your shit. I shake my head. Such a shame, you know. I motion to my body, allowing Hayden time for a once-over. He could have had all of this. Statement necklace and all. I finger my necklace and wiggle my eyebrows. It's growing on you now, isn't it? Aren't you glad I wore the turtleneck?
Couldn't be more pleased. What's cleavage when you can stare at a statement necklace all night?
I slap the table, drawing attention from the other diners. That's what I'm talking about. My voice rises, and I blame the whiskey once more. I look around the room as voices quiet to see what the commotion is. I smile politely and nod at diners, trying to reassure them everything is on the up and up at my table. When I make my rounds and my gaze settles on Jack, his jaw still firmly set, almost like he's grinding his teeth. And he's looking straight at me. Just to have some fun, I twiddle my fingers at him and say, "Ahoy, Jackie boy." Hayden waves as well, joining in on my ridiculousness. I have to give the man credit. He doesn't mind embarrassing himself with me. There is no return of our greeting, just a clearing of his throat when he turns his attention back to his date. "Well," I huff.
"That was rude,"
Hayden finishes for me. "You're telling me." I lean my chin into my propped-up palm. God, technology has really desensitized us. If I sent him a text message with a waving emoji, I bet he would reply with a smiley face.
He doesn't seem like a smiley face guy.
I think about it for a second. Yeah, he doesn't, does he?
More like...
Hayden rubs a hand across his chin, and I truly enjoy the sound of his skin caressing his 5 o'clock shadow.
A dress shoe. That's what he would send. 2 dress shoes because 3 is preposterous and 1 is inexcusable.
He's as crazy as me, and he's had nothing to drink tonight. Can we all say, match made in heaven? God, you're so right. He would send me a freaking dress shoe as a hello. And here I am sending him the cha-cha girl in her red dress, freaking olaying around his ass, and he sends me a dress shoe.
Man.
Hayden rolls his eyes and takes a sip of his water.
Not me, though. I wouldn't send you a dress shoe.
No? What would you send me? Oh, wait. I hold up my hand. Let me guess. I tap my chin with my finger, trying to think of all the emoji options. Well, not knowing you all too well, I'm thinking you'd send me the dragon and cucumber.
What?
He laughs, the sound hitting me straight in the sternum. Clearly, I have a little something when it comes to men and their laughs. While I thought Jack's was sultry and Beck's was sexy, Hayden's is alluring. And from interviewing him the other week, I know he is a man who laughs often. And here I am getting a little turned on. Yet again. Not sure if I can blame that on the whiskey as well.
Dragon and cucumber, where did you even come up with those?
I flip my hand about. They just came to me. I'm right, aren't I? You would totally send me the dragon and cucumber emojis.
What does that even mean if I sent those to you?
I shrug. Some hockey code I would figure out 2 months from now and then laugh my ass off. Hayden shakes his head.
There is no dragon and cucumber hockey code. I can promise you that.
Okay, then what would you send me?
I feel a little inferior after the dragon and cucumber mention, but I would send you the wilting rose.
Wow. I sit back in my chair, arms crossed over my chest. Well, that's freaking depressing. Thanks for my wilting flower.
And then I would follow it up with a candelabra, a clock, and a baguette.
Huh? I know my face is unattractive right now, the confused look not showing off my best features. But a baguette? What? Hayden shakes his head.
Guess you're not one to communicate in emojis because any pro would know I'm trying to say Beauty and the Beast. Meaning, hey, come on over and snuggle with me while we watch the movie.
Hayden shakes his head.
I thought you were better than that, Noely.
Shocked and disappointed. That's me. Well, I hate myself now. Of course, baguette. I shake my fists to the air. Baguette! Chapter 23.
So you never told me about the second guy.
The booze is starting to wear off, thanks to the 3 glasses of water Hayden forced me to drink, and the bread I've downed over the last hour and a half. The worst part of the booze wearing off is I'm very much aware of the ass I've made of myself this entire evening. So, thumbs up to me. The rebel? Not much to say there. He was a really good guy, one I got along really well with, but he was more... How do I put this? He was more into the physical aspects of the relationship and wasn't ready to dive deep into anything just yet. He had a ton of mystery behind him that he wasn't ready to talk about. It wasn't that I needed to know right away, but it would have been nice to see a future for finding out.
Totally. It's hard to make a connection with someone when they're so closed off.
Insightful. Hayden surprises me. Would you be insulted if I said I'm kind of surprised by you tonight?
Depends why you're surprised. If it's because you thought my hands would be much bigger outside of my hockey gloves, we're going to have a problem.
Chuckling, I regard his hands. They are huge. I don't think they could get any bigger without looking ridiculous. No, this has nothing to do with your hands. I'm kind of surprised on how sweet and keen you are. I've met a fair share of athletes through events and interviews, and none of them are like you. They're cocky assholes most of the time, but not you.
They don't make them like me very often. I'm a golden egg, so be careful.
Adorable, sexy, intelligent, thoughtful, and athletic, all wrapped up into one large package. What more can a girl ask for? You really are. I play with the fork on my dessert plate, running it through the last bite of cheesecake I can't finish. So, is Beauty and the Beast your favorite movie? You mentioned it earlier, so I'm assuming it is.
It's one of them. He smiles sheepishly, along with Braveheart, of course. His attempt to recover his manhood is cute. Braveheart is good and all. Mel Gibson makes my knees quiver. But there is something to say about a man, a powerfully elite man, claiming a children's movie as his favorite. It gives him heart, and I'm honestly loving that right now. Of course, Braveheart is everything. Not really, but a little pump to his ego helps fuel that smile of his. What about you? What's your favorite movie?
Easy. You've Got Mail.
Huh. Never seen it.
The way he says that so casually, as if it wasn't the best rom-com ever made, makes my inner dragon growl. Just slightly. What do you mean you've never seen it? Hello? Meg Ryan, Tom Hanks, they send emails and love blooms behind a screen while in reality they hate each other? How have you not watched such a riveting and heart-filled movie? Studying me and treading carefully, Hayden says,
I can see you're very passionate about this movie.
Passionate is a timid way to describe my feelings for the movie, but we don't need to go into details about my feelings. What's more important is the fact that you've never seen the movie. And you were checking off all my boxes, Hayden. This is such a travesty. Dramatically, I throw my head in my hands.
Not a travesty. Shit, we can't have that.
Scouring for a resolution, he continues.
How about this? For our second date, we watch You've Got Mail and you school me on everything Tom Hanks, Meg Ryan, and the email sending. How does that sound?
You're thinking second date? Holy crap. That's a little shocking, given my drunken state and obvious attempt to stir Jack from across the dining room. Full of confidence, clearly forgetting every drunken thing I did and said tonight, he nods.
Would love a second date.
Well. Looks like the turtleneck was a winning choice after all. I guess it's a date then. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Meet you outside?
Sounds good.
Hayden helps me out of my chair, holding his hand out, acting like an absolute gentleman. This date has been so different than the first two. Maybe it's because we already knew each other, so there wasn't the awkward moment of trying to get to know a complete stranger. I felt relaxed, more at ease, and before you start saying, Noely, it's called booze, this wasn't from the booze. It's as though I've known Hayden my whole life, like we were long-lost friends getting reacquainted. It was nice, comfortable. Looking over my shoulder, I catch Hayden checking out the light sway of my hips as I retreat, and a surge of feminine power electrifies my ego. After 3 dates, I've still got it. Smiling, I go to the bathroom and pee for what seems like 5 minutes, causing me to chuckle to myself. Call me immature, but when I pee forever, it makes me giggle. It's like, are you going to stop anytime soon down there? Maybe I'm still a tad drunk. Once I wash and dry my hands, I take a few moments to tend to my hair in front of the mirror, make sure my lipstick isn't on my teeth, and pop a mint in my mouth. I suck on it hard, trying to soak in all the minty flavor, infusing it on my tongue. Because, just in case. Do I want Hayden to kiss me? Yeah. He's Hayden freaking Holmes. I would kiss his toe if he asked me to. Hell, I would still mint up for his toe. Pleased with my appearance and happy with my mint mouth, I head out of the bathroom, purse tucked under my arm and one thing on my mind. Hayden Holmes. I strut down the narrow hallway, just in case Hayden is still watching, and inconveniently catch my heel on a crack, catapulting me forward into a dense and corded chest. Oh Lord, you saved me from a faceplant, I announce, grateful for not eating hardwood floor.
Those heels are dangerous.
Oh, hell. Glancing up, I stare into those eyes, the ones that have followed me all night. Jack.
Pushing off his chest, I tried to put some distance between us, but his hands catch my elbows, attempting to steady me. You seem to be stumbling a lot tonight. Keeping tabs on me? I step away this time, shaking his grasp. I brush off my arms, trying to rid the burning feelings his hands imprinted on my skin. I'm an observant man, Noely. You should know this. Actually, I shouldn't, since we only went on one date. Jack's jaw very carefully shifts back and forth, the movement so small that it almost seems like he's not moving at all. Are you going home with him tonight? Did he just ask that? Where the hell does he get off? I don't believe that's any of your business, so if you'll excuse me, I have a date to get to, and just so you know, if he asked me to kiss his toe, I would. Not what I wanted to say, but this man makes me so goddamn flustered. Instead of cringing, I own my statement and push past him, our shoulders brushing. Use protection when you kiss his toe. Athlete's foot is a real thing. You're infuriating, I call out, my voice echoing off the hallway. Have fun with Titty Mountain. I will. His answer stops my urgency to walk away. I turn on my heel to find him leaning against the wall, arms crossed, an impassive look on his face. The corner of his lip turns up, his eyes knowing he got me, and I hate it. I'm tempted to walk back and smack the smirk right off his face. But then again, that's probably what he wants. But why? Why is he doing this? He doesn't want me. He wants Miss Uncomplicated, Sure Thing Titty Mountain. Such a twisted man. Instead, I turn toward the dining room and head straight to Hayden, who's standing at the entryway of the restaurant, hands in pockets, rocking back on his heels. When he spots me, his face lights up, and a boyish grin peeks past his lips. He's happy to see me, thank God. Sigh. Just what I needed. All set? Yeah, sorry, I peed a lot. Probably information he didn't need, but at this point, I don't think there is one thing I could say to Hayden that will deter him from going on a second date with me. Hell, I shouted the word baguette tonight. If we could get through that moment, I think we can get past anything. There is a little park 2 blocks down. Want to go on a little walk? I would love that. From behind, Hayden grips the chains on either side of my head, pulls back and then pushes his hand against my lower back, sending me forward. My heels and purse are in the sand next to me as I swing, bare feet in the cool night air, feeling young and free. I can't remember the last time I was on a swing. Me either, Hayden says, planting himself on the swing next to mine. Sex swing excluded. Obviously. He starts pumping his legs, not trying to get too high, just giving himself a bit of lift. When I'm casually swaying back and forth, I ask, "What was it like, hearing the news you were traded?" Hayden lets out a long breath. Kind of sucked, to be honest. I thought Philly was going to be my home. I grew to the player I am today because of the Brawlers. So when my agent called to tell me the news, I almost felt let down, like my family was giving up on me. Ouch. I never thought about it that way. I mean, you get more money. I tried to put a spin on his sour change in life plans. Money is money. But I grew up in the area and wasn't far from family and friends. Now I'm more than 3,000 miles away. It's a change, an adjustment. I'm sure I'll get used to at some point. Did you have good friends on the team? A few, but I was only there a year. It was more my friends and family. Leaving people behind didn't feel too good. People. Why do I feel like there's more to the people he speaks of? Possibly his long-term girl? I'm about to ask him who in particular when he says, "The Quakes have been very welcoming, though. The guys are awesome. Training so far has been intense but rewarding, and I can feel myself getting stronger every day." Okay, what happened there? He was open and truthful initially, but that answer seemed like the media-approved answer. However, I'll let it slide. Keep things light, for now. Stronger than you are already? My swing slows drastically. Are you going to be one of those athletes with no neck because you're lifting an elephant every day over your head? Is that what athletes with no necks do? Lift elephants? Every morning. I chuckle, knowing how ridiculous I sound. No, that won't be me. But if I can build up my quads more, I wouldn't be mad about it. It's my legs that get me through a game, and the stronger the better.
Makes sense. My swing almost stops. Gripping the chains, I lightly push myself back and forth with my toe. Did you always want to be a professional hockey player?
Since I was 4.
Hayden's eyes look so dreamy when he talks about his sport. You can tell he's one of those athletes who truly loves playing. He doesn't seem to do it for the paycheck or the fame, more for the thrill of the game. I like that about him.
But I never expected myself to be where I am today. I knew I had talent, and with a lot of hard work, I could achieve my goal.
But not win Rookie of the Year.
Not so much. He sheepishly chuckles. It's humbling and rewarding to see all my late nights and early mornings in the gym pay off. I just hope there isn't a sophomore slump.
Hayden Holmes, no way. He's going to take the LA Earthquakes to the championship.
Ha, we will see. We have a long road ahead of us, especially after last season.
Not our finest season. Not even by a long shot. The LA Earthquakes were trash last year. Embarrassing, actually. So how they acquired Hayden, I have no idea.
So you're truly a hockey fan, not just for the camera?
His question isn't mean at all. I like the sincerity in his voice, as if he's truly hoping I'm a hockey fan. I tuck a stray hair behind my ear that the wind picked up. Born and raised Quakes fan, my dad and brother were adamant about watching every game, and wanting to be part of their chanting, I started watching at a young age and got hooked. If there aren't at least 2 fights on the ice, I'm disappointed. Hayden laughs.
You know it isn't just about the fights, don't you? It's about how each team can handle the puck. The passing, the stamina, the goaltending, the cohesiveness of the team.
And the fights. I smirk, causing Hayden to roll his eyes. Have you ever gotten in one?
Plenty.
But your face is so pretty. He wiggles his eyebrows at me.
It's because I'm a good fighter.
So if we went to a dark alley, you would be able to defend me from an assault? Hayden casually swings next to me, his feet guiding along the ground beneath him.
First, we wouldn't go into a dark alley. That seems like a bad idea. Second, yes, I would pummel ass for you.
I clasp my hand to my chest. I think that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me on a date.
Ah, so does this mean I'm beating your other 2 blind dates?
Easily. Maybe. Possibly. It's a fun date, an easygoing date, carefree and fun. There is no pressure to look sexy, no pressure to be on my best behavior, which is fortunate given how appalling my behavior has been. I feel comfortable around Hayden, and to me, I think that puts him above the suit and the rebel. Can I be cheesy for a second? I'm going to throw a cornball moment at you. Are you ready? Prepare yourself. But since I'm feeling all revved up on sports talk, coming down the final straightaway, the jock leads the way. Trailing behind is the rebel, and way behind is the suit. Despite the suit's attempt to throw a curveball in the pursuit for my heart, it looks like the jock might be the one who scores the goal. See what I did there? So many sports analogies. Chapter 24. You really didn't have to give me a ride home. I turn in the buttery soft leather seat of Hayden's Porsche Cayenne so I'm facing him.
It was no trouble at all. Plus, it would have been weird waiting for your Uber driver when I could easily give you a lift.
So gentlemanly. With the car in park, Hayden peers out his window and takes in my little cottage overlooking the ocean.
Nice place. If I didn't have to live close to LA for training, I would want a place like this. Something not too big, but overlooking the ocean. Do you spend most of your time listening to the waves crash?
When I'm home, yes. It's comforting to me. Work can be demanding, so when I get a chance to hang at home, I'm out on my deck enjoying the fresh, sea-salted air.
So when I'm breathing in the beautiful, dirt-filled smog air of LA, I'll know you're out here, taking in the ocean.
Pretty much. Quietly, we smile at each other. Our banter is so light and free. Do you want to come in? You can check out my deck.
The lift of Hayden's questioning eye makes me laugh. You can check out my deck. Is that code for something? I snort and cover my nose, hating how unattractive that was. Oh my God, no. I laugh with Hayden. I really meant my deck. He undoes his seatbelt and nods. Suggestively, he says, I would love to check out your deck, Noely. I follow suit. I really mean deck. This isn't one of those moments when you're looking at a picture on my wall, turn around and there I am, standing tits a-blazing, nipples winking at you. Well, that's just disappointing. His smirk is completely adorable. In fact, everything about this man is adorable. When I met him before our interview on Good Morning Malibu, it didn't take more than a minute to be charmed by him. In fact, had I not been a little wobbly and excited about my first date with Jack, I probably would have wondered if Dylan had been right about Hayden. Had he been interested in me then? What did he think tonight when he found out I was shop girl? Because here I am, 2 weeks later, opening my door to this 6'4" gentle giant with spades of sexy mixed in with charisma, charm, and intelligence. I'll admit it, he has my stomach in knots, and now that all the imbibed confidence has worn off, when he sends his smile my way, I'm feeling something. Is it because I've seen action in the last month? A little from Jack, a lot from Beck. I take no time in unlocking my front door, switching on a few lights and leading him to the deck. The crest of the moon shines on the waves, glistening and sparkling, creating a romantic atmosphere. I toss my purse on one of the lounges and briefly think about the last guy I brought out here. Beck. How we made out on the lounge, his large, defined body pressing against mine, his arousal hard and thick between my legs, only thin pieces of clothing between us. My face heats up, my cheeks scorching with what we did next, where we ended up. I peer at Hayden, who's gripping the rail, absorbing the light whisper of the wind and the rolling waves. He's been sweet, conversational, and interested in my drunken stories. But he's also been a little standoffish. He pressed his hand on my lower back when walking, but that's the extent of our contact. It makes me wonder, is he shy? Is this larger-than-life jock shy? It's hard to believe a man of his size, of his brawny and muscular structure, could be timid. It's almost an oxymoron. But then again, maybe this is what I need. Maybe I need to take this dating thing at a snail's pace. Because, let's be honest, the suit was assertive, told me what he wanted and took it when he wanted it, hence the most limb-melting kiss I've ever had. With the rebel, hell, I think we all know what happened there. Little Noely Boo-Foo couldn't keep her pants buttoned and wound up doing wicked things with her mouth. With Hayden, this feels like it could really go somewhere, like we're clicking on a different level. If I want to make this work, maybe I need to take a different approach. Really establish a base before I start throwing my body at him. This is beautiful, Noely. God, how can you even leave your house? I would have one hell of a time trying to get my ass out to work if I lived here. I giggle. Work? It's funny hearing your profession referred to that. I mean, I know it's work for you, but to me, you're a freaking hockey player, not pushing pencils over at Al Schmenke's accountant firm. Al Schmenke? Hayden's confused face is adorable. I shrug. He makes sure I don't go to tax jail. Great man, a little too much by the book, doesn't let me write my hairstylist off as a work expense, and he really loves a good baklava. Who doesn't? Weird people. There is something about the honey and nuts and the dough. I kiss my fingers and toss them in the air. Perfection. Still drunk? He looks amused. I wish I could say I was. Looking back at the ocean, Hayden asks, Can I ask you a personal question? Why not? I practically outlined my nipple with my finger for you over dinner. That was a very candid moment for you. Candid or drunk? Maybe both. He shakes his head. Why did you join the Going in Blind program? You're beautiful, know a lot of people, and have a good head on your shoulders. You know, besides the nipple drawing and whatnot. Shouldn't I be asking him that question? Why is he using going in blind? Instead of focusing my attention on Hayden when I answer, I lean on the ocean for solace. Besides the fact that I've had horrible luck attempting to pick out men for myself, I wanted to try something new. I was in a rut. I wanted to meet someone who was equally interested in starting a relationship with the aim of marriage. I don't want to just hook up. I want something real, something palpable with meaning. You want your forever. Yeah, I want my forever. Awkwardly, I stand a few feet from Hayden, wondering what he thinks of that answer. Is he looking for the same thing? Is my answer going to scare him off? Before I can torture myself with diving too deep into what his thoughts could possibly be, I ask, why did you join? Camaraderie, the hope for something more, someone other than teammates to lean on. I'm kind of over the whole hookup scene. He bites on his bottom lip. I kind of got a taste of what a relationship could be like, and I want that. He did have to leave someone special behind. You know, Hayden, you surprise me. I keep saying that, but you do. You're grounded and real, and I like that about you. Humble upbringings. Growing up, I learned that when everything else seemed to disappear at the drop of a hat, family stuck around. I tried to keep that in mind when the fame starts to become overwhelming. Play for the game, not for the fame. It was my dad's motto for me growing up. I write the saying in every helmet I wear, so I carry it around with me. That's really sweet. And your family, are they all in Philadelphia? Scranton, Pennsylvania, actually. I grew up a little north from there in a town called Binghamton in upstate New York. But my parents moved to be closer to family when I graduated from high school and went off to college. Oh man, they must have been so upset when you were traded. Yeah, you could say that. But now my mom is ready to spend her winter in California. My dad, on the other hand, is a winter man through and through. He's the guy who will go up and down the neighborhood street, snowplowing everyone's driveway because he enjoys it. God, that sounds like my worst nightmare. It's my dad's dream. Hayden chuckles. Especially after I bought him the cream-of-the-crop snowplow. You know how some guys wax their cars? My dad waxes snowplow. It's ridiculous. My voice grows bubbly when I say, I think I would like your dad. He sounds like a dedicated fellow. You can say that. He's a good guy. Cried when I flew out here. We have a special bond. Was he the one who took you to all your hockey games? Both my parents did. But my dad was the one who strapped pillows all around his body and stood in front of a goal so I could practice my shooting. A giggle pops out of my mouth as I shake my head. He did not. Hayden nods. He so did. My mom has so many pictures of my dad standing in the goal, pillows everywhere. He's a big guy, so he blocked most of the goal. I had to try to get around him. And that's why your shot is so precise. Yep, all thanks to my dad. I lean on the rail and turn toward him, a tilt to my head. That's a really cute story. It's always a beautiful thing when someone has such a good relationship with their family. They're the best. His eyes wander to me, curiosity lacing his features. What about you? Do you have a good relationship with your family? Good, yes. Annoying, at times, especially when... Oh my God, I say, realization hitting me. What? I press my hand against my head. I have a good relationship with my family, especially my brother Alex. My brother who's going to freak the F out if I tell him I went out with you. Ah, Hayden answers knowingly. I mean freak out. I press my hand on Hayden's forearm, his sinewy tendons flexing beneath my palm. Like, he might camp out in front of my house and follow me around, waiting for me to meet up with you. When I told him about our interview, he was practically bouncing his leg up and down like a dog. I'm afraid to say it, but he might be in love with you. Hayden raises an eyebrow at me. Is that so? Well, he fluffs the collar of his shirt. I might just have to meet him. Look out, Noely, seems like you have competition. Chuckling, I say,
Have at it, but I must warn you, Alex is married, has a kid, a beer gut, and likes to spend Friday nights watching specials on the National Geographic Channel.
My kind of man, Hayden retorts wistfully.
I take another sip of my hot chocolate and snuggle into the blanket draped over my lap. We pulled 2 lounge chairs together, pushed them to the railing of the deck, made some hot chocolate, and are now sharing a blanket while staring at the stars and listening to the ocean crash into the cliffs below us.
What was the one thing you wanted so badly for Christmas as a kid, but never got?
Hayden asks, his foot brushing up against mine. As I get to know him, it's clear that what makes him an assertive and aggressive forward on the ice isn't part of his resting temperament. He's quite calm. And even though I think he's attracted to me, he's subtle in how he shows it. A glance here and there, a light touch on occasion, yet that's all I need to become hot and bothered by this mammoth of a man. I feel like such a hussy. 3 men have caused this type of reaction in me during the last few weeks. With Hayden, despite his indirect way of showing me he's interested, it's the way his body moves toward mine, the way his eyes rake over me from head to toe, and the way his voice turns sultry when we speak of anything sexual. Trying not to be distracted by his cologne. Why is it men's colognes smell so yummy? I take a moment to think about his question. Besides the obvious real-life unicorn? Obviously, he laughs. Honestly, I can't really think of anything. My parents were always pretty cool about getting us presents at Christmas. Although, when I was older, my brother, Alex, left for college, and they decided to go all out. They bought him a brand new laptop and mattress. I got a comforter that Christmas. When I went to college, my new laptop, refurbished actually, was a birthday and graduation present. What kind of crap is that?
Wow, that is kind of crappy, he smirks. It's one thing to give someone a mattress and computer for Christmas, but to make you combine presents? That's just outrageous.
Tell me about it. Alex is a great accountant now, and he says it's because he slept well during college and had a trusty computer by his side. He never misses a chance to rub it in my face.
Ha, sounds like my brothers.
Ah, yes, you have 2 younger brothers, right?
Yep, both play hockey, both annoying.
Why do I feel like I should know this?
Your stalking abilities are slacking.
They are. I turn in my lounge and curl my knees up to my chest. So what about you? Was there anything you wanted for Christmas you never got? Casually, as if it's second nature, Hayden presses his head against the lounge and places his hand on my blanket-covered knee, his thumb very slowly running back and forth. Oh, sweet Jesus. I wish there was no blanket right about now. Would it be weird if I yanked the blanket out from over me? Like a tablecloth, hoping it doesn't disturb Hayden's fingers? Maybe if I held up my finger and said, "Would you mind doing the touching under the blanket?" Too upfront? A little brazen? Possibly. But for the love of tiny orgasms, Hayden Holmes is caressing my knee, albeit over a blanket. But he's touching me, sweetly touching me. I can hear the trumpets sound. He's making his first move. Now, you're probably thinking I'm kind of a slut here. 3 blind dates, 3 hot men, 3 different yet incredibly panty-melting moments where I've been ready to throw away my long-held boundary of only having sex within a relationship. But I can assure you, this is not normally me. And I'm not sure if it's because I have gone to these dates expecting they're my emotional match, as per the app and program, that's caused a more instant desire for a sexual match. It could be the 14-month dry spell, but I'm not convinced. However, whatever the reason, it's as though my girly parts have been buried below my subconscious, and in the presence of 3 gorgeous specimens of men, she is popping up and saying, "Yes, I'm still here. Engage, engage. Rid me of my cobwebs, please." Well, that's what I can hear, anyway. Clearly, I need to contain my raging hormones and refrain from pelvic thrusting in his face while biting down on my lower lip.
Are you ready for this? I think I'm about to blow your mind.
Ooh, am I about to get some juicy dirt about your elementary years?
Yep, and this goes in the vault, got it? So, no broadcasting this on my morning show about the hot new hockey player the Quakes just acquired? Hot, huh? I roll my eyes, causing him to laugh. Yeah, this is not morning show material. Got it. I zip up my mouth. Your secret is safe with me. All right. So do you remember when we were younger, how toe socks were all the rage? I squint my eyes, trying to understand where he's going with this. I remember they were all the rage for girls. He nods, his lips turn up, and his strong neck exposed to the midnight sky. Well, I wanted a pair so bad. Like, it was all I asked for. I just wanted toe socks. Why on earth would that be something you wanted? My cousin let me wear hers one day, and I couldn't get over how they made my feet look. I mean, they were socks conformed to each individual toe. Hell, it was blissful wearing those things. Oh my God, I snicker. Laugh all you want, but those were the shit back then. Unfortunately, they didn't make them in colors I could pull off, like pink. He shakes his head. Not at such a young age. Plus, my feet were too big at that point. I nearly tore my cousin's socks. What a sad, self-deprecating story you chose to tell me. Turning toward me, his eyes bounce between mine as he pushes a stray hair behind my ear, his fingers lingering on my face, grazing my jaw. My breathing immediately starts to pick up from his simple touch, from the way he's looking at me, so steady, so heavy with curiosity. Slowly, his thumb pads across my bottom lip, pulling on it ever so slowly and releasing before I can think much of the touch. When his hand starts to glide down the small column of my neck, he says, "Thought I should tell you a story that shows you I'm not perfect, even though I like to think I am." Gaining a little courage, wanting to push him further since he turned the heat up between us, I say, "I knew you weren't perfect, or else you would have kissed me by now." A slow, lazy smirk spreads across his mouth. There goes taking things slow. Not because I didn't want to. He leans in and kisses my forehead. I'm going to get going. Mind if I use your bathroom before I go? No, of course not. Second door on the left down the hallway. Okay, thanks. He then pops up. Well, as much as someone as hulky as Hayden Holmes can pop up, and heads inside. It's not really what I expected, but weirdly, I think I'm okay with that. After folding the blanket and collecting our cups, I head to the kitchen. Sorry, Noely. I should have done that, he says as he points to the cups. His mama raised him well. It's all good. He grabs his jacket off the couch, and I meet him at the front door. Turning toward me, he keeps my hand in one of his and cups my cheek with the other. You're beautiful, Noely, and I have really enjoyed our date. Here's what I'm thinking. You are someone I'm very comfortable with. In fact, I'm surprised how in sync we are. That could be the success of the Going In Blind app, or it could be just us. I'm going with the latter. I am trying so hard to concentrate on his words, but the look in his eyes is mesmerizing. Sincerity. When he strokes my cheek again, it almost brings tears to my eyes. He is so tender with me, and I actually feel cherished. I want to agree with him. I think it is us, but he hasn't finished. I am looking for someone in my life long term, like you are. And from how good tonight has felt, I want to give us a go. You mentioned how things were too physical, too fast with your date before me, so I want you to know I'm conscious of that. I want to build a base with you, Noely. My eyes search his, true sincerity ringing through them. Never in a million years would I have thought Hayden was such a sensitive man. I thought an alpha male takes what he wants all the way, kind of like Jack. But instead, he's sweet, charming, and considerate. Slow is what I wanted, so slow is what I'll take. Reaching around me, Hayden pulls me into his chest, his chin resting on the top of my head. When I was in Pennsylvania, I was in a brief relationship. I saw what it was like, the hand-holding, late-night phone calls, and early morning texts. It was nice, especially after feeling so lonely on the road. It was so fucking nice. You asked me why I joined the program, and there is my answer. I want long-term, the family like the one I came from. I want to build something strong, something to last forever, just like you. So, what do you think? Even though I desperately want him to kiss me, to maybe stick his hand up my shirt and do a little fondling, thank you, hormones, what I want more is a forever. So I nod into his chest. That sounds perfect to me. Chapter 25. Noely, I swiped yes to a second date. Your pretty little ass better say yes also. I didn't like any of their second date options, so I clicked on Other. I have an idea, if you're up for it. Number 1 rookie of your heart. Was that lame? Hayden. Oh God, I snorted so hard. Number 1 rookie of my heart is very cornball, but I also love it. Sometimes a little cornball in a man is what wins me over. But don't go overboard. Points finger at you. Of course, I swiped yes for a second date. And you didn't like the options. Bowling not your thing? What's your idea? I'm up for anything. Noely. Noely, I've got plenty of cornball to win you over. Remember toe socks? But I will be sure to even it out so you're not bombarded. As for the date, I remember having a little conversation with you about You've Got Mail. If the offer still stands, I'd be willing to watch it with you, but I have some conditions. Number 1, cornball. Hayden, spreading the cornball out is a very good idea. Don't lay it on too thick, but throw some my way every now and then. And you want to watch You've Got Mail? Jumps up and down, flails arms. You just made my night. I'm game, but I have to ask, what are your conditions? Noely. Noely, I kind of wish I got to see your little excited jig. Maybe I can get a replay on our next date? And my conditions are simple. I demand the following: a good blanket, a quality cuddle, and cheddar caramel popcorn. Do you think you can deliver? Number 1 cuddler. Hayden. Number 1 cuddler, huh? That's kind of bold of you, don't you think? You better live up to the hype, mister. Cheddar caramel popcorn. Done. And I'm the queen of comfortable blankets. Your conditions are barely conditions. How about I add one? Tacos from Mayhe's Taco Shop. Pick them up on your way over. 10 should do. And that jig? Only if you're lucky. Noely. Noely. 10 tacos? Are you insane? 20 at least for 2 people, but since I'm supposed to be eating healthily, I'm going to go with 15. I'm going to assume you're not a savage and you're implying the original taco and that's it. Number 1 taco customer. Hayden. Oh boy, are you in for a show. Cracks knuckles. I'm going to show you how to eat tacos. Get 20. I will house you and your popcorn, and of course original. Mayhe shouldn't even have any other options other than that. I'll grab the popcorn and supply the venue and blankets. You bring the tacos. Can't wait. Noely. I've got to go. Why won't you just tell me? Come on, Noely. I let out a long, frustrated breath and count to 10. Slowly. The one time my brother catches the morning show, he tunes in just at the time I start talking about my date with the jock, a.k.a. Hayden. It was the first time I told Dylan about the news, too, so on air, of course, she was drilling me with questions, as if we were in the makeup room together. It was rather uncomfortable, slightly invasive, but luckily I held my own, kept Hayden's identity a secret, and didn't divulge too many details, including the night's whiskey consumption. When the show was over, oh boy, did I hear it from Dylan. Apparently, she doesn't like to be surprised on air, and hearing about my date while the cameras were on was unacceptable to her. I spent the next 2 hours, even during our training session, apologizing and catching her up on everything, in great detail. And just when I thought the questioning was done, Alex called. I won't be able to sleep. Is that what you want, for me not to sleep? Don't think about me. Think about what the lack of sleep in me will do to Lauren and Chloe. You know I'm a beast when it comes to sleep. Don't make me be a beast to my wife and child, my innocent child. Alex, this is a new low for you, you know that? I light a few candles around my living room.
Nothing extravagant, just a few to set the mood.
You're being unfair and nasty. So nasty to me.
He starts to stutter, his words sounding heavy.
I just might sniff, cry.
Don't be an idiot, Alex. I know when you're fake crying.
Come on, Noely, please, for the love of God, just tell me who the athlete is. Be a pal, a true sibling. Do a guy a favor.
What have you ever done for me? I flop myself on my couch, enjoying torturing my brother way too much.
It's called the 5-year-old that likes to walk in on me while I'm doing my morning business. That's what I did for you. I gave you a niece.
Nuh-uh, don't give me that crap. You made your deposit in Lauren, and she gave me my niece. You can't jump on her guilt trip and call it your own.
He huffs. Fine.
I hear a snap of his fingers.
Oh, I know.
You don't know.
Oh, he laughs. I so fucking know.
Pausing, most likely for suspense, such a tool, he clears his throat.
Your freshman year, first semester, Alpha News frat party, fine.
I will not allow him to go into the details of that drunken night and how he had to rescue me from a balcony half naked. Not my finest moment.
Ha, knew I could get you to spill the beans.
Yeah, whatever, but that's the last time you can use that against me. Do you understand?
Consider it used. Now tell me who it is.
I swear Alex could be a teenage girl right now, pigtails bouncing in the air as he excitedly waits for the details about my date. There are times in his life when he has absolutely no self-respect. Or no nutsack, for that matter. You have to promise you won't tell anyone. I mean it, Alex. You can't brag to your other accountant friends or tell the checkout person at the grocery store, and you absolutely can't tell your neighbors by putting a billboard out in your front yard.
I did that as a joke. Once, settle down. I won't make any billboards.
And you won't tell anyone.
Promise, I won't tell anyone.
Squeezing my eyes shut, I take a deep breath and quickly say, "It's Hayden Holmes." There's a silence on the other end of the line right before Alex screams at the top of his lungs,
"Lauren! Lauren!" His voice cracks while screaming. "For the love of God, Lauren! Noely is going out with Hayden fucking Holmes."
What happened to not telling anyone?
Lauren doesn't count.
He takes a deep breath and then,
"Lauren, did you hear me? Hayden fucking Holmes! Noely is banging him. Lauren!"
"I am not," I say over his yelling. "We had one date." Soon to be two. "Jesus Christ, your face is red. What's happening?" I hear Lauren say off in the distance.
"Noely is dating Hayden fucking Holmes."
"It's actually just Hayden Holmes," I tried to correct over Lauren screaming. "Put it on speaker! Put it on speaker!"
"I don't know how to."
"Liar!" There is fumbling of the phone, and then Lauren's very loud, ear-piercing scream projects into my living room. "You're dating Hayden Holmes? Is that the jock you were talking about on the show? I mean, I thought you might be dating someone who was a professional athlete, but not the most sought-after hockey player." "It's not a big deal," I respond, trying to tamp down their excitement. "He's just a normal guy."
"No way. Nope, not even close," Alex chimes in. "Hayden fucking Holmes is not a normal guy. No normal guy can handle a puck like he can. He's a god. A fucking god on ice."
Oh, Jesus. Can you see why I didn't want to tell my brother? Or Lauren, for that matter? Maybe subconsciously that's why I didn't tell Dylan right away either. "Okay, well, I'm going to go now." "Why?" Lauren questions with curiosity in her voice, excited curiosity. "Is he coming over?" Oh my God. He's coming over to your house, isn't he? I can smell it. I can smell the promise of sweaty, hot hockey sex in the air."
"What's hockey sex?"
Alex asks. "You know, the kind where he rips her clothes off, lifts her above his head, and eats her out while spinning around the room like he's on the ice."
"That's not fucking hockey sex. That's figure skating sex. Hockey sex is more like she holds pucks over her nipples while he fucks her on the bench in the locker room,"
Alex counters. "No way! It has to be on the ice. He's going to take her to the rink tonight, flip on the scoreboard, and play porn while he fucks her over the goal. They're both wearing skates, of course, porn everywhere, blaring through the speakers. There's a hockey stick involved somehow, and he's all veiny and sweaty and says things like, 'My semen are scoring tonight.'"
And that's my cue. I hang up and toss my phone on the coffee table. That got out of control and quickly. I knew I shouldn't have said anything. They're going to make this a living hell for me. Their obsession with hockey, let alone Hayden Holmes, is unhealthy, and now that they know I'm possibly dating him, I can foresee some unscheduled visits. Oh shit. I pick up my phone and quickly type out a group text. I swear on your lives, if you show up here tonight, I will, 1, never speak to you again, and 2, make sure you are banned from all LA Quakes games. I have the powers. Don't make me do it. I don't really have the powers, but they don't know that. P.S. We're not having wild hockey sex, whatever the hell that is. Leave us alone. Their responses come in at rapid fire. Alex. I thought you needed your toilet fixed. I can come fix it right now. I will be right over. Lauren. I made you muffins. Don't you want my apple cinnamon muffins fresh out of the oven? Alex. All my clothes are dirty, so I'll be wearing an LA Quakes jersey. Hope that isn't a problem. Lauren. All my clothes are dirty too. I'll be coming topless. Hope that's okay. Alex. Is it weird that I want to watch the hockey sex? Lauren. Is it weird that I want to watch it and replicate it right there on the spot? Move for move. Count to 10. Count to freaking 10. I take deep breaths, letting the air slowly release through my nose, eyes shut, yet tension is consuming me. They're not going to mess this up for me. They're not. Please, God, don't let them mess this up. This is the second date. I am not dating Hayden Holmes yet, but I do want the chance to. Remember those season tickets I promised? Consider them sold to someone else if you show up here tonight. I will not even feel bad about it, and don't call me. I swear on Martha, I will sell those tickets so fast. Got it? Martha, Chloe's doll. She's the reason Alex and Lauren have been able to lead a somewhat normal life with a 5-year-old. Martha is the savior of their lives. Martha is Chloe's best friend, and they will do anything, and I mean anything to keep Martha happy. Oh, Martha wants a tea party? Lauren makes 3 different kinds of scones and lays out an entire spread with her nice china. Martha wants to watch Bubble Guppies? Alex switches the channel. Martha is the boss, and I know this, and to hell if I'm not going to use that to my advantage. Alex. Leave Martha out of this, for Christ's sake. Lauren. Don't you dare bring Martha into this hockey sex world. Don't force me to do so. I have no qualms with unbraiding Martha's hair. Alex. You beast. Lauren. For the love of all boners, don't touch her hair. I swear to God, don't touch her hair. We will stay away, okay? But promise us one thing. What? Lauren. Tell him we said hi. I huff and roll my eyes, hard, like the most exaggerated eye roll you'll ever see. Fine, I'll tell him you said hi. I will even send you a message of me doing it. Alex. Oh God, I have a boner. Lauren. Excuse me while I go twiddle my husband and myself. Those two. Way too much information. I toss my phone back on the coffee table and go to my bathroom, wanting to make sure that conversation didn't make me pull all my hair out subconsciously. I mean, Hayden fucking Holmes is going to be here any minute. I have to make sure everything is in place. Yes, I said Hayden fucking Holmes because, guess what? He is a god. Oh, shit, Hayden says while covering his mouth. His large frame is taking up a good percentage of my couch, feet up on the coffee table, after he asked, of course, such good manners, and one of his long arms is around my shoulders, pulling me close to his side. Tell me he's not trying to woo her, not after he put her out of business. He's wooing, I say with a big smile, loving how Hayden is so into the movie. Damn, Joe Fox has some big balls. Hayden shakes his head. I mean, he's insulted her, stood her up, and took away her last memory of her mom, and he thinks he can turn around and woo her with some flowers and promises of wanting to be friends? Wow, I need some Joe Fox swagger. No, your swagger works just fine. He's pretty convincing, isn't he? Hell, after his little speech, I think I would be having the same thoughts as Meg Ryan right now. Look at the wheels turning in her head. Hayden laughs. Fuck, this movie is good.
A laugh trickles up from the depths of my stomach and lights up Hayden's face. I try desperately not to react when his eyes, seductively, cast a serious glance in my direction. Take it slow. Become friends, pull a Joe Fox, don't rush into things. That's what happened with the last 2 dates. There is time to have wild hockey sex. Yes, I thought it, but let's focus on the bond we're sharing right now. Just because he's staring at your lips doesn't mean you should thrust your tongue in his direction. But he's licking his lips. My phone buzzes next to me for the 100th time. At least, that's what it feels like. Whatever thoughts were running through Hayden's head pause as he clears his throat and nods at my phone. Is everything okay? Your phone has been buzzing all night. I know exactly who it is. Of course, they wouldn't let me get away with not messaging them. I sigh and pause the movie. It's my brother and sister-in-law. They, saw the show where I talked about dating a jock, and they battered me into telling them who it was. I'm sorry. I know it's okay, Hayden says with a smile. My brothers were hounding me too. I told them I was going out with a hot morning show host. Cue a huge blush in my cheeks. Oh. Feeling shy, but also incredible, thank you, Hayden, I say, well, they threatened to come over here because they're huge fans of the Quakes and you. I told them to leave us alone and said I would message them telling you they said hi. Ah, Hayden knowingly nods. Let's FaceTime them. Oh my God, no. I'll just text them really quick. Where's the fun in that? Nodding at my phone again, he says, hand me your phone. Hayden, you don't have to do this. I want to. Honestly, I kind of want to see if your brother screams like a girl. A giant laugh rumbles from the pit of my stomach. Oh my God, he is my people. Now that he says it, I kind of want to see if Alex screams as well. Alex will legit soil himself. Wanting to see my brother cry on FaceTime because I know that's also what will happen, I hand Hayden my phone after I scroll past the 50 texts from him and Lauren and call them on FaceTime. We both prop each other up, but instead of holding the phone so we're both in the picture, Hayden only has the camera on him. Oh God, Alex is going to lose his mind. The phone stops chiming and connects so the picture we're seeing is of the ceiling. Chloe must have Alex's phone. I giggle. Hard. Huh. Hayden looks at me. I whisper, Chloe, their 5-year-old must have the phone. Tell her hi. Hello? Who's this? Why do you have my aunt's phone? She's still not good at pointing the camera at her face, so all we see is the top of her head. I'm your aunt's friend. Is your, dad there? He's in the kitchen eating his feelings. Both Hayden and I snort. That is so something Alex would say. What an idiot. Do you think you could take him the phone? Yeah, hold on, Martha. We'll take pictures in a second. With a confused pinch in his brow, Hayden mouths, Martha? I giggle some more and whisper, her doll, they're best friends. Daddy, Chloe shouts, causing Hayden and I to jump from how loud she is. For a little girl, she has some pipes. Daddy, a man wants to talk to you. What? You can hear Alex ask in the background. I told him you're eating your feelings, but he still wants to talk to you. Don't, Alex pauses. Christ, don't tell people that. I'm not gonna lie, Daddy. Can I have a donut? The phone that's been jostled around is now tossed, so all we can see is black. She must have put it face down. Please, Daddy? Yes, but don't tell your mom. Hayden snorts, and I watch in fascination as his neck muscles bounce when he chuckles. So sexy. Don't run with it in your mouth. Christ. Sighing, Alex picks up his phone and brings it to his ear. Hello? FaceTime, dude, Hayden says in a deep voice, deeper than usual. I clamp my hand over my mouth, holding back my laughter. What? Alex pulls the phone away, and when his eyes take in the screen, they shoot wide open, and he jostles it in his hand until it crashes to the ground. Fuck. Fucking hell. Fuck. Holy fuck. Clamoring for the phone, he jostles with it some more until he finally brings it to his face. The picture is shaky. He's a blubbering mess right now. Oh, fuck. His hand goes to his forehead. Oh, shit, it's... His eyes start to water, and I don't think I've ever been more happy in my entire life.
Hey, man.
Stunned, speechless, jaw wide open, Alex stares at the phone, and then before Hayden can say anything else, Alex yells at the top of his lungs and starts running.
Lauren! Lauren!
His voice cracks. He pushes through a door and you can hear Lauren say, "What the hell, Alex, did you—"
It's Hayden fucking Holmes. Look, he's on the FaceTime. Look!
What? Lauren twists the phone so she's looking at the screen and... cue the screaming. Oh my God! It's Hayden fucking Holmes! There is nothing to really do but laugh. And laugh hard. Hayden and I sit there, our chests falling up and down, chuckling together as Lauren and Alex freak out. I need to show him my boobs, Lauren says. Unzip my dress, Alex. Undo my bra.
On it,
He calls out, as if his wife showing Hayden her boobs is the most natural thing ever. Hayden looks at me and mouths,
He's okay if she shows me her boobs?
I snort and roll my eyes. There really are no words to explain the insanity that is my brother and sister-in-law. I snag the phone from Hayden and sternly say, all articles of clothing are to stay on. Now calm down, take deep breaths, and try to act like normal adults or else I will hang up and turn my phone off for the night. Don't hang up, they say at the same time in a panic. Okay, then get yourselves together. I'm going to hand the phone back to Hayden and you're going to act like adults, right? Yes. All clothes are on. I'm going to piss myself, Alex whispers to Lauren, but we both hear it, clear as day. Shaking my head at my family, I hand Hayden the phone and say, You asked for this. Relaxing into the couch, casual as ever, Hayden brings the phone in front of him.
Hey, you guys. Noely has spoken very highly of the both of you.
Gobsmacked, mouths hanging open, they just stare at the phone.
So I heard you were big fans of the LA Quakes.
Fans, Alex mutters. Is that drool coming out of his mouth?
Okay, so I was wondering, we have a little exhibition coming up on Thursday. Thought maybe you guys might want to attend with Noely. I can get you some good seats and some of my jerseys. How does that sound?
I like hockey, Lauren says, her hand falling to the cleavage of her dress, her fingers starting to tug on the fabric. Oh, Jesus. Nodding and feeling a little awkward, Hayden says,
Okay, well, I'll set everything up with Noely. Nice meeting you two.
He hands the phone back to me and chuckles. When I come back into view, Alex and Lauren lose their minds, speaking at rapid pace over each other, to the point that I can't understand a damn word they're saying. All I hear is fucking God, nip slip, hockey sex, and something about being hit in the head by a puck. Not wanting to put up with this, I hang up and tuck the phone under my leg. Turning toward one another, Hayden and I lose it completely, buckling over in laughter. You realize what you just did, right? You invited two crazies to your game. He shrugs.
Nothing I haven't seen before. It's funny, and looks like I made their day.
Year, Hayden. You made their year.
All the better.
Slipping his arm back around my shoulder, he says,
Let's get back to this movie. I want to learn more about this Joe Foxswagger.
And so we do. What a night.
Keep the bags. If I take them home, I will eat them in one day. Can't afford all the sugar.
But you brought over 5 bags of popcorn. We ate 1. What am I supposed to do with all of this? Especially since I provided a bag myself, like we talked about. Hayden shrugs unapologetically.
Take it to work. Be the girl that everyone likes because she brings in the best popcorn ever.
I tap my chin. Being that girl does sound like fun.
Everyone likes that girl.
They do. And if I say it's from my jock, they will like me even more. He taps my nose, almost brotherly. Now there's an idea. The last few hours have been fun and very platonic. I mean, yeah, we snuggled, but there was no inappropriate touching. There was no making out. And there sure as hell wasn't any hands and pants. I know, take it slow, build a relationship, blah, blah, blah. But would it hurt to make a teensy tiny move? Like an accidental nipple graze? Maybe an, oops, is my hand down your pants? Didn't mean to do that. Hell, at this point, I would settle for an accidental linking of our pinky fingers. But nothing. Just a bop to the nose, an arm around my shoulder, and a possible heated look here and there. And to be honest, I'm not sure if it was a heated look, or if it was my horny self wearing sexified goggles making me believe there is something going on when in fact, there is nothing. Feeling slightly frustrated, I step forward and put very little space between Hayden and me. So, is there going to be a third date? He smiles sweetly and pulls me into a hug, his arms overlapping over my shoulders. It's comforting, sweet, gentle, friendly. Of course. How about Thursday after the game? We can go out for a drink with Alex and Lauren. Not the kind of third date I was thinking about. I'm about to protest when he unleashes me from his hold and steps back, putting both his hands in his pockets. Hands in his pockets. Is it me, or would anyone else think he seems put off right now? I take a second to study him. His posture seems stiff, his eyes almost look guilty, and there is an air about him that seems like he's on the verge of running, like a skittish cat waiting to flee. The last thing I want to do is go on a third date with Hayden with my brother and his wife tagging along. But at this point, I don't think there is much hope for anything else. Swallowing hard, mimicking his stance, I nod. Thursday sounds great. You really didn't have to give us tickets. That was really sweet of you. It's nothing. It will be nice to have someone cheering me on. A bubble of humor pops out of me. Hayden, you do realize that probably more than half of the arena will be cheering you on, right? He chuckles, his shoulders flexing as he shyly looks up at me. I know that, but I mean, someone I actually know. My family and friends tried to make it to as many games as possible, so I almost always had someone I knew watching me. Being traded out here, it's been one of my worries, not having someone in my seats cheering me on. It wouldn't surprise me if he toed the ground and said, "Aw, shucks," at this point. That's how adorably sweet he looks. Just like a little kid. How old is he again? I kind of want to put you in my pocket right now, you're so cute. Aw, hell. Hayden runs his hands over his face. Just what every guy likes to hear. It's cute, though. I don't know, but for some reason I have this preconceived notion about athletes being assholes. Hot assholes, but assholes nonetheless. You're throwing me for a loop. Where did you get that notion from? I lean against the wall of my entryway and cross my arms over my chest. I've interviewed a few athletes, and they were boring, full of themselves, and after the cameras were turned off, they had no problem making a pass at me and my co-host. It was just icky. I feel like that's a good way to describe it. Those guys don't make up the majority of professional athletes. I promise, there are a lot of good guys out there. I'm starting to understand that. My lips turn up, and for some reason, I feel shy. Hayden is a genuinely nice guy. He doesn't put on a front. He doesn't act like someone he's not. He's honest and true, which in my eyes is very alluring. Well, I should get going. Thanks for having me over, Noely. I had an awesome time, and I might have a new favorite movie. I point my finger at him, growing serious. Don't you dare tease me. He holds his hands up in defense. I would never. You've Got Mail is a good movie. Talk about the perfect way to get a girl. I mean, that dude was romantic as hell. Something you would emulate? Hayden shrugs, hands back in his pockets. Who knows? Maybe. Wooing a girl anonymously, winning her over by just learning about her through her mind. That's sexy. There's something beautiful about learning about a person through their brain rather than their looks. Yeah? I bite my bottom lip. Is that why you're standing over there, avoiding any kind of physical connection with me? He chuckles, bending his head slightly, only to look up at me through his impossibly long eyelashes. I'm standing over here because a heated relationship, well, if that's what you want to call it, consumed me. Is this the relationship you've brought up a few times? He nods, taking a deep breath. Yeah, it was like we didn't take a damn second to enjoy each other. From the beginning, it was 0 to 60. But I feel like we also had an alarm clock counting down our days until I left for California. Doomed from the beginning. I study him. There's something in his eyes telling me there's more to this story than he's saying. I start connecting the dots in my head. He wants a relationship like the one he used to have. He wants to hold hands. He wants to develop a friendship, but he doesn't want to take things too fast. with me. Is he still reeling from his last relationship? Did this girl actually mean something to him? Did you really like her? Like her? His strong hand grips the back of his neck, his palm and fingers really pulling on his skin. It doesn't matter anymore. It's over, and I'm starting a new chapter in my life. That's a solid answer full of avoidance. I think I might have just struck a nerve and come to a conclusion as to why he's been a little standoffish and friendly rather than passionate. He's scarred and a little bent from his previous relationship. But is he actually over her or still trying to find his way? If I didn't know Hayden's intention behind joining the program, I would throw in the towel right now. But he needs time and maybe someone new, someone refreshing. I don't want to be feeling hurt by this, because Hayden hasn't been deliberately playing with my feelings. But part of me wonders whether Lynn vetted the men as much as she did me. I had to prove to her that I was looking for long-term, not just a show gimmick. And yet, the 3 men I've spent time with haven't actually been ready to move toward a long-term relationship. And with Hayden, I haven't had the same warm fuzzies and butterflies, but there have been moments of spine tingles. I'm thoroughly enjoying getting to know him and can see an awesome friendship developing. But, and sadly I think it is a big but, does he want someone else to own his heart yet? Is he ready for someone like me? Chapter 26.
Noely, tickets are being held at will call for you, your brother, and your sister-in-law. There are also jerseys waiting for you as well with your preferred sizes. If they don't fit, I've already informed the merch store to let you switch sizes. I really hope you guys have fun, and don't forget to cheer me on. Number 1 at being prepared. Hayden. Talk about organized. Thank you so much. You really didn't have to do all this. You're seriously making my brother's year. I don't think he will ever stop talking about this game. It hasn't even happened, and he's already talked my ear off about it. I owe you. Noely. Noely, you owe me nothing, just your cheering, and maybe a congratulatory hug after. As for your brother, is he one of those guys who would dive around in the stands begging to be hit in the head by a puck? Why do I think he might have this passionate need to be branded by an ice biscuit to the skull? Also, how did your coworkers like the popcorn? Were you the popular girl that morning? Number 1 popcorn supplier. Hayden. If Alex had a chance to be whipped, kicked, slapped, and branded by a puck, he would take it, no questions asked. Pretty sure he would close his eyes and point to his head, marking a bullseye for the person shooting at him. He has zero self-respect. As for the popcorn, gone in a day. My coworkers were savages and actually fought over the bags. It was embarrassing and also comical to watch. I saw someone use a computer mouse as a weapon. You caused a riot with that popcorn, but I will tell you I was very popular that day, so thank you. Have you told any of your teammates about You've Got Mail? Are you all going to watch it on your first away trip of the season? Noely. I knew the popcorn was going to make you friends. Not that you have to make friends. Just from getting to know you, I can tell you're a people person. And you'll be happy to know I brought You've Got Mail up in the weight room, and I've not only gained interest from my teammates in the Joe Fox swagger, but I also gained interest from the training staff. A few of the guys have said they've seen the movie but haven't seen it in a long time. Looks like we might have a movie to watch on our first away trip. I'm almost tempted to create a Joe Fox workbook, something we can all take notes in, because that man has no qualms in owning up to his faults and mistakes. Hell, he made a woman fall in love with him who truly and utterly hated him to the core. Seriously. Stands and claps. Number 1 fan of Joe Fox. Hayden, I'm glad to hear you're spreading the news about You've Got Mail, really expanding the love for the movie. But I must say, I'm a little nervous. Your passion for Joe Fox is becoming borderline unhealthy. Yes, he won Meg Ryan over with his charm, unexpected drop-ins, and jokes. But I think Tom Hanks was a rarity in this movie. I'm not sure how realistic his character is. I don't want you to be misled. So before you go and try to put me out of my morning show job and try to do a reverse act of love, I suggest you study the movie a few more times before you start applying your Joe Fox swagger in real life. Also, can't wait for the game. Noely. Noely. So, I detect a little jealousy? You're warning me off using Joe Fox techniques because maybe you want me all to yourself? Could that be the case? Don't worry, Noely. You're the apple of my eye right now, said in a cheesy voice with hands to heart while bent on one knee. Dramatic but charming. And I can't wait for the game either. The guys have been dope here. I think we could have a shot at the cup. I know every team says that, but we have a lot of young, hungry men on this team. They want a championship, and I want to help us get there. And in case you were wondering, the snow cones are shit. The pretzels, subpar, but the nachos, they'll win you over. Choose right, Noely. Number 1 concession stand know-it-all. Hayden. Jealousy? Poof, what's that? I don't think I've ever been jealous of anything in my life. But if you use your Joe Fox moves on anyone else but me, I will cut you. See what happens when you spark the crazy? Seriously, you made my girly bits all tingly with your confidence for a championship win this year. The Quakes need a break, and if you say this might be the year, I will hand out all kinds of sexual favors to your teammates to make sure it happens. I want to go to a playoff game so bad. And snow cones are trash. The pretzels need more salt, and the nachos are heaven in my mouth, extra jalapenos. Thursday, I will be the girl in the stands, raising hell with the officials while nacho cheese drips down my face. I have no respect for myself while at hockey games. Just a heads up. Noely. Noely. Tingly girly bits, sexual favors to my teammates, this is unacceptable, and a nacho cheese dripping yelling banshee. What did going in blind get me into? Number 1 fan of your brand of crazy. I really think I'm going to faint. Alex waves his hand in front of his face, clutching his jersey from Hayden to his chest while he looks over the rink. The players are warming up, the stands are filling, and the concession stands are humming with greasy, overpriced goodness. Please don't faint. That would be utterly humiliating, Lauren says, not paying attention to her husband, but rather ogling the men on the ice. Yeah, no fainting allowed. Why don't you go take our seats and watch warm-ups? I'm going to grab a beer and some nachos for myself. Want to grab some beer for us? Lauren asks with a hopeful look in her eye. Leveling with her, I ask, what did I tell you on the way over? You brought us to the game, but you're not here to spoil us. You're in your own element and to not embarrass you. Exactly. I tug on my Hayden Holmes jersey that's a little snug around my chest. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to go get some nachos and a beer. Please don't act like fawning idiots. I start to walk away when Alex calls out to me. I love you, Noely. You've made my year. I let out a heavy sigh and pinch the bridge of my nose. What kind of beer do you want? Sam Adams, they both say in unison, as if they were planning this the entire time. I wouldn't put it past them. Slightly irritated, but also happy for Alex and Lauren, who are gingerly moving down the arena steps to our designated seats, I make my way to my favorite nacho stand. I know this stadium inside and out. I know where all the draft beer is, where the bottles are, where the trash snow cones reside, and where the best nachos on the planet exist. It took me a few games to figure it all out, but I've got it down now. The best nachos are right by the merch store, and the best draft beer is diagonal from the nachos. It's a quick 1-2 pickup. And if you walk yourself behind the kiosk vendors, you run into less people, which means less people to crash into your precious nachos. I learned that the hard way one game where a kid ran into me, slamming my nachos into my chest and giving me cheese boob for the rest of the game. Of course, his parents were nowhere to be found, so it wasn't like I could wring their pockets for more nacho money. Frugal? No. I wanted justice for my spilled nachos, and that's not too much to ask for. Making my way past rowdy fans, children wearing oversized jerseys, some Hayden Holmes jerseys, how cute, and the myriad of promotional games, I spot my nacho bar with a long line. Not surprised. Looks like my secret might be out. Resigning to wait, I take my place in line and pull out my phone to text Hayden good luck, just as someone bumps into me from behind.
Fancy seeing you here.
I know that voice. Spinning around, I turn to face a pair of eyes I've stared into in the most intimate ways. Beck, oh my God, hi. He scoops me into a hug and squeezes me tightly. It's been a couple weeks since I've seen him, and he still has the same effect on me.
Sassy, how are you?
When I pull away, my hand skims down his arms, my gaze fixed on his scruff-filled jaw and transfixing eyes. God, I forgot how attractive he is. How that's possible, I have no idea, but for a brief second, I wonder if breaking things off with Beck was a smart move. He looks so fresh, so free, so demon-free. Then again, he was good at having a good time, of pushing his past behind him and focusing on the here and now. I'm good. How are you? I give his arm a squeeze before putting my hands in my pockets. No need to get too handsy with this man. You look good. He winks.
Thanks, Sass.
He takes me in, my skinny jeans and tight-fitting top.
You look damn good yourself.
I love how he still calls me sassy. It's our thing, and I like that we have a thing. But should I? Is that wrong? Looking at him, being enveloped by his scent, the words he rumbled at me before we parted come back loud and strong.
If you don't find Prince Charming right away, message me, okay?
Does that offer actually still stand? Noely, why would you want to know that? He nibbles on the corner of his lip, and my body immediately heats up. The urge to have him touch me, to lean into me, to press his lips against my skin is entirely too overwhelming. And we stare, the energy between us sparking, igniting a flame that never really died, only simmered. This is not good. You're with Hayden right now. You're here to support him. You're having drinks with him later, with your brother. God. Clearing my throat, I try to diffuse the sexual chemistry between us with conversation. What are you doing here? I didn't think you were a huge hockey fan.
My buddy got tickets, dragged me along. Nachos are my jam, so figured I'd at least get my filling in cheese and chips while I'm here. What about you?
His eyes knowingly light up.
Happen to be here for a certain jock you might be seeing.
The way he wiggles his eyebrows, that smirk on his handsome face, I just want to reach up and kiss him. So, you've seen the morning show?
Watch it every morning.
He rocks back on his heels.
I have to see who my sassy ends up with.
Okay, my heart is beating a mile a minute. It almost feels like I've been running an endless marathon. I'm breathless, my body heated, electrified, horny. Having Beck Wilder standing in front of me, hands in his pockets, looking sexier than ever with his 5 o'clock shadow, devastating smirk, and broad, confident posture, I'm concerned by how much I want him. I shouldn't still want him, but I can feel myself weakening.
I got to tell you, you've moved from the suit to the rebel to the jock, all very different. Who are you feeling the most?
Well, the one I've felt the most is the rebel, but I'm not about to tell him that. Not with the way he's unabashedly looking at me. He knows, I can see it in his eyes. He knows he's the one who's held me the most, the one who's been the most intimate. Trying to play coy, I say, I don't think that is any of your business. My time with the rebel came to an end.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Sassy.
He nods at the line for me to move forward. Overtly confident and tempting as hell, he stares at me, boring a hole deep in my bones, reminding me just how much this man so easily consumed me. He's dangerous for sure. Need I remind everyone of the humping on a motorcycle? See? Dangerous. He's bad news, a troublemaker, an excellent deliverer of orgasms. I mean, no, he's... God, he's so hot. Chuckling to myself, maybe from the way I'm staring like a carp with its mouth open, he asks,
What do you get on your nachos?
Cheese, I say, like an idiot. I watch as his shoulders pull on his tight-fitting plain shirt as he chuckles, his muscles straining against the fabric. Sweet Jesus.
Cheese is a given. What else are you putting on your nachos?
Nachos. What are nachos? All I can think about is how the program has put me through the gauntlet of hot guys.
Noely?
Beck bends down a little.
Are you okay?
What? I shake my head. Yeah, sorry. Just thought of a segment for the morning show. Utter lie. My mind starts spinning with ideas when that happens. Nachos. I like cheese and jalapenos. I keep it simple. What about you? Suspiciously, he eyes me but answers without questioning me.
I like onions and jalapenos.
So you like breathing fire?
How else am I supposed to stay warm in this icebox? Unless... Want to go make out in the hallway? I'm sure that will warm us up quickly.
Ha! I'm feeling extremely uncomfortable. You wish. I take a small step back, praying I don't bump into the person behind me, just as Beck takes a step forward.
Yeah, I do wish.
His teeth skim over his bottom lip, and a deep urge to pull his lip with my teeth consumes me. No, there will be no lip pulling. Think about Hayden, sweet, caring Hayden. Sexy hockey player Hayden. Hayden with the funny personality and bulging biceps.
Ma'am, can I help you?
What? I whip around and lose my balance over my tangled legs. Before I can face plant it into the package of Skittles in front of the cashier, Beck's strong arm wraps around my waist and catches me, pulling me close to his chest.
Watch it there, Sassy. Your face almost tasted the rainbow.
His hand splays across my stomach, and for a brief moment his thumb rubs along my skin where my tight shirt has inched up. Thanks. I straighten and pull my shirt down, but not before Beck gets one more rub of the pad of his thumb over my stomach. Does he want me? Did his attraction not cease either? This is wrong. This is so beyond wrong. But it feels so good. What can I get you? The cashier asks crossly, losing her patience. A Coors Light and nachos with extra jalapenos, I order, nixing the Sam Adams. I can't deal with that right now.
And I'll take the same, but add some onions on my nachos,
Beck says, stepping beside me and handing his card. When I go to protest, he says,
for old time's sake, let me treat you.
As if we're the best of friends. Out of all people to run into, why Beck? Why now? I look over my shoulder. Is Jack milling about somewhere in a dark hallway, waiting to spring out on me as well? That would be just my luck. Only with him, he would drive me insane with his incessantly proud candor and evasive comments. At least with Beck, I know exactly what he wants, and his hand was mere inches above it a few seconds ago. Thank you, I say as I step aside and wait for my nachos and beer. We stand there in uncomfortable silence for what seems like forever, when in fact it's a few seconds. The concession lady hands me my beer and nachos, which is covered in jalapenos. I love the stand so much. And Beck snags his as well.
Where are you sitting?
I point with my beer in hand toward our seats. 5 rows up from center ice. Beck nods with a smile.
The jock is treating you well. Good. He better be. You're a rare find, Noely. You deserve the best.
Leaning forward, he places a soft kiss on my cheek.
Good seeing you, Sass. You take care. And if things don't work out with the jock, you know how to get in touch with me.
Does he really mean that? Did I misunderstand him? Should I have been more accepting that perhaps it does take time to talk through the dark, long-term issues? Maybe I expected too much of him too soon. What am I doing? Deep breath, Noely. You're here because of Hayden, the man who wants to give long-term a shot. With me. I think. With a wink, he takes off in the opposite direction from where I'm sitting, and I sigh with relief. Focusing my attention back to the game, I walk toward the back row of the ground-level seating, taking in the men on the ice. From afar, they seem so small, consumed by their padding. I know that's not the case, especially Hayden. He's tall, built, and a machine on the ice. His thick thighs look even thicker under his padding, and his shoulders much broader than normal. Wanting to be there for him, I make my way to my seat where Lauren and Alex are sitting on the edge. their eyes focused on the players in front of them. I take a seat, and they don't even say anything to me. They're in the zone, so I don't bother mentioning their lack of beers. I pluck at my nachos and stare out onto the ice, mesmerized by how fluid Hayden is on his skates, weaving in and out, his stick gliding along with him. He's powerful, a force so strong I would be nervous if I was his opponent. I never pull my eyes away from Hayden. I'm trained on him, watching every little move he makes, and when he saddles up next to a trainer and takes his helmet off, I'm infatuated. The screams of girls making themselves known are drowned out, and the buzz surrounding me fades. All I can see is Hayden, hair wet and tousled, beautiful blue eyes shining with excitement, and a smirk spreading across his face when he looks up to find me sitting in his seats. With a nod of his stick in my direction, he acknowledges me and then takes off toward his bench. Oh, my heart. Chapter 27. I think you might have killed my brother. Hayden laughs next to me, arm draped over my shoulder, his fresh, soapy scent consuming me. I like him. He's a good guy. He practically humped your leg from afar. Is that what he was doing? I just thought he had a nervous twitch. No, he was humping you from afar. Don't hold it against him. I'm pretty sure it was involuntary. I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Hayden chuckles and holds the door open to his car, helping me in. He's my favorite kind of fan. So passionate. They're the best. They could have come out with us. They didn't have to go home. Yes, they did. I take a seat. Hayden is gripping the top of my passenger side door and casually staring at me. They were overwhelming at the game, and I don't think I could have taken any more time with them tonight. Ah, I see. Head tilted, he grips the door tightly and asks, If you're tired, I can take you home. Just tired of them, not of you. Let's go get that drink. With a nod, he shuts my door and rounds the front of his car. I put my seatbelt on and marvel in the woodsy yet fresh smell of his car. When Hayden hops in the car, he says, I'm kind of new here. Where should we go? Laughing, I say, You live on the outskirts of LA, right? Yeah, close to Santa Monica. Okay, perfect. An Uber from there won't be too far. I caught a ride with Alex and Lauren here. Wanting more time with Hayden is why I didn't go home with them. I can take you home. Don't even think about it. That's an hour drive from Santa Monica. No way. That's sweet, though. Thank you. I can see he doesn't like my response, so before he can counter, I add, Don't even think about taking me right now. He chuckles. Damn, you're good at reading minds. I could see it in the way your brow creased. You were just going to start driving to Malibu now. He shrugs. I don't have to be at the weight room until 8 a.m. I'm good with driving. I shake my head. Not going to happen. Let's drive to Santa Monica. There's a cute little bar that will be quiet, not very crowded, and hopefully you won't be recognized too much, although your larger-than-life stature might be a dead giveaway. Can't help how I grew. His response makes me laugh. I've never heard anyone put it like that. For the next half hour, we make our way toward the small bar in Santa Monica, listening to the GPS on my phone and talking about the game. Hayden was amazing. No surprise there. He looked fresh and agile on the ice, skating skillfully and easily around the veterans. His 2 goals brought the Quakes to their first preseason victory. I praised his game, but all he could say was they wouldn't have won if it wasn't for their goalie, Brett Vento. Granted, he did make some impeccable saves tonight, but you can't win without scoring goals either, and Hayden was the one who did that tonight. How sweaty do you get in all that gear? I ask as Hayden parallel parks on the side of the road, a block from the bar. He shifts the gear to park and presses the button to cut the ignition. Pocketing his keys, he slightly tilts his head toward me and says, Really fucking sweaty. Like, you wouldn't want to be going out on a date with me right now if I hadn't taken a shower. Ew, really? He chuckles and climbs out of the car. Reaching my door in no time, he opens it for me and holds out his hand. I know the ice is cold, but we are skating 3 20-minute periods with about 15 pounds of equipment.
We get hot as balls. Makes sense. I mean, I get that you sweat. I just wasn't aware about how much. Too much to make it even the least bit sexy. He takes my hand and leads me to the bar. I revel in the way he takes charge, the way his hand is calloused and so large around mine. Even though his hands are gloved when he plays hockey, I can still feel the roughness of his palms from his countless years of handling a stick. And even though his hands are a little coarse, I love them. Reminds me that Hayden is very much all man. Hayden places his hand on my lower back and guides me into the deserted bar, which is exactly what I was hoping for. I point to the back corner and say over my shoulder, "There's a booth back there. Want to snag it and I can grab us a few drinks?" "Why don't you grab the booth and I'll order the drinks? What would you like?" Smiling from his gallantry, I say, "Extra dirty martini, 3 olives." "Extra dirty?" Hayden lifts an eyebrow at me. "You're an olive juice girl?" "Guilty." I take off toward the booth. Sitting on the side that allows me to take in the entire room will ensure Hayden has his back to the bar, so hopefully, if someone walks in, they won't recognize him. I know what you're thinking, but Noely, you're one of the hosts for Good Morning Malibu. You would be surprised by how many people really don't care. I'm not idolized like Hayden is. I'm more the person you point at from afar and say, "Hey, isn't she that girl who drinks mimosas on television?" Yep, that's me, and damn proud of it. Hayden walks over with my dirty martini and a beer for him. From the dark color of it, I'm going to assume it's a beer I won't like. I prefer light beer with fruity accents. Blueberry beer, put that in my mouth. Grapefruit, shoot it down the gullet. Pumpkin beer, pretty much pumpkin anything. Truck it on over to my beer hole. Thank you. I take my drink and then nod at his. What did you end up getting? Don't judge me, okay? No promises. Brutal. He shakes his head with mirth. It's a peanut butter porter. The bartender swears it tastes like a Reese's peanut butter cup. Are you serious? Does it? Only one way to find out. He brings the glass to his lips, his dark pink lips that look so soft, so freaking kissable. If only I knew what it felt like to have those lips pressed against mine, pressed against the spot that rests just below my ear, or the spot that rests below my belly button. God, for the first time in my life, I'm jealous of a beer glass. Like a voyeur, I stare at Hayden, his lips against the glass, his thick throat as he swallows the beer, and the way his eyes close when the flavor comes alive in his mouth. Hot. So freaking hot. What do you think? He takes a moment to assess. You know, he twists the glass in his hand. I think I would rather be drinking your olive juice right now. His giant body shivers as he pushes the drink away. Reese's my ass. Let me taste. He easily offers up his glass, and I take a small sip, letting the rich and very strong flavor wash over my taste buds. And just as expected, I shiver violently while swallowing, avoiding a spit take. Oh, hell, that's bad. Like, it tastes like rotten ass bad. I have no idea what rotten ass tastes like, but if I had to choose, I would say that's pretty close. Laughing, Hayden stands from the booth and takes his glass to the bartender, who understandably pours something new and lighter. I'm assuming it's his go-to by the way he drinks it on the way to our booth. Did you have fun tonight? He asks, when he settled in the booth across from me. I did. Thank you so much for inviting us. And before you even ask, I had the nachos, extra jalapenos. My kind of girl. He tilts his beer in my direction and takes a sip. The entire way over here, we talked, joked, and enjoyed each other's company. It was a wonderful drive, but lacking one major thing: sexual chemistry. And it's not from not trying. We have our moments here and there, like when he holds my hand or presses his hand against my lower back, or when I catch him checking me out. But those moments are few and far between. There is something holding him back, and I want to know what it is. Now the question is, how do I go about talking about it without being too direct? Mulling over my options, I ask, do you like me? Okay, maybe I could have been a little more subtle. What? He chuckles. Do I like you? That's an odd question to ask. Of course I like you, or else I wouldn't be here with you. Why do you ask? Yeah, that was a weird question. An uncomfortable one for sure, but leave it to me to make things awkward. I spin the stem of my martini glass, staring at the olives, a little too embarrassed to look Hayden in the eyes. I don't know. I know you wanted to take things slow, but it almost feels like we're more like friends than a new couple. You've been to my place twice now, at night, and not even a little kiss. His lips press together and his brow creases, looking slightly upset over my assessment. Running a hand over his face, he says, It's not you. Oh God, the classic, it's not you, it's me line. I lean back in my seat, waiting to hear the reason why he's been so slow on the old intimacy. Even worse, I know. In the back of my mind, even though I really like Hayden, he's about to call things off. I don't mean for it to sound cliché. I know you don't, but man, does it still sting. I take a large gulp of my martini and stick all 3 olives in my mouth. Snapping in the air, I get the bartender's attention and press my palms together, praying he brings me another. With a curt nod, he gets to work. Such a good man. Let me explain, Noely, before you get upset or get drunk. I mean, I do like drunk Noely, but I'd rather you be present for this conversation. Should I tell him I've already checked out? Trying to act like an adult, I sit back again. What's going on, Hayden? Sucking a deep breath, he stares into his glass and takes a moment before he answers. During the off-season, I spent the last few months on the East Coast in my hometown. I spent a lot of time with my good friend who introduced me to this girl. Ugh, I knew there was someone else. It's so obvious he's hung up on another girl. I should have pinpointed it the first night, but thanks to too many drinks, I couldn't read Hayden very well. But now it's clear. You don't need to say anything else. I get it. Trying to tamp down the crazy that's starting to pop out of me, Hayden places his hand over mine and squeezes it. Please let me talk. Why does he have to sound so sweet? I almost wish he was an asshole, because what he's about to tell me would be so much easier to swallow if I could blame it on that. But once again, I can't. This is on me not being the one. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keeping his hand firmly planted over mine, he continues. I met this girl, and she was different, a little outlandish, spoke what was on her mind, and she kind of captured me. She was different than anyone I've ever met. She sounds lovely. I grit out, hating every second of this. Please, Hayden, please continue to tell me how great this girl was. A little heavy on the sarcasm there. She was. We had a bit of a fling and went all in, both knowing what we were doing was going to end since I'd been traded to LA. But knowing this, we were still all in, spent almost every waking hour with each other when she wasn't working or I wasn't training. And then the time came to say goodbye. He shakes his head, pain etching his features, and even though I don't really enjoy listening to the guy I'm dating talk about another girl, I feel sad for Hayden. It's so clear this girl has a hold on him. And yet, she might not even know. She walked away easily, a reaction I wasn't prepared for. I was kind of hoping, after our months together, that maybe she'd consider moving to LA. But she didn't. I finish for him. Lips pressed together, he shakes his head. She didn't. I told myself it was okay, that what we had was just a fling. But I know deep down, the feelings I had for her, that were going to take a long time to shed. Is that why you joined the Going in Blind program? To get over her? I am starting to get a little pissed here, but I will try to hear him out. Why the hell did I have to be matched with 3 men who weren't in any way ready to settle down? My role for Hayden Holmes was to help him get over someone else. Yay me. That and to meet new people, to maybe find someone to take my mind off her. He sighs. And then I met you. Well, be still my racing heart. Even though his words are sweet, I can still see the trepidation in his eyes. It's going to sound lame, but I didn't think going out with someone else was going to be so much fun. I really enjoy your company, Noely.
Want the surefire way to slap a girl in the face without actually slapping her? Tell her you enjoy her company because she's fun. Yep, nothing like being put in the friend zone to rev up the sexual engines. Trying not to grind my teeth too hard, I say, I really enjoy your company too, Hayden. I would enjoy it more if there wasn't a mystery girl sitting between us, blocking any kind of interest Hayden might show toward me. But I egg him on, wanting to hear the words come from his mouth. Leaning back in his booth, his hand lifts from mine and runs down his face as he blows out a loud breath. Fuck, I don't know, Noely. I want to move on. I want to start something up with you because you make me happy. You make me laugh, and we have so much in common. Plus, you're fuck hot. I couldn't have asked for a better match when it comes to the Going in Blind program. Tell me about it. But I don't know. There is just something stopping me. Rather, someone, I should say. 3 men. 3 perfectly matched men. 3 perfectly matched, handsome, amazing men, and here I am, being told I'm not the one they really want. Again. I'm angry now, but I can't take that out on Hayden. At least he's being honest. What's the use of being fuck hot? That only makes me someone a man wants to bang, not love. That's certainly how Jack saw me, until he decided I wasn't even worth that. Beck nearly took advantage of that, but managed to restrain himself. What the hell is wrong with me? Why don't they want me? Resigning to my singledom fate, I sigh and say, I get it, Hayden. I really do. I like you a lot, but I'm not going to come second to someone who's still on your mind, you know? It's not fair to me. I know. It isn't at all. Shit, I feel like a total dick. His fingers run through his dirty blonde hair. This is not how I wanted this to go. I thought I could push through, but I think I need some closure. Yeah, I'd rather he didn't have to push through to like me enough. Closure is helpful. Seems like I've been getting a lot of closure lately. Yeah, I guess. I think I need to make a phone call. Sounds like it. Feeling resolved, I say, for what it's worth, I really appreciate you being honest, because being strung along when your heart and mind are somewhere else is not something I like to participate in. I thought I owed you that much. His head is cast down, arms folded now. When he looks up, he rubs his hands over his thighs, looking like he needs to expel a bunch of energy. Can I ask you something? Of course. If I can, find closure, do you think it's possible you'd be open to trying this again? I shift my jaw back and forth. You mean try dating again? He nods. I know I haven't made the best impression so far, but I really like you. I just need to clear my head, you know? I would like to say, do you really think I'm going to wait around for you to get your head on straight? But after this third failing attempt to find my one, I'm going to put my search on hold for now. Even though it looks like I'm a strong person, on the inside, I'm taking a brutal beating to the heart. I would like that, I answer with a sad smile. And another one bites the dust. You look like hell. Thank you, I answer, shoving another sour gummy worm in my mouth. I bought the 5-pound bag last night. I made the Uber driver stop at the grocery store while I filled my cart with gummy worms, cheese balls, and a 6-pack of grape soda. It's the perfect cure for self-loathing, or at least I thought. Calling in sick to the morning show is something I've never done before, but after last night's disappointing departure from Hayden, where he gave me a sweet hug and a kiss on the head goodbye, I knew there was no way I would be able to put on a happy face for the viewers. So, I called in sick and watched Dylan manage the show with our fill-in, Crystal, while I threw tiny cheese balls at the screen, nailing Dylan between the eyes on multiple occasions. It felt nice. That was until Dylan showed up at my house unannounced. I knew you weren't sick. You're such a liar. I am too sick. I wrap my arm around my lower half. Ouch, cramps. Ow-wee, being a lady sucks. Fuck you, Moon. I shake my fist to the sky. Dylan's brows cinched together in confusion. What does the moon have anything to do with your period? Which I know you're not on because we get them at the same time and we had our period 2 weeks ago. God, fucking uteruses wanting to rip their linings out together. Be original. Stop doing the deed with every other uterus around you and get your own time slot. I'm tempted to whack my uterus out of spite, but refrain. The moon? Dylan eggs on. I wave my hand as dismissal. It's something my brother told me about. I can't quite remember the details. Just that the moon decides our periods. Something like that. If that's the truth, the moon can go straight to hell. Plopping on the couch next to me, Dylan picks up a few loose cheese balls on the coffee table and plops them in her mouth. How she's married, I will never know. What's the real reason you called in sick and left me with Crystal? It better be good, because her incessant need to poke my shoulder when she tells a joke has me itching to punch you in the face. Crystal, although a very lovely weather girl for the station, is not the best co-host. She laughs too loud, pokes too hard, and loves interrupting you mid-sentence. Hayden and I called it quits last night. I don't want to get into it, but let's just say there's another girl he needs closure with. Oh, but don't worry. When he finds closure, he might want to try dating me again. And how long could that take? I roll my eyes. My point exactly. I shove 3 worms in my mouth and chew while talking. You know, I thought joining this program was going to be it for me. I really thought I was going to find my match, my forever. But all I've met are 3 incredible men at the wrong time. It's as if the moon isn't satisfied already fucking with my period. It's messing with my cosmic dating life, too. Cosmic dating life? You know, the greater force that controls the universe. The moon is part of that and fucking with me. It's like it got together with the stars and planets and said, let's mess with Noely. Let's pretend like we're aligning, that we're bringing her this great man, and when she starts to think this is it, this is the man for her, let's say just kidding and unalign ourselves. I don't think stars and planets and moons talk to each other. Feeling a little crazed, I sit up on the couch cross-legged, the bag of gummy worms in my lap. That's what they want you to think, but they talk, Dylan. Oh boy, do they talk. Those motherfucking gaseous orbs. They talk. And not only did they formulate this plan against me, they thought, why not hit her up with this plan 3 times? Really make her feel bad about herself. And as much as I tried to hear the words about how great I was, fuck hot and whatever, it did nothing to seal the small tear in my heart. I'm tired of trying, to be honest. And probably the worst thing is my boss made my unlove life into a feature on our show. So not only do I have to feel like shit about myself privately, the whole world, okay, just our viewers, will know even after 3 tries, no one wants Noely Clark. Dylan is silent for a second, her head now resting against the back of the couch, eyes cast to the ceiling. She snags a worm from my lap and plops it in her mouth, and then I do the same. For a few minutes, it's silent until Dylan finally says, if that's the case, I'm going to have to heavily consider reneging on the star I sponsor every year. To hell if I'm going to have it fucking with my best friend. She makes a slitting motion over her neck. You're dead to me, Star. And that's why we're friends. 1 star down, 1 trillion to go. Part 4. The Mystery Man. Chapter 28. Did you check out the new lineup for today's show? Kevin switched up the ending segment. Why doesn't that surprise me? I say, while snagging the schedule from Dylan to study it. I swear he does this to make sure we can adapt easily. It's annoying. When is he going to... I pause, my eyes fixated on the last segment. Noely and Dylan interview going in blind owner. It's been 2 weeks since things with Hayden stopped. And when GIB app asked me if I was happy with my results, I might have written in the comments section to go fuck itself. Maybe I was drinking that night. Maybe I wasn't. Can't be too sure. But all I can think is, was my rather brash comment sent straight to the top? Oh, hell. From your silence, I'm going to assume you see what's changed. We were supposed to do a segment about puppies on surfboards. Riveting, I know. But now it looks like we're diving into my life once again. Why on earth do we have to interview the owner? That won't be awkward. I already announced to the world that I called it quits with the jock. What the hell am I supposed to ask the owner? Why am I still single? That might be a fun question. Dylan smirks into the mirror from behind me. Yanking the tissues from my collar so I don't get makeup on the white of my shirt, I toss them in the trash and head out of the hair and makeup room. This is ridiculous. I'm going to go talk to Kevin. Enough is enough. I think I've paid my penance for using his stupid camera equipment. I shouldn't have to be subjected to this crap. Dylan trails behind me, walking fast in her heels, which is difficult, given she lives in sensible flats most of the time. Hell if I care, though. I'm on a rampage. Blood is boiling in my veins, and the stir of my inner dragon is ready to be exposed. I can feel it. Smoke is snorting out of my nose, horns are starting to sprout from my head, and I'm shaking my head as if 100-pound tail trails me. Snorting, huffing, and puffing, I pump my arms down the hallway, ass shaking, determined on one thing and one thing alone. It's time to give Kevin a piece of my mind. When I reach his door, I don't even bother knocking. Dragons don't knock. They charge forward, break the shit out of drawbridges, and take baths in moats. Throwing the door open, exaggerating my movements, I stand in the doorway, hands on hips, chest puffed, eyes crazy, and say, "Kevin, how dare—" The man sitting in front of Kevin's desk stands, and his dark hair and finely tailored suit stretches across his expansive back, snagging my attention. When he turns around, my breath catches in my throat. "Miss Clark." That voice, those eyes, the way he addresses me, I want to punch him and then kiss him all at the same time. "Jack, what are you doing here?" Kevin stands as well, his eyes blazing. All semblance of my inner dragon lady completely vanishes the moment I make eye contact with Jack. Again. "Noely?" Kevin grits out. Yep, he's not pleased with my little barge in. "If you don't mind, Mr. Valentine and I were just finishing our conversation. It would behoove you to remove yourself from the room and try knocking next time." Mr. Valentine? Jack Valentine? As in the billionaire of Malibu? "It's all right. We were just finishing anyway." While buttoning his jacket, Jack gives my attire a long, languid perusal until his eyes meet mine. "Noely, always a pleasure seeing you." Walking past me, his cologne taking a permanent residence in my senses, I wait for him to shut the door before I turn to Kevin, whose little vein on his forehead is throbbing rather aggressively. "What the hell is he doing here?" I ask, not caring about the vein. I've seen it throb more at worse times. "You can't just barge into my office." Yeah, I'm sorry." I wave him off. "Now tell me what he's doing here." Raking a beefy and frustrated hand over his face, Kevin slouches in his chair. "Jack Valentine is here for the last segment. He's the owner of Going in Blind, the one you'll be interviewing." Have you ever been sucker punched? I haven't. I've never been punched, actually, but for the first time in my life, it actually feels like Kevin plowed his fist through my stomach and took all the air in my lungs along with him. He's the owner?" "Yes, and he was going to give me a free membership, but because you so rudely interrupted, I wasn't able to seal the deal." I throw my hands in the air. I hate my producer. "Heaven forbid you should pay for anything, Kevin, you frugal bastard." Storming off, I tried to find Dylan. I need my friend. But instead, I'm ushered to the stage where they mic me up. 30 seconds until we're on air, and I feel like going savage on our set, tearing through the couch and table like a beast on a rampage. Can you hear the snarl? See the fangs? That fire in my pupils? Yeah, it's real. And it's going to have to come out somehow, some way. Oh, shit. This isn't going to be pretty. Viewers beware. The Dragon Lady is back, and someone is about to be burned. Dylan nudges my arm. "Dude, you've been horrific this entire show. Can you stop fake smiling like that? It's creepy." This is how I smile now. I cross my arms over my chest while Dylan tries to talk to me during a commercial break. "We have one segment left. Can you please look alive?" Alive? You want me to look alive? I ask, pointing to my chest. I've never been more alive in my entire life. I never thought I'd be one of those celebrities capable of a mental breakdown on camera, but by golly, can I feel it happening. A maniacal laugh escapes me, my teeth showing entirely way too much. My mouth won't settle out of its creepy smile. It's like horse teeth neighing in every direction, begging for a carrot. Why are you bucking your leg against the floor like that? Horses do that, I answer. Sweet Jesus, Dylan says on a whisper. You're cracking, aren't you? You're losing your cool. Hunkering down, I get inches from Dylan's face, our foreheads practically touching when I say sarcastically, Do you think? Dylan searches my eyes and is about to say something when, Hello, ladies. Son of a bitch. Our heads whip to the side to see Jack sit on the couch across from ours, unbuttoning his suit jacket with an overconfident smirk on his face. Mr. Valentine, what a pleasure. Dylan reaches her hand out and shakes it. I've enjoyed living vicariously through Noely and her dating adventure. Don't be nice to him, I whisper through the side of my mouth, arms crossed over my chest. What? Dylan turns toward me, completely confused. Jack leans forward and sips from the mug provided for him. I believe she told you not to be nice to me. She didn't say that. Dylan laughs nervously. That's exactly what I said. I know. I heard you, Jack says, looking so damn casual that it makes me want to choke him with his stupid, perfectly tied Windsor knot. What's going on here? Dylan looks between us as the 30-second countdown starts. Why don't you tell her, Mr. Valentine? I seethe. My pleasure. Jack crosses his leg and holds his ankle over his knee. Miss Clark doesn't want you to be nice to me because I was the first man she dated in the program. Apparently, she has sore feelings about it. I knew you looked familiar, Dylan says, snapping her finger, remembering the time she met Jack when she tried to rescue me from my at-home perm. Sore feel? I start to shout but catch myself. Calming my voice, I say, I don't have sore feelings. I couldn't care less that it didn't work out between us. What I do care about is people lying to me. I didn't lie to you, Jack answers, looking so pompous. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did, I say with more force. He shakes his head. No, I didn't. Yes! Okay, this is fun, Dylan says. But I'm going to have to cut you two off. We have a show to finish in 10 seconds, so, Noely, put on your professional pants. You can argue who lied to whom after the show is over, okay? Twisting my mouth to the side, I turn away from Jack, take a sip of my drink, and plaster a smile on my face, just in time for the red light to come on. I read from the teleprompter, introducing Jack, recapping my dating experience, barf, and then to the man who's made me so hot and cold the last few months that it's hard to even look him in those brown eyes. Jack, it's a pleasure to have you here. I nearly choke on the word pleasure, which garners an elbow to the rib from Dylan. Thanks for having me, ladies. If only he was a little closer, I could flick him in the head with my index finger. That would teach him. Where did you get the idea for going in blind? Dylan asks. Well, if you're anything like me, you've had a hard time actually finding the time to meet someone. My schedule is quite hectic, so I thought why not create a safe zone for those with busy schedules, for those wanting to meet someone of substance. I thought that something other than an app could be viable, a place for couples to meet, a safe haven for that initial meeting. Such a great idea, so different, and as you know, our Noely gave it a shot. Would you say it was how Jack described it, as safe haven for dating? Oh, yeah, yep, the safest. So safe, the greatest of the safe. Couldn't have been more pleased with the safety, because that's what I wanted. Safety, not love or anything. Cue the hysteria. The side of Jack's jaw twitches, but that's the only sign I see of his displeasure for my answer. Laughing nervously, Dylan says, If you've been watching the show, Mr. Valentine, you would know Noely has gone out with 3 very different men from the program. She referred to them as the suit, the rebel, and the jock. Yeah, none of them worked out. I cross my arms over my chest, cutting Dylan off. From the corner of my eye, I can see Kevin's face starting to turn purple, so I add, "Timing was off with all the guys. Great program, though." I give Jack an over-exaggerated, sarcastic on my end, thumbs up.
Timing is important when you are trying to meet someone. Everyone is in different stages of their lives, and even though you might be a good match, sometimes if the timing is off, it might not work out.
Yeah, timing is precious. I drown the rest of my mimosa and twirl the stem of the glass in my hand. Tell me, Jack, would you ever participate in your own program? He eyes me suspiciously. So does Dylan, who I can see is panicking from my ad-libbed question.
I would. I have confidence it would find who I'm looking for.
And what about timing? What if that got in the way? Would you do it again? Look for another date? Dylan's head bounces back and forth between us, as if she's watching a tennis match, her mouth slightly agape, her leg bouncing nervously.
No,
Jack answers with conviction. Oh, why is that? Casually running his thumb over the brown leather of his shoe, he says,
"Because I trust the program would be right about the first match it gave me. If I have to wait and pursue someone at a later time, then I would. Because as our program states, your first match is usually the person you're most compatible with."
My nostrils flare, and before I can lash out on him, Dylan says, "Oh, it looks like we're all out of time. Jack, thank you so much for spending part of your morning with us."
"It was a pleasure."
Oh, sure it was. My mind fades as Dylan single-handedly wraps up the show, and as I wait impatiently for that red light to... Finally! I stand just as the red light goes out. I storm off toward my dressing room, getting rid of my microphone along the way. I can't be in the same room as him for one more second.
"Noely, my office,"
Kevin says as I walk past him. Ignoring his request, I shout back, "Not now, Kevin. Not fucking now." I'm not much of a swearer, or a rule breaker, or someone to ignore a boss for that matter, but right now, with Jack Valentine a few feet away from me, I need space. I need the space an ocean can only really provide. The thought of my balcony, calling to me, has me pushing forward to my dressing room, passing every nice and considerate coworker I have who is praising the show this morning. Ignoring all of them, I make a mental note to bring donuts on Monday morning for the entire crew. That will make up for my rudeness. Not bothering to show any grace, I fling my dressing room door open and close it quickly. Standing in front of my vanity mirror, I place my hands on the counter and bow my head. With my eyes squeezed shut, I try to take a few deep breaths. Jack Valentine, the owner of Going in Blind, my first blind date, the man who likes to keep his private life private, just blew my mind, and not in a good way. Why didn't I put two and two together? Maybe because he lied to me? The bastard. In a very immature and bitter voice, I say, "Hi, I'm Jack, and I'm a handsomely attractive liar and manipulator. I want love, not. But I do really want to mess around with people's minds. Come join my program. You'll find the love of your life and live happily ever after." I roll my eyes just as my door opens. Not in the mood to talk to Dylan, I say, "Dylan, please, not now." The door shuts and the lock clicks. Looking into the mirror, I catch Jack's intense gaze in the reflection. Standing ramrod straight, I turn around just in time to catch him adjust his tie and step forward.
"Not Dylan."
Feeling slightly breathless, a little caught off guard, and a whole lot of angry, I say, "Have you ever heard of knocking?"
"I have. Chose not to."
"I could have been naked."
"And that's a problem because..."
Looking stoic as ever, Jack casually sticks one of his hands in his pants pockets and studies me, heat blazing in his hungry pupils. Why me? Why didn't he find someone else to write nonsense to, give false hope to? Caught off guard from his statement and his roaming eyes, I ask, What are you doing here?" He takes another step forward, his body inching closer to mine, giving me no place to retreat, thanks to my vanity counter.
"Kevin asked if I wanted a promotional spot on the show, And after all the dates you went on, I thought it would be a good idea. Give the program a boost.
Your program sucks, I spit out. And I didn't mean what you were doing at the show. But what are you doing here, in my dressing room, with the door locked? Keeping his eyes fixed on mine, he says, I have a disgruntled member. I want to address the issue personally. My goal is to make all my members happy. I fold my arms over my chest, drawing Jack's attention to the swell of my breasts for a brief second before his eyes travel to mine. Have you been keeping tabs on me this whole time? Playing matchmaker from behind the scenes? Laughing as you set me up with men who seemed attainable but were in fact actually not?
No.
I don't believe him, and he can tell. He steps even closer.
As much as you think otherwise, I didn't get my jollies from watching you date man after man, Noely.
Only two men. As we're toe-to-toe and his dark eyes are searing me in half, I say, you make it sound like you're angry I gave the program 2 more shots, that you would rather be the man I dated, which is rubbish. Why I said that, I don't know. Because maybe I wanted to push his buttons. Maybe because he's been pushing mine since the day we met, and every unfortunate meeting after that.
Maybe I do want to date you.
Pah! But the minute Jack takes another step forward and places his hand on my hip, I clam up. What are you doing? His tall, toned body presses against mine, towering over me with a sense of power I've never felt from a man before. I've heard of men walking in a room and owning it, but I've never experienced a man walking up to me and owning the air around me. Owning me. That's exactly what Jack is doing. Your hand is on me, I point out when he doesn't answer my question. Do you realize that? Leaning back slightly, I point at his hand that's on my hip. See that? That's your hand, and it's on my hip. His thumb starts to stroke my hip bone, and a wave of chills roll up my back and down my legs.
I'm aware.
He takes one last step forward, and in one swift movement lifts me onto the counter of my vanity, spreads my legs, and nestles himself into me. The mirror lights shine furiously on Jack, and even though when I look in the mirror they don't mask my flaws, and when I stare at Jack I can't find one flaw. Not one hair out of place, not one blemish or wrinkle. He's flawless and utterly handsome. The counter height means I'm almost eye to eye with Jack as his dark irises stare into mine.
Have you missed me, Noely?
Is he drunk? I don't smell alcohol on him. Maybe he's lost his damn mind. I've heard of businessmen losing it from stress, so maybe this is a cry out for help. Have you failed to remember why we didn't have our second date?
No.
Oh, okay. I nod when both his hands circle my hips. So you remember breaking things off with me, having a little hissy fit about me mentioning your first name and then taking off, leaving me high and dry before our second date? You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, because from the way you're holding me, looking at me as if you're about to kiss me, it almost seems like you've forgotten that little tidbit.
Nope, I remember.
His hands roam up my arms to my shoulders, then to my back where he finds the zipper of my dress. My breath catches in my chest, and my hands, once pressed against the top of the counter I'm sitting on, seek and find the lapels of his jacket for support. His fingers play with the zipper, never unzipping it, just tempting me as his legs spread mine wider, causing the skirt of my dress to rise higher up my thighs. Jack, what are you doing? I ask breathlessly.
I think you know what I'm doing, Noely.
But why? We hate each other. I do. I hate this man. I truly hate him. Don't I? Leaning forward, his beard scrapes my cheek when he whispers in my ear.
I don't hate you, Noely. Do you hate me?
Yes. The sigh in my voice reveals my lie as his scruff grazes my cheek again.
I don't believe you.
His voice is low, full of sexy promises I know he can fulfill from the way his fingers play with the little flyaway hairs on the back of my neck. While one hand plays with my hair, causing me to tilt my head back ever so slightly, exposing my neck to him. Jack's other hand presses against one of my exposed thighs, causing my legs to quiver. His nose slowly runs up the column of my neck, his hand on my thigh stroking higher until he reaches the top of my leg. His finger grazes under my lifted skirt, barely skimming the backside of my butt. Within a few seconds, and very little touching, this man has my body humming and yearning for more of his addictive touch. Tell me you don't want this, Noely. Tell me you want me to stop, that you don't want me to unzip your dress and suck on your gorgeous tits. Knock, knock. Noely, let me in. Dylan. My body goes stiff under Jack's assault. Not skipping a beat, Jack presses his lips to my ear and says, Tell her you're busy, but we'll call her later. But, gripping the back of my neck, Jack bites my earlobe and then repeats himself while his thumb caresses my skin. Tell her you're busy and we'll call her later. Well, if he insists. Trying not to sound as breathless as I feel, I answer, I'm busy. Call later. What? Dylan asks, sounding annoyed. I want to talk about Jack. Come on, let me in. She knocks again. Nose running along my cheek, his body heated against mine. Lips millimeters away, he says, Tell her you'll call her later. Fingers pressed against my ass, he squeezes, hard, and then moves to the front of my dress, running his fingers along the hem until he reaches. Call you. I'll call you, I blurt, my thighs clenching together. Call you later. You're being weird. Jack's fingers draw a line along the edge of my thong. For the love of God, I'll call you later. There is a harumph from the other side of the door, and then the distinct sound of her footsteps retreating away. Thank God. Good job. Jack hums in my ear, causing my entire body to quake with need. His hand once again plays with the zipper of my dress, but this time, his fingers start to pull it down so slowly I might die if he doesn't go faster. No, tell me, Noely. Tell me you don't want this. Tell me to stop. For the life of me, I can't. I want to have all the morals in the world that say, hey, you were mean to me, therefore you don't get to have me. But I'd be lying if a little piece of me didn't think about what this might feel like. Being under Jack's strong command, feeling his body rub against mine, enter me, please me, satisfy me. I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about it every time I run into him, every time I studied him from afar. Seeing his unflappable stature, the way he draws attention from everyone around him, it's hard not to think about what it would feel like to be commanded by him. Because of that, I lean into his touch instead of away. I can't, I answer. You can't what? I want to hear it from those fuckable lips of yours. While he awaits my answer, he slowly continues to drag the zipper of my dress, one tooth at a time. Goosebumps erupt all over my skin in anticipation of what this man will do to me. I know he can ravage me, and even though he drives me crazy, that he makes me feel stupid for saying his first name on TV, and that I want nothing to do with him anymore out of pride, I slip into his little world, into his arms, into the press of his mouth against my neck. Say it, Noely. Chapter 29. Knowing this might be a mistake I'll most likely regret, I push forward anyway, because I'm past the time frame of saying no. My body wants this, and my brain is too fogged with lust to stop my body from calling all the shots. I can't tell you no. Exactly what I wanted to hear. He rumbles into my ear as his hand slides down the rest of my zipper, exposing my back to the mirror behind me. The zipper ends just at the waistband of my thong, where his fingers are sensually caressing my lower back, teasing my skin, lighting my nerves up and giving me a prelude of the kind of magic his fingers possess.
The heat of his mouth feels magnificent as his lips lower to my neck. For support, I grip his shoulders and lean into his kiss, reveling in this moment of total abandonment. I'm not this girl, the one who has sex in a dressing room with a man she should hate. But there's a little part of me, a naughty part, who wants to live in this fantasy, who wants to experience him. Despite how much Jack drives me crazy, and not in a good way, I can't say no to this. Nibbling his way up my neck, his hand works its way underneath the thin strap of my thong, only to scoop me closer to his body, causing my legs to spread even wider. When his mouth reaches my jaw, my lips part, a gasp rolling off my tongue when he licks the spot below my ear. Body on fire, mind dazed, I lean into his touch and allow myself to feel his fingers, the heat coming from him, the way his hands are working up my thigh and down to my ass. He's assaulting my senses and making me almost feel love-stupid, unable to process anything but the pounding between my legs and the burning need I have for his next move. "More," I whisper. Not responding, he works his hands to my shoulders as his mouth finds mine, pressing, sealing our connection with his soft, pliable lips. I sigh and open my mouth to his demanding tongue that takes no time searching out mine. We connect, our mouths working each other, our tongues wrestling, tangling, licking. God, I've wanted his kiss. With his mouth pressed hard against mine, he slips the top of my dress down my arms, exposing my purple lace bra. Keeping his mouth on mine, his eyes closed, he pushes my dress to my stomach. For a brief swipe, his thumbs caress my stomach and then move to my breasts where he cups them softly. I gasp into his mouth when he squeezes, my hips fling forward, connecting with his large and prominent erection. He's so hard, so determined with his tongue, demanding more, edging me to meet his every stroke, tempting me to want more. And hell do I want more. I want it all. He moves his mouth to my jaw, then my neck, and finally my collarbone where he licks, suckles, and flicks his tongue, causing a steady thrumming to take place between my thighs. His every touch makes me wetter than before. His kisses singe me, his scent entices me, urging me to move faster and faster. Pulling away, Jack brings his gaze to my breasts. A small, dark smirk crosses his lips as his fingers rub over my nipple through the fabric. "Yes," I quietly moan. "So hot," he responds, flipping the cups of my bra down and pulling out my breasts in one swift movement. Before I can say anything, his mouth sucks on one of my nipples, and my hands instinctively go to his head where I grip his hair, holding him against my chest. Wet and hot, Jack works his tongue over my nipple, flicking it and then sucking on it, hard. He repeats the process over and over, causing me to writhe beneath him, until he bites down on my nipple, his teeth making their mark. "Ah!" I cry out, thrusting my hips into his, and my chest deeper into his mouth. "Yes, more." Growling, he tends to my other breast, making the same wave of torture, biting and sucking over and over, creating a light sheen of sweat over my body. I don't think I can take the pleasure anymore, the build-up, the tension. The bundle of nerves between my legs is tightening, throbbing, thrumming for attention. Unable to control myself, wanting so much more, I begin to undo his shirt, leaving the top few buttons clasped with his tie. My hands stumble along the buttons, fumbling horribly as I blindly try to undo his shirt while his sinful mouth continues to do naughty, delicious things to my breasts. Once I have his shirt undone, except for the top button, I undo his belt buckle and pants, leaving them open but untouched. Instead, I run my hands up his stomach, surprised by every divot and tight muscle I feel beneath my fingertips. This suit, this businessman,
This closed-off and prickly human has a toned and cut body, something you see on Men's Health, not underneath a starched suit. I'm shocked, but even more turned on from the surprise. My fingers tickle along his skin, soaking in the soft feeling and memorizing every sinew and corded muscle rippling under my touch, urging me to his pecs where I flick his nipples with my fingertips. "Fuck," he groans against my breast, disengaging briefly to catch his breath. When he lifts his head, the stormy look in his eyes I'm so used to disappears, and I'm captured by the look of unrestrained lust. His hands go to the hem of my dress, reach up and pull down my thong, which he then tosses to the ground. "Back pocket," he grunts. "Condom in my wallet." Not even taking a second to think about what he's demanding, because Jack doesn't ask. I reach around him, remove the condom from his wallet, and rip the foil open. Hands still on my thighs, Jack looks at me through his lashes and says, "Put it on, slowly." My breathing picks up as every nerve ending in my body is on fire. Mouth watering, hands shaky. I lower his black Calvin Klein boxer briefs and expose his impressive erection. Sweet Jesus, he's huge. I glance at him and catch the small smile that plays across his lips. He's satisfied with my reaction. Prideful. Hell, I'll give him this cocky moment because the man is packing something large. Hallelujah. I roll the top of the condom over the crown of his penis and, like he asked, slowly roll it down, inch by very long and thick inch, until it's at the root of his cock. When I look for more direction, he spreads my legs even wider and nestles the head at my entrance. "So fucking wet," he whispers. I'll admit, I love seeing his neck muscles contract as he strains for self-control. Gripping his length, he runs the head up and down my wet slit. I prop my hands behind me, pressing my chest forward, and bracing myself as my head falls back, loving the feeling of his sheathed cock running up and down my arousal, feeling how turned on I am. "God, you're beautiful, Noely," Jack mumbles right before inserting himself inside me in one hard thrust. My eyes shoot open, and a gasp falls out of my wide-open mouth. My breasts begin to bounce as Jack starts to thrust in and out, his hands gripping my thighs, pulling me in with every thrust. There is nothing I can do but brace myself against this powerful man who seems to have lost all control as he slams into me, his balls bouncing off my ass, his fingers pressing deeply into my muscles, his sweat-coated hands never letting up on their grip. "God, yes," I moan when he starts to bottom out, widening my legs even more. The girth of his cock, the length of it, the way he swivels his hips in and out has me aching for more, quaking for a finish, bursting to scream his name at the top of my lungs. "So tight, so perfect," he grunts, picking the pace up, sliding in and out with such force that my toes start to tingle and my vision starts to tunnel. The prickling of my skin, the throb of my clit, the hammering, my stomach clenching with each thrust. So hard, so forceful, so freaking good. "Oh God," I whisper, my teeth biting down on my lip as my inner walls start to contract. Jack growls and swivels his hips even more. And that does it. My orgasm finally consumes me as everything around me fades and the euphoric feeling ripping through me takes over. Jack stills inside me. He grunts as his head falls to my shoulder, his breathing erratic, just like mine. I don't think I've ever come that hard, and from the look in Jack's eyes when he lifts from my shoulder, neither has he. His chest heaving, his hair disheveled from his thrusting, and his clothes out of place, he pulls out of me, disposes his condom, and quickly cleans up. Feeling shy, I put my breasts back in my bra and scoot the hem of my skirt down. But before I can pull my dress back up, Jack cups my neck and pulls me close to him for a searing kiss that reaches my toes. Barely pulling away, he speaks softly. Go out with me. I must be in a serious post-coitus fog, because I swear he just told me to go out with him. What? I ask, leaning back to study his features. Go out with me, Noely. Yep, okay, I heard him correctly. Snapping my legs shut, I push past him, right my dress, and tried to zip it up with my back turned to him. When he sees me struggling, he steps behind me. His body heat hits me hard as his fingers graze across my exposed skin when he helps me with my zipper. Holding me in place, he kisses my neck gently, sending my mind into a tailspin. Did he just tell me to go out with him? But better yet, did I just have sex with him? From the gleeful way my body is feeling, I'm going to say that's a yes. And not just sex. Oh Lord, not just sex. I didn't believe sex could actually be so salacious, erotic, carnal. What the hell was I thinking? Oh God, I look like such a slut, and don't try to tell me I don't. I know what you're thinking. Look at that Noely chick. She just had sex with a guy who dropped her like a pelican with no wings. Ignore the reference, I have no idea where that came from. Giving in to him the minute he stuck her breast in his mouth. Yes, this is true. I let the nipple-sucking happen, but... God, there is no excuse. I'm Slutzilla, climbing dicks like skyscrapers. Be disgusted, because I am. What the hell was that? I ask, stepping away and crossing my arms over my chest. Looking a little confused, Jack fixes his clothes and says, from what I know, that was sex. I know what it was. I take a deep breath. I know that was sex. I'm asking what the hell it was for. Well, usually sex is for pleasure and for procreating. Since we used a condom and are not in a position to be raising a child together at the moment, I'm going to say it was for pleasure. But then again, if you thought we were procreating, I'm going to have to. I know we weren't making a child. Jesus, Jack. I fling my arms in the air. Why the hell did you come in here? To get what you didn't get on our second date? Well, congratulations, you got it. Now you can leave. To say I'm upset with myself is an understatement. I got caught up in the moment, in the feel of his body, in the way he made me tingle from head to toe, and I'd be lying if I denied wanting that to happen. But now, I feel stupid, used, cheap. Noely, he says sternly, taking a step toward me. I hold my hand out to stop him. Don't, Jack. Just don't, okay? I shake my head. Why, Noely? Why didn't you have an ounce of self-control? Why? Please, just leave. This was a mistake, a giant one. Why was it a mistake? Your body didn't think so. Neither did mine. He takes another step forward, causing me to back into the wall. Growing angrier with him and myself by the second, I answer, Do you not remember how we ended things? You shut me out. You were the one to call it quits over something so asinine. I said your first name, and that was it. It wasn't like I said I dated Jack Valentine, the owner of Going and Blind. I shake my head. Gain a little perspective, Jack. We had a connection, something I thought could grow into a beautiful relationship, but you threw it away. Threw me away. Blowing out a heavy breath, I walk past him to retrieve my purse. I need to get out of this room. I need to get away from him, from this shitty, shitty day. But before I can make my way to the couch for my purse, Jack stops me with his hand on my wrist. Eyes cast forward, head bent down, he says, I got scared. Not giving in, I say, Scared isn't my problem. You should have been a man and talked to me rather than running away. Yanking my hand away from him, I say, This was a mistake. Please don't consider it an open window to a relationship we could have had, because as far as I'm concerned, the chapter about us is closed. I hate him. I hate myself. I hate this. With that, I grab my purse, fling my dressing room door open, and take off toward my car, face probably red, and a little stumble in my step from my wobbly yet angry legs.
This biscotti is to die for. Want a bite? Dylan asks from her side of the little bistro table we're sitting at outside one of my favorite coffee shops in Malibu. I'm good. I spin my coffee cup in my hand, staring at the lipstick-stained opening of the to-go top. Yep, grabbed the wrong lipstick today. Not surprised, since I can tell I'm wearing my underwear backwards and have my left contact lens in my right eye. Pay attention, ladies. This is what happens to you when you let yourself get fucked senseless by someone you should stay as far away from as possible. And, it's not that Jack isn't a great guy or we don't have a lot in common, because we do. Hell, we know how to have one hell of a good time together. But it comes down to morals. And I had none yesterday. 0. He hurt me, made me feel so stupid, and yet when he claimed me, I couldn't resist. That's called lust, uncontrollable lust, and now, on the day after, I'm suffering with the biggest regret hangover one could ever imagine. You're starting to annoy me with your woe is me attitude. Are you still mad about this Jack thing? I mean, it sucks, yeah, he didn't tell you he owned Going in Blind, and yet that might have been deceitful, but at this point, who cares? You've moved past him. Oh, if she only knew. Which reminds me, are you really not going to ask for another date? I shake my head. No, not after knowing Jack owns the place. I'm sure he's keeping tabs on me. Also, the first date is a given. The second is acceptable, because not everyone hits it off on their first blind date. The third date is pushing my luck, and the fourth would be downright desperate. I can't show my face there again. It would be completely humiliating. They see so many people every day, I don't think they'd remember you. She is so wrong. Danny saw the mess I was on my date with Hayden. Veronica probably did too. I have lost every ounce of respect for myself, so I can't expect it from them. They know me by name there. Dylan snorts, which should piss me off, but at this point, I've given up caring. I know this is going to sound cliché from a scorned woman in my position, but I'm done with men. Dylan grandiosely rolls her eyes, making a giant spectacle out of her response. Oh, please, you're not done with men. You say that and just watch. You're going to fall for a man who accidentally is plopped on your lap. Happens in all the movies. The heroine swears off men and then all of a sudden, bam, she's married. That's not going to happen here. I promise. I think I'm cursed. I had 3 wonderful men I could have dated and none of them worked out. None of them wanted me for the long term. Maybe you didn't brush your teeth enough. Dylan shrugs her shoulder and sticks the rest of her biscotti in her mouth. What? My brow creases. What does that have to do with anything we're talking about? Dylan flicks her front tooth with her fingernail. You have a poppy seed stuck in your tooth. In an instant, I'm running my tongue over my tooth. Maybe you had food in your teeth while eating your fancy meals with these men. That could have been a real turnoff. I shake my head. I don't know why I talk to you. I press my palm to my forehead, my elbow leaning on the table. It wasn't because of something in my teeth. Believe me, I didn't have anything in my teeth. How do you know? You didn't know about the poppy seed. Could have been food in the teeth. It wasn't food in the teeth, I shout, drawing attention from the people around us. Everything just seemed so off when I was with each guy. Like with Jack, something so benign threw him for a loop. Back, he was so amazing, so hot. Dylan points out with a smile. Yes, so hot, but his reserve put a huge line in the road between us. And then Hayden. That poor bastard. Still hung up on an old relationship. I take a sip of my coffee. And what sucks is that honestly, they all seemed so perfect for me, but not ready for what I wanted. Dylan wistfully shakes her head. The suit, the rebel, and the jock. If you had to choose, given they were free of all demons, who would you choose? I press my lips together, trying to compare them in my head, which I'm learning is an impossible feat. I have no idea, honestly. They were different in their own way, but could fit easily into my life, into my heart. Could they, though, fit into my heart and life? Would I really have been able to fit into theirs? Jack's? No. He made that clear. Case closed. Beck's? No. He was so reticent to offer anything of substance to know if I'd fit. And Hayden's? With my schedule and his traveling, would we have fit together? If I add up how much time I actually spent with each guy, did I really have enough information to believe in a happily ever after with any of them? Yes, the blind date idea can work wonders when you're matched with someone. But it takes intentional time to work out the glitches, to see the future, to believe in long-wanted possibilities. I sigh and press my head against the table. This is stupid. In her absent-mindedly, motherly way, Dylan pats my head and strokes my hair. There. If you want, Chad has a few accountant buddies who rock the numbers well, know Excel formulas by heart, and have a steady collection of calculators. Something rather riveting to see in person. The evolution of the little counting machines is fascinating. We can set you up with one of them. Who knows? Short-sleeved plaid shirts might be exactly what you're looking for. Yeah, that's a big fat no. I shake my head, no, unable to stomach the thought of going out with one other man at this point. Playing the get-to-know-you game, asking the same damn questions over and over again. No, thank you. I'll pass. It's time to accept my reality. I'm joining the ranks of the single ladies. By far the safest choice for my heart. Chapter 30. Press the button! Press the button! I shout at the TV, my mouth full of popcorn, my feet dressed in fluffy socks, and my body draped in an oversized t-shirt that covers my knees and elbows. Come on! I bounce on my sofa, praying one of the coaches from The Voice presses their button for the girl who's singing her heart out on stage. I don't get to watch much TV during the weekdays, so I make sure to record my favorite shows and binge watch on Sundays. It's the perfect way to be lazy and forget about the world around me. It's been a little over a week since my dressing room mishap, and I'm still trying to find ways to distract myself. Just as the beautiful-voiced girl finishes her song, Adam Levine presses his button. The crowd goes wild, the girl starts to cry, and I feel myself getting choked up. That's right, Adam, you sexy beast. You press that button. I toss a piece of popcorn at the TV when they show Blake Shelton. Moron, I mutter, just as my phone beeps at me with a notification. I glance over at my phone on the arm of my navy blue sofa and see a notification from the GIB app. I have a message. What? Picking up my phone, I study the notification for a few seconds, as if I'm waiting for it to telepathically tell me what it says. Surely I wasn't set up with another date. Is Jack messing around with me? Did Hayden change his mind? Can you tell I might be still holding out for him, just a little? Feeling curious and a little self-destructive, I open the app. Expecting to see a handle I know like Wins or Not or even Rebel with a Cause, I'm surprised when there is a completely new message waiting for me from a very familiar handle. NY152. I know this handle. I know it very well, and I know the story it belongs to, or movie, per se. Noely, don't you love Malibu in the fall? It makes me want to buy a bouquet of newly sharpened pencils. Don't you agree? Me. What kind of message is that? Who loves Malibu and the... And then it clicks. Duh. It's the first email Tom Hanks sends in You've Got Mail. Joe Fox writes Kathleen Kelly and says, "Don't you love New York in the fall? It makes me want to buy a bouquet of newly sharpened pencils." NY152 is Joe Fox's handle in the movie. Confused, intrigued, and shamelessly giddy, I cautiously write back. NY152. Charming, but confusing. Who are you? Noely. I sit back on my sofa, wishing this app worked more like a text, so I could see if they were typing back. The only thing that indicates they might be reading my note is the green circle next to their name, which shows that they're logged into the app. I turn my attention to The Voice just when my phone beeps with another message. Pausing the show, I open the app again and read, Noely,
what if I were to tell you I could possibly be the suit, the rebel, or the jock? Would you be interested in seeing one of them again? Maybe give one of them a second chance, or have you written them all off? Me. Stunned, I lean back on my sofa, staring at the message in front of me. Is this a joke? Or is this real? Could this just be a viewer? No, because they wouldn't have my handle. The only ones who have my going in blind handle would be the 3 men I dated. And they're the ones who know about my you've got mail obsession. I shared my obsession with all of them, and I watched the movie with Hayden. Twisting my lips to the side, I contemplate my answer. Could I give any of them a second chance? Well, I know who I won't want to give a second chance to. But Hayden and Beck? Hell, possibly. Beck told me to call him if things didn't work out. Did he catch the show when I said nothing happened with the jock? He was very intense and handsy at the hockey game. What about Hayden? He was always very gentle and slow when it came to our relationship because another girl still owned his heart. If they're out of the picture now, why wouldn't he simply message me that? Say he is ready. He did talk a lot about Joe Fox and his swagger. Thinking back to our conversations, hell, he said he'd woo me Joe Fox style. Is it Hayden? And would I want to give him a second chance? I think I would. But what if it isn't Hayden? What if it's Jack? The alpha suit that thinks he can get what he wants. I've endured a lifetime of Jack Valentine already. Could I risk putting myself out there one more time in the off chance it's neither Hayden or Beck, but Jack? I gnaw on the side of my cheek, thinking over my options. Is the possibility of finding my forever worth the headache of things not working out again? My little romantic heart is saying yes. What is love without risk? I know I was just swearing off men, but maybe, just maybe, this could be it. I've admitted to having an intimate connection with each man. It wouldn't be like I was starting from ground zero, but more like picking up where we left off. Gaining more and more confidence with each internal thought, I type a message back. NY152. A second chance? Could be possible. But first I need to ask you, who are you? The suit, the rebel, or the jock? Noely. It doesn't take him long to reply back. Noely, where's the fun in that? I couldn't possibly give away my identity just yet. All in good time, beautiful. Me. NY512. Are you've got mailing me? Noely. Noely, indeed I am. Until tomorrow, have a good night, beautiful. Me. Staring at my phone, feeling slightly breathless and definitely restless, I'm amazed. Which man is now determined to woo me? But for the life of me, I can't pinpoint the who. So instead of trying to solve the puzzle, for the first time, I'm going to go along for the ride. Chapter 31. Noely. Confession. I spent an entire weekend watching random documentaries on Netflix. From Blackfish to Twinsters to The Propaganda Game. But in all honesty, my favorite documentary was easily I Know That Voice. There's something about voice acting that intrigued me, something I always thought I could possibly be good at. A dream come true would be to have a cameo on The Simpsons or in some Seth MacFarlane production. Bonus dream points if the character looks like me. Me. NY152. Since I don't really know who this is, you've thrown me for a loop. Because between the 3 men I went out with, I can't imagine any of them wanting to be a voice actor, let alone it being their dream to have a cameo on an animated show. As I sit here trying to determine who you might be, not one of you is coming to mind. Color me confused. Noely. Noely. Maybe stop trying to guess who I am. Instead, get to know me on a different level. This is your chance to learn to love my soul rather than the person you've perceived me to be. And for what it's worth, I think with your voice inflections and charisma, you could rock it as a voice actor. Me. NY152. Learn to love your soul, huh? Those are some strong words, dropping the L word so early on in the game, but I'll take you up on your challenge. Voice acting would never be my thing. I think I would feel silly trying to act in a microphone, but if I was offered a cameo on Days of Our Lives, now that's something I would jump on before they could finish offering me the gig. But one requirement I have would be a good drink tossed to someone's face. I've always wanted to throw a drink in someone's face out of pure anger. Noely. Noely. I'm currently taking notes to never truly piss you off. Drink up the nose isn't something I'm fond of. Believe it or not, I've had a drink tossed in my direction, and with the right angle and liquid, you can do some real nostril damage. Maybe I can show you one day. I can throw a Bloody Mary up your nose. See if you like it. Me. NY152. A Bloody Mary? That's what you want to toss at me? A chunky, peppery, hot saucy Bloody Mary? Why on earth is that the drink you would choose when trying to woo me? Believe it or not, I'm not looking for a celery stick to nail me between the eyes. Noely. Noely. Be glad I didn't suggest one of those fruity drinks with an umbrella. The result of that kind of drink toss would probably land you in the hospital with an eye patch dangling in your future. A Bloody Mary is tame compared to pineapple umbrella drink in the face. Trust me, you're getting off easy. Me. NY152. It's greatly concerning how much you know about drinks to faces. I'm starting to question your vast knowledge on the topic. Do I need to worry? Should I have a Bloody Mary on hand whenever I'm around you, just in case I need to be ready for a good dousing to your face? Noely. Noely. I would like to say leave the Bloody Mary at home, but then again, who am I to deny someone's request of a conceal and carry Bloody Mary? I'll be honest. Load that purse up. You never know when you need to douse someone's nostrils with a vodka-soaked nutritional breakfast. I just hope I'm not on the receiving end of your tomato cocktail. Me.
This one is too heavy. Aunt Noely, please help me.
Turning toward Chloe, I eye the pumpkin she's trying to pick up. Sweetie, first of all, that's a fake pumpkin. Second of all, it's nailed into the concrete, so you can't have that one.
But you said any pumpkin.
I did, but I meant any real pumpkin. Chloe eyes the nailed-down pumpkin, then puts her hand on her hip.
Semantics,
she yells, flinging her arms in the air and storming off toward the array of already picked pumpkins next to a grandstand where an old folk singer is strumming his guitar, singing a country-esque tune into a microphone. What I'm confused about is how a 5-year-old knows how to use the word semantics. Got to love that ocean breeze, Alex says next to me, taking a deep breath. A pumpkin patch on the beach doesn't really scream fall, but that's Malibu for you. Your daughter just tried to take the fake pumpkin over there that belongs to the giant Cinderella carriage. Alex takes in the pumpkin and brings his cup of hot apple cider to his mouth. Mind you, it's 80 degrees out with a light breeze. Glad she's thinking big, and you should have encouraged her. I would have loved to tire her out a little more, trying to unhinge that pumpkin from the cement. You're pathetic. I look around. Where's Lauren? Alex nods to the side. Playing giant chess with that old man over there. She's in the zone and asked not to be bothered. Why am I not surprised? Propping my feet on the bench of the picnic table I'm sitting on, I rest my arms on my legs and take in the families milling about the beach, picking at pumpkins, playing yard games, building sandcastles. So weird. And enjoying a nice hot cup of apple cider. Don't you love Malibu in the fall? I chuckle to myself. There is no difference from summer Malibu to fall Malibu, except for the abundance of pumpkin spice-flavored everything. Which reminds me. I'm going to get a pumpkin spice muffin. Do you want anything? Oh, grab half a dozen. We can all partake in a little fall delight. Alex chimes like a douche. Patting my brother on the shoulder, I start to walk away and say, maybe lay off on waxing your balls for a bit. You're starting to sound like a lady. Bare balls are just as enjoyable as a bare vagina. Why do I even bother? I take off before he can go into detail about his bare balls. Making my way toward the food truck, I dig my sandal-covered feet through the sand, past Lauren, who seems to be trash-talking an old man, and right in line where I consider my muffin options. Should I go with 6 pumpkin spice or a variety?
Well, hello there, Noely.
My eyes squeeze shut, and for the life of me, I can't figure out why I keep running into this man, why the universe insists upon him continuing to show up in my life. I'd never seen him before our first date. Coincidental? Or are the dating gods drunk and having way too much inebriated fun? Turning around, trying to be polite, I say, "Jack, good to see you." When I look into his eyes, they are full of humor and what seems like adoration. Odd. But what is even more odd is this is the first time I'm seeing Jack Valentine in anything but a suit. Instead of his classic 3-piece set with accompanied Windsor knot, he's sporting a pair of dark-wash jeans and a very simple white polo that clings sexily to his build and broad chest. I've touched that chest, that gorgeous, muscled... Stop. He's wearing sandals, and his beard almost looks scraggly, like he decided to not trim the sides this morning, giving him an infinite amount of sex appeal. Damn men and their irresistible facial hair. Smiling, those beautiful dark eyes sparkling with mirth, he nods at the truck and asks, "What you getting?" Whatcha? Did the suit, Mr. Fancy Pants, just say, "Whatcha getting"? What happened to being prim and proper? "Muffins!" I almost shout, trying to check my voice level to a normal pitch. Looking around, I ask, "What are you doing here? Don't you think a single man at a family pumpkin patch full of children looks weird?" Chuckling, looking lighter than ever, he says, "I'm here with my sister and her 2 munchkins. What about you? Single lady in a pumpkin patch doesn't scream normal either." "My brother and sister-in-law invited me. Their 5-year-old is kind of obsessed with me," I joke. I don't blame her. Jack's lips turn into one of his gorgeous smirks. Feeling uneasy, I skid my foot on the ground. "Well, I guess I'll get back to my muffins." Turning around, I face the line that's 5 people deep in front of me. Out of all the times for the line to be super slow and long, it has to be now, with Jack's eyes burning a hole in my back. Standing still, eyes fixated on everything but the man behind me, I bite on the side of my lip, skin prickling with awareness. Could this be any more awkward?
"You know, you can talk to me,"
Jack whispers, his head inches from mine. My spine straightens from his proximity, and my shoulders tense. "I'm okay waiting in silence," I answer without turning toward him. Stepping up next to me, Jack says, "Still mad?" I should have known I couldn't get away with that question. My nostrils flare, and I allow him to bait me. Facing him, I say, "Not mad, just not interested. You had your chance, Jack."
"Who says I want another chance? I only want to be friends."
He wants to be friends. Is he trying to get on my good graces? Could he be NY152? Thinking over my conversations with NY152, I decide to test him. If I'm going to have to stand in line with him, then I can make the most of it at least. "Why do you want to be friends?" I ask skeptically. He shrugs, hands in pockets, his triceps flexing with each movement he makes.
"I like you, Noely. You make me smile and are easy to talk to. I can see my chance at being with you has slipped past me, but maybe we could be friends."
Is he for real right now? I feel like I don't even recognize this man, this subdued, sweet, and very casual man. He's a far cry from domineering alpha in a dark suit. I'm caught off guard, to be honest. Mulling it over, I decide not to answer him. "What's your favorite brunch drink?" Confused, brow pinched together, Jack asks.
"What?"
"Let's say you're out to brunch with your fancy folk. You know, the other suits in your life.
"Businessmen don't do brunch."
Exasperated, I say, "Fine, you're on a date. Is it with you?" "What?" I shake my head. "No, stop interrupting me."
Well, if the date is with you, that changes things. I'd want to impress you, so my brunch choices wouldn't be the same.
Hand on hip, I answer, "You're frustrating, you know that?" He shrugs and gives me a boyish smile. "You are not on a date with me. How about with your sister? That should be easy to answer." He nods for me to continue, thank God. "Okay, so you're sitting down for brunch with your sister and you think, hey, wouldn't it be great if we got drinks?" She agrees, so you pick your favorite breakfast drink. Alcoholic breakfast drink. What do you choose? Looking more confused than ever, he asks,
"What does this have to do with anything? Is this an initiation question you ask anyone who wants to be friends with you?"
"Just answer the damn question." He pauses, still looking at me as if I'm crazy. "Come on, just say it. Just say Bloody Mary. If he says Bloody Mary, I know it's him. I'll know he's NY152.
"I guess it's never too early for a tequila sunrise."
Blowing out a frustrated breath, I fold my arms over my chest and turn away from him.
Was that not the right answer? Does this mean we're not friends now? Was the right answer mimosa, since that's what you drink on the show? Okay, I changed my answer to mimosa.
You can't change your answer. You've already put it out there. Frustrated and confused by the change in Jack, his more easygoing attitude, I say, "Can we just get our muffins and part ways? I don't—" Before I can finish my sentence, Jack is hauling me out of line. I was 3 people away from the front, damn it, and taking me behind a storage unit. "Hey, they're not going to give me my spot in line back." I look behind me right before he closes me off to the public.
"I'll get you muffins after this.
He blows out a frustrated breath as he runs his hand down his face.
I just need to get something off my chest, okay?"
Demanding. There's the Jack Valentine I know. Not taking my goading, he says,
"I was burned by a girlfriend in the past. My fiancé, actually."
I straighten up once Jack's face blanches.
"When I told you I was scared the other day, I meant it. I'm very protective of my personal life and my family because I was once dragged through the mud by my ex, selling out to my competitors, giving them personal information and key business decisions that hurt not only me but also my family. We've recovered, but I was scarred by that."
He grips the back of his neck, and I watch his bicep bulge against the tight sleeve of his polo.
"When you said my name on TV, I freaked out. Am I proud of what I did? No, not in the slightest. I truly regret what I did, because every time I run into you, I see the beautifully intelligent and dynamic woman I foolishly let slip from my grasp."
My breathing hitches in my chest, and my mouth goes dry.
"I know maybe in a different world, another chapter, we could have shared the kind of relationship I'm striving for, but I'm not blind to see I've burned my bridge where you're concerned."
Then what are you looking for? I ask, feeling breathless, a little unsure, and regretful for what could have been. Smiling sadly, Jack grips my hand in his and plays with my fingers.
"I guess I want to try to build that bridge with friendship. I know that's asking a lot, but I want us to be civil when we see each other. Even though you pissed off is hot, I would rather have a conversation with you than watch your fine ass stomp away in frustration."
This man can't be real. He's so up and down, so hot and cold, and now he wants to be friends, legit friends. Is that something I can do? The man before me is gorgeous. Knowing how attracted to him I am, I don't think I can be friends. But from the desperate look in his eyes, the pleading coming from the chocolate pools, I find myself nodding. We can be friends. And then it happens. That devastating smile comes to life, causing my heart to skip a beat.
"Yeah?"
I nod while swallowing hard.
"Sounds good."
Looking over my shoulder, he nods and says,
"Line is almost gone. I'll get us some muffins."
With the tip of my chin, he takes off, just like that, as if we're in elementary school, confirming friendship and then taking off. I don't know, but for some reason I expected more, like rules or what to anticipate when it comes to being his friend. But instead, I'm left wondering what the hell this is all about. When I finally gather my thoughts together, Jack is walking toward me, 2 bakery boxes in hand. Here, I got you 6 pumpkin spice muffins and a variety for the other 6. Try the cheesecake. It's my favorite. With a wink, he hands me the box and says, "See you around, friend." What the hell? Chapter 32. It's totally Jack. Dylan tips a bag of Fritos into her mouth and talks while chewing. It's obvious. She rolls her eyes. He wants to be your friend? Yeah, right. He's totally Joe Foxing you right now. Remember in You've Got Mail when Joe Fox decides to turn a new leaf after he breaks up with that horrid woman? Where he has a serious talk with his dad and realizes he wants to be happy, and the only one who can do that is Kathleen Kelly? Dylan points at me and then licks her fingers. You're so Kathleen Kelly, and he's trying to make things right again. Hello, Captain Obvious. The thought has crossed my mind, but when I mentioned breakfast drinks, there was not even the slightest hint of recognition. He's either a really good actor or he's not NY152. I don't know, Dylan. Yes, Jack's actions are rather weird and suspicious, but I'm not convinced he's NY152. Oh, come on. Who do you think it is? Beck? He's too busy humping girls on heavy machinery to spend his time wooing you over a dating app. Hayden? Well, hell, I kind of wish it was him, but I have an inkling it isn't. Yeah, is that the same inkling that told you to eat a bag of Fritos after our workout? Or you might have a bad rest of your day? As a matter of fact, it is. Dylan crumbles her chip bag and tosses it into the trash can next to her. I know you want it to be Beck or Hayden, but I really think it's Jack. She takes a sip of her orange soda and wiggles her fingers at me. Let me see the messages once more. No. I stand and toss my empty kale smoothie in the trash. I don't want to listen to you dissect the messages again. You make no sense when you do that. Bloody Mary isn't code word for something else. You never know until you fully dissect everything. I roll my eyes and wave to my friend. See you tomorrow morning. When I walk away, I pull my phone from my bag and light up the screen to see there is a new notification. Giddy, I go to open it when I run right into a wall. A muscular wall. Flying backward, my phone dropping to the ground, my ass joining it, I look up a little dazed to see Hayden hovering over me. Shit, I'm sorry, Noely, I didn't see you there. He fumbles around, pocketing his phone quickly and helping me to my feet while picking up my phone as well. Once standing, he hands me my phone and squats to look me in the eyes. Are you okay? I'm so sorry. I guess we were both kind of buried in our phones. I guess so. I laugh nervously. What are you doing here? Don't the Quakes have their own gym? They do. Hayden chuckles. But there is an acupuncturist here that came highly recommended. Normally, she would come to the sports training facility, but she has a commitment tonight, and I need treatment like yesterday. So she said if I could make the drive, she could get me in. Is it Patricia? That's her. Have you worked with her before? I shake my head. No, but Dylan swears by her. What's bothering you? Right shoulder blade and rotator cuff. It's been stiff for days, and I haven't been able to shake the pain. I'm hoping this gets me on the right track. Hayden grips his shoulder as he speaks. Me too. We need you out there on the ice. I smile at him, which in return makes him smile. So damn sweet. I've missed you, Noely. That smile of yours is addictive. Turning my phone over and over in my hand, I'm tempted to ask him. The question is on the tip of my tongue, but the fear of being disappointed makes me hesitate. I've missed you too. Seems like you're doing well, though. A winning record and holding the most goals on the team so far. I would say you're killing it. The guys have been awesome to work with, that's for sure. Hayden! Dylan says, walking toward us with her gym bag in hand, phone in the other. Look at you, all meaty and muscly. What are you doing here? He has an appointment with Patricia for acupuncture. I answer for him, my nerves spiking with the presence of Dylan. She has a loose tongue and will say anything without thinking. I can only imagine. "Do you like Bloody Marys, Hayden?" Dylan asks, leaning against the wall of the hallway, twirling her hair, looking innocent. I know her intentions aren't the least bit innocent. Politely, Hayden smirks at Dylan and nods. "Love them." Facing me, he checks his watch. "I hate to be rude, but I better get going. Ladies, it's been great seeing you again." He presses his hand on my arm and softly says, "Take care, Noely." With a parting look, he heads toward the acupuncture room, leaving me with a pounding heart, a tingling sensation on my arm, and a wandering mind. Is it him? "Doesn't he have a game tonight?" Dylan asks, completely ignoring the Bloody Mary comment along with the little glances he shot my way. "Not until 7. "Wow, he must really need the acupuncture." Twisting off the wall, she walks toward the exit. I chase after her and yank on her shoulder so she has to face me. "Are you just going to ignore his Bloody Mary comment, or the way his body language was clearly angled and interested in me?" "It's not him," Dylan says, brushing me off. "Why would he say Bloody Mary then?" "Maybe because he has horrible taste buds and really likes them." "Dylan, that can't be just a coincidence." Placing her hands on my shoulders, she levels with me. "Think what you want, but it's not him. I know it's not." Just like when you knew Tom Brady was going to break his leg last season and he never did, that was the biggest upset you could have predicted. Break a leg has many meanings. I don't have to defend myself here. I know it's not him. Think what you want, but I think it's Hayden. NY152 fits the bill for Hayden. Sweet, funny, and super hot with his words. Plus, Bloody Marys. Dylan rolls her eyes and shifts the strap of her bag on her shoulder. "Okay, but when it's not him, don't make me tell you I told you so." I'm finally home after the gym, Dylan's predictions, running errands, and the grocery store where I might have gotten myself a gallon of strawberry ice cream and chocolate shell syrup. It goes against everything my trainer has put on my food chart for the week. But now I don't care. I need ice cream. I need all the ice cream. Settled on my couch, I flip the TV to the Quakes game, bring my bowl of ice cream to one of my knees, and hold my phone in the other. I haven't had a chance to look at my messages yet, so I'm dying to see what's waiting for me. There are 2 messages. Noely, I just settled into my new house and I need to make an announcement. Decorating isn't my strong suit. What's with all the patterns, textures, colors, and matching but not matching? I went to the store today to get some curtains and wound up buying a spatula, wicker basket, and a candle that smells like leather. Weird thing is, I don't like wicker. Do you think I can get away with decorating with the basket, spatula, and candle and call it a day? Desperately awaiting your opinion, me. New home. Hayden was looking for a place. Did he finally find a place? That would make the most sense. Opening up the next message, I read that one as well. Noely, I read something today about wasp spray and how every household should carry a bottle in their nightstand in case someone breaks into their house. Compared to mace, wasp spray has a farther, more accurate stream for attacking purposes. And clearly, wasp spray to the face doesn't seem like a walk in the park to me. Do you have wasp spray in your nightstand, among other things? Don't worry if you don't. I had 5 cans sent to the studio for you. When you spray someone in the face with it, think of me. But let's hope you don't ever have to spray someone. Unless they're annoying. Then spray the shit out of them. Me. Chuckling to myself, I type out a response. NY152. First of all, congratulations on the house. That's amazing, and I'm pretty sure decorating with a spatula, wicker basket, and candle is the new style. So rock it. As for the wasp spray, I can't say that I've been so lucky to have such a weapon at my disposal. Or have I had it in my nightstand, for that matter. But there are other things in there. It's a shame you're having the wasp spray delivered, which won't be hard to explain at all when it shows up, because it would have been nice to see you deliver it to me personally. See what I'm trying to say here? Noely. Noely. Getting impatient, I see. All in good time. I have to make sure you're truly, madly in love with me before I show myself. What if we meet up, like in You've Got Mail, in the middle of a garden, and you see me turn a corner and think, oh crap, him. That's not a risk I'm willing to take. I want you to be like Kathleen Kelly when she cries and says, I wanted it to be you. I wanted it to be you so badly. Until I think you're truly ready, I'm going to wait patiently and read your words. Me. NY152. Trying to make my heart pitter-patter? Well, you're doing a good job at it. Now, if only you would do it in person. But I can see where you want to be utterly confident. You know there was always something wrong with each date I went on. Sorry to say, but the suit, the rebel, and the jock were not perfect, despite what they might think. Noely. I send my message, smiling to myself. I'm totally goading him, wanting to see his reaction. If it were Jack or Beck, I could see them countering their response with an overconfident, yeah, right. But Hayden, he's more sensitive, so I could see him answering, wait a minute. I focus on the game in front of me and turn up the volume. Leaning forward, I search for, son of a bitch, I whisper just as my phone dings with a message from NY152. Hayden skates across the ice, handling the puck with ease past defenders and passing it off to Sven, who takes a shot but misses, the puck reflected off the shoulder pad of the goalie. And then there were two. I open up the message from NY152. Noely. Something wrong with each date? Doubtful when it came to ours. Hell, I keep thinking about our first date and how you so easily captivated me. You're thinking about 3 dates. I have some competition. Don't worry, I'm up for the challenge. Me. I twist my lips to the side. Nice try, NY152, I say in a smarmy voice. Unless Hayden is messaging me and skating at the same time, which doesn't seem to be the case since both hands are on his stick right now, I'm going to rule out him being a possibility. Huh, and I really thought it could have been him. And what's weird is, I'm not devastated it isn't. I never felt he was really mine to start with. Not as hard, anyway. That leaves the suit and the rebel, Jack and Beck. I have no idea, or even small inkling, who NY152 is, but I might as well point out his slip-up. NY152. I would say I'm thinking more about 2 dates right now. I applaud your attempt to keep your identity hidden, but I must say, you've made a mistake. You see, I said on the show I was dating a jock. I didn't say what sport, but I will tell you this. As I talk to you, I'm watching him skate around on the ice right now. On TV. So your little mystery is down to 2. It's just between the suit and the rebel now. Are you getting nervous? Noely. Not even trying to hide it, he responds within minutes. Noely. Well, damn. I guess I'm losing my touch. I've gotten too relaxed. You're keeping me on my toes. I promise I won't have another slip-up. Me. NY152. Another slip-up would actually make my day. Noely. Chapter 33. Noely. Coffee. How do you take it? Me. NY152. With lots of chocolate. I can't stand the bitter taste of coffee, but I crave the caffeine. Dunkin' Donuts makes a chocolate donut-flavored coffee that I dump half a packet of sugar-free hot cocoa into. I give it a good stir, and voila, delicious coffee. You should try it. Noely. Noely. Attached. Picture of Dunkin' Donuts chocolate-glazed donut coffee mix and sugar-free hot cocoa mix. I'm going in this morning. This better be good. Have a good day, beautiful. I'll be catching the show this morning. Me. I smirked to myself just in time for Dylan to walk into my dressing room with the basket under her arm and an annoyed look on her face. Honestly, first it's wasp spray, which I still don't get, and now it's coffee and hot cocoa. What's it going to be next?
If he's taking requests, can you please request some of that delicious biscotti or maybe some fudge? Ooh, how about a pie? Mama wants some pie. Pumpkin. No. She shakes her head, finger to chin. Apple? Ask for some apple pie. The basket she carried into my dressing room is full to the brim of my favorite morning drink. This guy. He's wooing. He's wooing hard. I'm not going to ask for pie. Oh, come on. I should get something out of this. Chad burped in my face this morning, reminding me how much romance I really need. Maybe you need to take that up with Chad. I take one last glance in the mirror, fluff my hair, and go to my door. Come on, we have a show to do. Walking through the hallway, Dylan following behind me, I accept a lineup from one of the production assistants and look it over. We have a cooking segment today. We're making apple fritters. To say I'm excited about that is an understatement. I've been smelling those all morning. And we'll also be talking about ways to decorate your house for fall on a budget. Looks like we're going to have a good show. Hey, wait up. Dylan hobbles behind me. I can hear her clunking about, her shoes echoing in the hallway. If you don't ask for pie, how about some gummy worms? I'm not asking for gummy. I stop mid-sentence, my hands at my side, my body stiffening from the sight in front of me. Beck is standing next to Kevin, and they're shaking hands. When Beck turns in my direction, a huge, devastating smile crosses his face. Dylan rams into my back and she muffles behind me. What the hell are you doing? Speaking from the side of my mouth, watching Beck carefully say his goodbye, his body pointing toward me, I say, Dylan, where did you get that basket? Did someone drop it off? A production assistant gave it to me to give to you. I have no idea who dropped it off. Why? The rebel is here, and he's walking in my direction. What? Dylan starts hopping up and down, head looking over my shoulder, trying to get a better look. The humper is here? Oh my God, is he that gorgeous guy in the leather jacket? That would be him. His smirk lights up the path toward me, and I can do nothing but stare when he stands before me, bright-eyed and happy to see me. Hey, Sassy, you look beautiful as always. He leans forward and kisses my cheek. His hand lingers on my arm, even when he puts a little distance between us. Beck, hey. I'm having a hard time disguising my surprise. What are you doing here? One of the charities I work on is Feast for Families, and with Thanksgiving coming up, I wanted to make sure we secured some promotional spots to spread the word. Last year, we served over 150 families, so I'm gunning for 200 this year. Wow, that's amazing. There's a lot you don't know about me. Maybe because you never opened up to me. Dylan takes that moment to butt in. Sticking her hand out, she says, Hi, I'm Dylan, Noely's co-host and best friend. I think it was very brave of you to put yourself out there and hump my friend on the first date. She gives him a small clap. Well done, well done. Eyebrow raised and a cocky smile on his face, Beck nods at me. Told her about our first date? Don't blame you. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it either. Assessing him, Dylan points her finger up and down Beck's body. This is dangerous right here. No wonder you called him the rebel. He has trouble written all over him. Only the best kind of trouble, Beck responds. Dylan, Noely, on set please, we're on in 30. Smiling and slightly nervous, I scoot past Beck and say, Nice seeing you. I attempt to walk past him, but his hand grips my elbow. Facing the other direction, he speaks softly. I'm sticking around. I'll see you after the show. Oh, wonderful. Maybe you can take your shirt off for us during commercial break. Dylan does a little jig toward the couches while I roll my eyes. No need to take your shirt off during commercial break, I reassure him. It's not something I'm opposed to. With a parting wink, he releases my elbow. Oh, Christ. I don't know how much more of this I can take. That was the longest show of my life. Not only did it feel like it droned on forever, but every time I looked at camera one, which was almost the entire show, I could see Beck, standing right behind, his eyes relentless with his pursuit. The perspiring that happened,
The stumbles I made while reading the teleprompter, the fumbling I did when handling the Thanksgiving decorations we played around with, it was all because of one man who didn't stop staring at me. "Great show," Dylan says, removing her mic. "I really liked it when you spilled that orange glitter everywhere. I'll be picking that out of my nostrils for weeks. So, thank you." There was a lot of fumbling, unfortunately. "Sorry, I was a little off today." "A little off? You said cornucopine 2 times before you realized you were trying to say cornucopia." "It's a hard word to say," I answer sheepishly. "Do you think it's him? Is that why you're nervous?" I let out a long breath. My eyes catch Beck's quickly before he turns back to his phone, his fingers typing away. "I still don't know. Is it a coincidence that I received a basket of coffee and cocoa this morning, the same day Beck shows up to talk about a spot with Kevin? I mean, it's all too coincidental, you know?" "It does seem awfully convenient. Why don't you just ask him?" "What?" I shake my head. "No way. What if he isn't NY152? That would be humiliating." Dylan sighs and leans back on the couch. "Yeah, that would be pretty humiliating." "Hey, good show," Beck says, stepping onto the set, looking around, taking in the low-hanging set lights and fake Malibu background behind us. "You're only saying that to be nice." I brushed the skirt of my dress over my legs, trying to busy myself. "I was a train wreck today." Beck shrugs. "My favorite was when you took a bite of the fritter and a huge piece came off, so you decided to shove the whole thing in your mouth and continued to ask interview questions. I don't think I've ever seen someone pull off talking with their mouth full and look so pretty at the same time. It was impressive." My ears heat up, and I can feel my cheeks turn red. "Yeah, not one of my finest moments." "But hilarious." Gesturing with his head, he says, "Want to grab a coffee?" Sure, that would be nice," I answer nervously. "Just let me wrap up a few things and I'll meet you in the lobby." "Sounds good." He takes off toward the lobby while I stand from the couch. When I turn to Dylan, she has one hand on her hip, the other behind her head, her teeth biting down on her bottom lip, and she's thrusting her pelvis in the air. I don't even bother to stick around. I make my way to my dressing room and grab my purse. I check my phone to find a notification. I have a message from NY152. Curious, I open it up. Noely. Cornucopine? I need 2 of those for Thanksgiving. Can I pick those up at any store, or is that something I need to order from you? Also, that dress? Fuck, you looked hot in it. Me. Smiling like a fool, I type back. NY152. Cornucopines are available at every major retailer starting next week. Be sure to get yours as soon as possible. I heard they're a hot commodity. Also, I would say you're looking hot as well, but then again, I have no idea who you are or what you're wearing, so I'm afraid I can't return the compliment. I shut my dressing room door and head to the lobby just as I receive another message. Noely. All in good time. Me. Shaking my head at his reluctance to give in, I put my phone in my purse and walk to Beck. Looking up from his phone, he pockets it and smiles brightly. I have just the place for us, Sassy. He holds his arm out to me, which I link with mine, and allow him to guide me out of the studio. Wow, I had no idea you were part of such a great program, I say, sipping my coffee. I'm very proud of it, Beck answers somberly, his demeanor changing from teasing to serious. For the past half hour, I've listened to Beck speak passionately about his involvement with feasts for families. He not only helps, but he founded it. I knew from his dating profile he was passionate about philanthropy, but I had no idea the extent of it. And that's a shame because it shows we didn't really take the time to talk about things. So your handle, Rebel with a Cause, rings true. He nods, leaning back in his chair. It does. Stroking his jaw, he studies me and says, 8 years ago,
I flipped my world upside down with one wrong decision, and since then, I've spent every day trying to change the man I once was, trying to be better, trying to wash away the thoughts of the lives I changed.
Curious, I place my hand on his and ask, "What did you do?" Pained and clearly uncomfortable, he lets out a long breath.
Let's just say I don't drink for a reason.
He's silent as he stares at his coffee, and I realize that whatever happened, whatever he went through, has truly affected him to the core. It's branded him, imprinted on his soul. Now his purpose is to serve for others. He's a good man. Not wanting to push him too far, and also happy for how he opened up to me, I say, "Do you only work with families during Thanksgiving?" He shakes his head.
No, I volunteer with a lot of different organizations. I also do some public speaking, but my favorite thing is teaching the kids at the museum. We have a discovery zone, and every Tuesday we paint murals on paper for future exhibits. I give them an animal, we educate the kids on their natural habitat, and then they paint their own diorama mural. It's fun to see what they come up with.
That's kind of awesome. I mean, I want to come paint a habitat.
Beck chuckles. Kids only. Sorry there, Sassy.
I snap my fingers in disappointment. Darn. Looking more relaxed than ever, Beck asks,
"So how's it going? Go on any other blind dates after the jog?"
"No," I shake my head. "I've kind of taken a break on the whole dating scene."
"Yeah?"
Beck plays with an unused napkin that's on the table, fidgeting with the corners.
"Why's that?"
I shrug my shoulders even though I know the answer. Just thought I should focus on me a little bit.
"Or are you worried that the next date won't work out as well?"
Twisting my lips, I stare at him, hating that he hit the nail on the head. "Maybe," I answer shyly.
"No need to be self-conscious, Noely. You're a catch."
He fidgets with the napkin.
"Any guy would be lucky to date you."
Slowly, he lifts his eyes. His eyelashes are full and black, making the hues of his irises pop. "Yeah?" I ask, feeling uncomfortable from the way he's looking at me, as if any moment he's about to tip our table over and devour me. From the beginning, Beck has been easy to read. His body language is quite clear. Right now, he still wants me.
"Yeah."
He shifts in his seat and gives me a once-over, luring me into his lustful ways. Physical. It's been so physical with him. Maybe it's his aura or the kind of vibe he gives off. Whatever it is, once again, it's pulling me. Clearing my throat, trying to tamp down my hormones, I say, "I should probably go. I have some errands to run."
"Yeah, I better get back to the museum. I have some wall touch-ups to make."
Beck stands and collects our trash. Tossing it in the garbage can behind him, he turns to face me and watches intently as I stand, lending a hand that I take. It's warm and large and rough, everything I expect him to be. Maybe everything I want him to be? Guiding me out of the coffee house, hand still attached to mine, he spins me to face him when we reach the front. He places his hands on my hips and smiles at me, causing my breath to catch in my throat.
"Thank you for spending some time with me today. It was fun catching up."
He reaches up and brushes a strand of hair behind my ear, his hand lingering against my cheek. "It was," I say, my voice feeling heavy with lust. "I loved hearing about your different charities. It will be good to get you on the morning show to talk about them, especially feasts for families."
"I would love that."
Scanning my eyes, his bouncing back and forth, he smirks and leans forward, placing a light kiss on my forehead.
"I'll be in touch, Sassy."
With one parting glance, he releases me from his tight grasp and takes off toward his motorcycle. I watch him hop on and secure his helmet, his legs straddling the powerful piece of machinery between them. He gives me a chaste wave, roars the bike to life, and in one swift move drives off, the rumble of his bike echoing in his wake. Clutching my purse to my side, I stare into the distance. I'll be in touch, Sassy. What did he mean by that? Could he possibly be alluding to NY152? I know he wants me physically, and in sharing that small morsel of information about himself, I can almost believe he's wanting to open up emotionally. Thinking about the program more intelligently, Hayden really couldn't have been NY152, because how would he have been able to make a new profile? Beck has a friend behind the scenes, and Jack owns the whole program. They both have access to creating a new profile. The question is, which man is it? Is Beck the one who wants me to desperately fall in love with him? Now I'll be obsessing even more over this. Noely, have you ever had a day where you find yourself in a daze? The kind of daze that is neither happy nor sad, but just contemplative? I had one of those days. I found myself walking along the country market, looking for nothing, but taking in everything. I stood in front of a toy store window. I stared for what seemed like forever, observing all the bright colors, the flimsy objects that are supposed to entertain kids, and I kept thinking, where has the time gone? I can remember like it was yesterday, playing in my room with my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle action figures. Not a worry in the world besides the new shoes I was dying to have. It seemed so close, yet so distant. Life was simple back then. Now everything has its challenges. Like you. I walked around aimlessly, trying to figure you out, trying to think of ways I could help you understand the pull I have towards you. But it almost seems impossible to put a gravitational pull into words. How do you explain to someone that deep in your soul, you know you're meant to be with someone? Like our meeting was kismet. Like the roller coaster of our lives came to a conversion point at a time we weren't ready for, but a time we needed the most. Does that make any sense? Am I making any sense at all? Me. NY152. Maybe it's hard to write out because it's so much easier to show. If you feel so strongly about us, about what we share, why don't you show me? Go out on another date with me. I'm getting stir-crazy. I want to know who you are. Noely. Noely, let me ask you this. If you could choose between the suit and the rebel, is it a clear-cut choice? Would you be disappointed if the one you wanted to show up turned out to be the other? Do you have your heart set on one particular man? Me. NY152. At this point, I have my heart set on you. Noely. Chapter 34. Mommy doesn't exist for the next few hours, but she loves you, don't forget that. She loves you so much she wants you to leave her alone. Bye-bye. Dylan hangs up her phone and plops it in the cup holder of her chair. Leaning her head back, she soaks up the sun. Fall in Malibu doesn't necessarily scream pumpkins and apple cider. It's maybe a few degrees cooler, but that's about it. That's why Dylan and I are hanging out on the beach, toes in the sand, faces pointed toward the sun, soaking in the sun's rays. The breeze makes it a little chilly for a bathing suit, so instead I'm wearing a pair of small denim shorts and a red V-neck shirt, perfect for the 75-degree weather. Huffing next to me, Dylan says, God, I love those kids, but if they call me one more time while I'm trying to bury the sun into my pores, I'm going to go home as a bitter woman and pee all over their toys. That's horrifying, but for some odd reason, I'm envisioning it in my head. Am I wearing a carpet vest? As a bitter peeing mom, I feel like I would wear a carpet vest. I pause from the odd question. I never thought about clothes for you. You want me to be naked? Typical. You're such a pervert. I can't even with her. Fine, you have a vest. I roll my eyes and sip my water. We sit in silence, our feet warming from the sand, the waves crashing, echoing through the quiet beach. We chose a deserted location, intentionally staying away from tourists. In all honesty, we chose a private residence beach. Dylan's friend owns a beach house and is out of town right now, so we might have jumped their fence with our chairs and cooler, then hiked it down the steps along the cliff that brought us down to their private beach. I'm not proud of it, but I'm very happy about it, especially since I don't have to listen to random tourists yell at their kids to be careful. Dylan pops open her e-reader and starts reading, her sunglasses helping protect her eyes from the brightness of the sun. Seeing she's distracted by her latest historical romance infatuation, I pull out my phone. Since my last message, I haven't heard anything from NY152, and it's making me slightly apprehensive. Did I scare him away? Does he not believe me? What I've come to realize over the last few weeks while messaging him, whoever he is that it isn't about if he's the suit or the rebel anymore. It's become more about the man I've gotten to know. The man who's opened up, who's joked, and who's stolen my little romantic heart with his gestures and words. Feeling sad there isn't a message from him, I decide to type my own message out. NY152. I've had an obsession lately, and I'm not about to tell you this so you start sending me baskets full of them, but because I want to know if you happen to have the same taste buds as me. Do you like Butterfingers? Holds breath. Noely. I press send and wait for a response. Looking toward the ocean, I think about one of NY152's previous messages, about how childhood seems so close yet so far away. I can remember going to the beach with my parents, with Alex, building sand castles, burying our dad in the sand, and running through the short waves on the shoreline, never letting the water get past my knees. They were simpler times where you didn't have to worry about things like finding someone to share your life with, or worrying about a job, or winding up alone. It might sound ridiculous to worry about finding the counterpoint to your soul with all the other things happening in the world, but growing up with loving parents who still adore each other, they set the bar high for me. They're what I so desperately want to replicate. Ding! A message. Smiling, I open it up. Noely. Butterfingers. What if I told you I had a bag of them in my cabinet right now? Would that score me some brownie points? Me. Not able to hold back my smirk, I type him back. NY152. Are you saying that just to say that? Or do you really have Butterfingers in your cabinet? If so, we might be a match made in heaven. Noely. Exiting out of the app, I set my phone down on my lap and reach for my drink, just in time to see a familiar figure walking in my direction. Oh my God, I whisper. What? Dylan asks, eyes still trained on her e-reader. Walking up to us, wearing worn, tight-fitting jeans and a light blue button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, is Jack Valentine. Boy, does he look good. I thought that was you, he says when he reaches our beach chairs. Dylan lowers her sunglasses and eyes Jack up and down. A non-committal grunt comes from her before she turns back to her e-reader. Jack, what are you doing here? I was just about to ask you the same thing. What do you mean? I ask, adjusting my shirt as I turn to face him in my chair. He motions to the house behind us. Well, this is my neighbor's house, and this is his private beach. He's out of town and said I'd keep an eye on his house for him. When I saw two women camping out in his sand, I figured I'd see who the squatters were. To my surprise, it's the hosts of Good Morning Malibu. He searches around, a smirk at the corner of his lips. Are you two doing a segment on a weekend I don't know about? How to break into someone's private beach? I look at Dylan, who doesn't seem to care at all about what's going on. With my foot, I poke her to gather her attention, but she swats me away. Nervously laughing, I shrug my shoulders. Is this not the proper thing to do? Crash out on private beaches? Jack's smile lights up his entire face as he shakes his head. No, it can actually get you put in jail, trespassing on private property. That's if someone calls you in. He reaches in his pocket, takes out his phone, and starts flipping it in his hand. You hearing this, Dylan? I poke her again with my foot. Stop poking me. I'm at the good part where her milky breasts are revealed. Once again, Dylan swats at me, leaving me out to dry. You know, Jack rocks on his heels. How about this? I don't call the cops on you if you come up to my house for a drink. Looking up to the cliff, to the residence behind us, I take in the 2 houses that flank each side, both beautiful, both houses I could only dream of having. I bet the view is amazing from up there. Just to make his point clear, Jack adds, Good Morning Malibu's hosts being booked for trespassing doesn't necessarily scream good ratings to me. He smiles, confident in his proposal. You wouldn't call the cops. Try me. He holds up his phone, and even though I'm 99.9% confident he wouldn't make that call, I'm actually quite interested to see what his house looks like. Plus, we're friends now, right? Standing from my chair, I gather my purse and phone. Jail doesn't seem fun right now, so I'll take you up on that drink. Smart. He takes in Dylan. Pointing at her, he asks, Is she going to be okay here? She's going to be perfectly fine. After you, then, Jack says, his voice light, his demeanor almost giddy. It's odd seeing him like this, but also kind of infatuating. Have you ever looked up a realty website, stuck in the most expensive budget, and just drooled all over the houses you wish you could own? Jack's house is one of those. Whoever built his house spent every waking minute constructing it, so no matter what room you were in, you had an almost panoramic view of the crystal blue ocean. The living room has pocket doors that span the length of the house, opening up to a gorgeous deck with clear glass walls, white concrete flooring, and the most beautiful rectangular fire pit I've ever seen. And when I say fire pit, I mean fire comes out of glass rocks. It's so gorgeous. The bedrooms and bathrooms have stunning views as well, the master opening to the length of the deck, adding another outdoor-indoor living space. I've never seen anything like it. The house is bright with its white walls, light gray accents, and chrome features. There isn't much on the walls, really anything at all, actually. He's a minimalist, because it looks as if he just moved in. Jack opens one of the most expensive-looking fridges I've ever seen and asks, What would you like to drink? Taking a glance in his fridge, he cringes. Damn, I should have thought this through. I have water, and that's pretty much it. Water is fine. He hands me a bottle and smiles sheepishly. Sorry, I kind of just moved in, so I'm still working on stocking up on things. Just moved in, huh? That's okay. No problem at all. I uncap my water and take a sip of it. I guess that would explain the lack of decor on the walls. He chuckles. Yeah, still working on that as well. I've never been much of a decorator, so I have no idea what I'm doing. I might hire someone to do it all for me. No, don't do that. I shake my head and start nervously peeling the label off my water bottle. For some reason, even since our dressing room bang, Jack makes me incredibly nervous, but not in a bad way. From the moment I met him, there's been a nervous, electric energy that's pulled me toward him. Take your time learning your style, finding pieces and decor you like, and slowly put it together. You're going to be so much happier if you are the one who decorates your house over time, rather than a random stranger coming in and trying to decipher your taste. But I know nothing. I shrug. Doesn't matter. It's your house. You don't have to know anything except what you like. Leaning on the counter, his dark eyes sparkle at me. You're right. He shakes his head and continues. I don't know why I thought I needed to impress anyone. I should do what I like, so if I want to put up a poster of Superman, I can. Wait a minute now. I tamp him down with my hand. You should decorate with what you like, but in good taste. If you decorate with Superman posters, you can guarantee your chances of getting laid will go down at least 40%. I don't know if that's a percentage you're willing to risk. He sips from his water bottle, the water making his Adam's apple bob up and down. Why that's sexy to me, I will never know. When he caps his water, he looks me dead in the eyes and says, Noely, there is only one person on my mind when I think about getting laid. Those eyes, that jaw, his lips, oh hell, my body is drawn toward him. Care to join me on the deck? He nods behind him. Sure. I swallow hard and roll up the water bottle label in my hand. Where's the trash can? Under the sink. Turning to the sink behind me, I open the cabinet and pull out the trash can and toss my water bottle label on top of a Butterfinger wrapper. Still, as if the air around me is disappearing, I stare at that wrapper, wanting to rub my eyes to make sure I'm not seeing things. Looking up, I glance around his kitchen. A candle, leather scent. Turning, I take in his living room. A wicker basket holding magazines. Holy shit. Holy shit. I need to pee, I panic shout, standing tall and accidentally slamming the cabinet door shut too loudly. Is everything okay? Jack asks, moving from the deck opening back to me. Peachy, I laugh uncomfortably. Everything is nice, just nice, but I have to pee-pee, like now. Christ, don't say pee-pee. Bathroom is down the hall, he says, pointing to where I need to go. Yep. Half sprinting, half walking, I make my way to the bathroom, shut the door, and turn toward the mirror, which is almost non-existent thanks to the span of windows overlooking the ocean. Oh my God, I whisper, trying to get my head around this. The new house, the Butterfingers, the leather candle, the wicker basket. He's NY152. The suit, Jack Valentine, the man who wanted nothing to do with me after our first date, is the one who's been making my heart melt, causing my little romantic heart to go pitter-patter. He's the one who's been making me fall for him through his words and wooing ways. Did I already say, holy shit? It's all making sense now. His mixed signals every time I ran into him, his ability to create a new profile on the app. Hello, he owns the damn thing. His urging to want to be friends, to want to get closer to me. Jack Valentine is NY152. He's my very own Joe Fox. To say my mind is blown is an understatement. From the way things ended with us, I never considered it could be Jack, especially after seeing Beck the other day. But he came after me in the dressing room. He took me because he couldn't resist any longer. He asked me to go out with him. Hand pressed to my forehead, I look out the window, almost feeling dizzy from the realization. That's when I spot Jack, leaning over the glass wall of his deck, hands typing away on the screen of his phone, a smile on his face. His posture seems so much more relaxed, at ease, as if he's finally happy. Ding! I pull my phone out of my pocket and see a notification. Looking back at Jack, I watch as he puts his phone in his pocket and then stares out at the ocean, hands pressed in front of him. Holy shit. Unable to wait a second longer, I open my app and read his message. Noely, from the get-go, I've thought we're a match made in heaven. I'm trying to get you on board, and if that means I have a lifetime supply of Butterfingers in my cabinet at all times, then I'll start ordering right now. Me. I read his message a few times, my heart pounding out of my chest, my breath catching in my throat with each pass. Needing to talk to someone, I quickly dial Dylan and pray she picks up. If he's captured you, tied you up, and is asking for ransom, then that's the only reason I won't be mad at you for calling when I'm reading my stories. Dylan, I whisper, not wanting to be too loud. It's him. I'm hanging up now. Dylan, wait, I say in a panic. Jack, he's NY152. There's silence on the other end. I check my phone to make sure I'm still connected, and she didn't hang up on me, which she didn't. Dylan, please say something. I don't know what to do. Are you sure it's him? She finally asks, sounding only marginally annoyed that I interrupted her stories. Yes, I answer, my voice barely above a whisper. There have been clues from our letters. It's too much to explain, but it's definitely him. I just watched him send me a message through the app, too. Really? Okay. I can hear her shift on her chair. Where are you now? In the bathroom. I watch Jack, whose back muscles are rippling under his shirt with every movement he makes. I excused myself when I figured it out. I don't know what to do now. Should I leave? Do you want to leave? I mean, not really. And if that truth doesn't shock me, I don't know what will. I've done everything in my ability to avoid this man, but for some reason, I keep finding him in my presence. Or perhaps he has kept finding me. Could the Going in Blind app really be right? The first date is the best match. Despite my turbulent feelings toward the suit, it's NY152 I've gotten to know, who I've started to fall for. Okay, then go enjoy yourself. What's the problem? She makes it seem so simple, but for some reason it feels less than simple. But do I tell him I know? Do I confront him? No. Dylan's voice is stern. He clearly has a plan, something he's trying to execute. You didn't think you'd ever want to go out with him again. You couldn't stand him. And from the way you treated him, I wouldn't blame him wanting to take a different approach when it came to winning your affection. Let him do his thing. So just go on as if I know nothing? Won't that be weird? Only if you make it weird. Instead of worrying about the romantic gesture he's making, enjoy his company. Try to find the chemistry you had when you went out on your first date. Because I don't think I've ever seen you so happy than after your first date with him. She's right. She's absolutely right. Let it happen, Noely. Don't overthink it. Let it be. Hanging up with a goodbye and thank you, I take one last look in the mirror and fluff my hair, mentally giving myself a pep talk as butterflies start to float around in my stomach for this man once again. I don't know why I'm so nervous. We've been on a date. Hell, he's seen me with a horrible perm. He's had his way with me in my dressing room, and he's made it quite clear his intentions are to get to know me all over again. So what's holding me back? A miscommunication? He's already explained his reasoning, so it can't be that. Maybe it's what Beck said. Maybe I'm too scared about failing. I'm not quite ready to give my relationship with Jack another go and fear it won't work out. But what if it does? At this point, the positives are outweighing the negatives of my internal dialogue. I'm going to do what Dylan suggested. I'm going to let Jack do his thing and, in the meantime, get to know him on a more personal level. Chapter 35. Everything good? Jack asks as I approach him. Yeah, I let out a shaky breath. The man I've slowly started to fall for is actually real. I can put a familiar face to the beautiful words he's written to me, to the funny messages and thoughtful gifts, even the wasp spray. Motioning with his head, he says, "Come here." Walking up to him, I watch his gaze roam my body and land on my eyes when I lean against the rail with him. This is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. It's everything I ever dreamed of having, he answers honestly. It reminds me so much of my grandparents' house. It really feels like home. And once you get some of your favorite things hung on the walls, it will truly feel peaceful here. It will. Still leaning on the railing, he smiles at me. I was only in your house briefly. I barely remember it. Maybe because I was distracted by something else. My hair, I know. What a mistake that was, I tease. He shakes his head. No, it wasn't your hair. He stares directly at my lips, and his unabashed and obvious longing thrills me. Taking a second, he lets a breath of silence fall between us before saying, "What's your favorite thing in your house? The thing you would grab if your house was on fire? What is irreplaceable?" I rest my chin in my propped-up hand and look toward the ocean, images of my house flashing in my head. Just one thing, or can it be like a group of things? He chuckles. It can be whatever you want, Noely. Then it would be my grandma's doilies. You know what those are, right? The frilly little lace linens you usually find under lamps. My grandma had them all over. I always thought they were weird, but now when I see one, they make me feel at home. His reply makes my heart ache, especially the way he's gently pressing his hand against mine. Comfort. Feeling warm and all sorts of tingly, I joke. Must be a grandma thing. Has to be. Do they remind you of your grandma? I nod. Yes, but they also remind me of all the good times we had. I used to visit my grandma when I was little, and there was always a tea party waiting for me. She would deck out her table in doilies, her best china and silverware, and she would serve tea with scones, her famous cinnamon chip scones, and before we could sit down, she would take me to the guest room where we would dress to the nines in dress-up clothes, long velvet gloves and gaudy hats with feathers. She would let me wear her pearls and heels. Then she would take me to the table where we discussed everything from the weather to the type of Play-Doh she had waiting for me to play with after tea time. I smile wistfully, my grandma's loving face coming into vision. She was a beautiful woman who gave me the world. Those doilies, they remind me of everything about her and the time she spent with me. Jack endearingly smiles, his hand now on my back, gently rubbing it, his body closer than I remember. I had the same relationship with my grandma. His voice is low but engaging, almost as if he's never really shared this with anyone but is eager to. My grandpa would take me fishing. We would go on hikes and share a Snickers bar whenever we were away from my grandma. But when it came to the woman of the household, the woman who held all the cards, my grandma treated me like a prince. He chuckles and shakes his head. I don't know why I'm going to tell you this, but she taught me to quilt. We spent a whole summer making a quilt together. I would skip fishing trips with my grandpa to make sure I finished my blanket. Once it was done, my grandma stitched a little message in a square. Jack pauses, his thumb gently rubbing up and down on my back. That would be the one thing I would grab if my house was on fire. Not the fishing poles my grandpa left me, but my quilt. Because after it was done, it was something my grandma and I shared creating. On movie nights, my grandparents and I would snuggle under my quilt and watch movies together, me sitting in the middle, the crashing of waves in the background. Those are the nights I will never forget, watching old movies like The Thin Man. He lets out a low, steady breath. I miss them. His story, the image he's created in my head, awakens a new type of feeling for him, one I don't think I've felt before when it comes to Jack Valentine. It's anything but scary, more reassuring. He's not cold, he's not unflappable. He's actually real and sincere. I'm thinking there aren't many men like him. That's so sweet, I reply. Can I see the blanket? Of course, 1 second. Once Jack retreats, I take a moment to observe his surroundings. Straight lines, cool colors, chrome accents. His house matches the exterior of his personality, but the warm fire popping up over the smooth glass rocks in the fire pit, that's the warmth I'm feeling from him now, the warmth that's drawing me in closer and closer. It's a little worn, he says, walking up behind me. I take the blanket in my hands, the fabric a little threadbare, but still holding together nicely. The colors have faded, but I can tell it used to be a very vibrant quilt constructed with... I raise an eyebrow at him. Looney Tunes? He chuckles and runs a hand over his face. It was coolish back then. Sighing, he continues, It was the only thing I was allowed to watch at my grandparents' house, so I became a little obsessed. And before you ask, I was a Bugs Bunny fan. Classic. Daffy was a close second. Oh my God. Humor pours out of me. Why does this make you really, really cute? Cute? Not devastatingly handsome. He playfully wiggles his eyebrows at me. Just cute. No way in hell am I going to tell him I think he's devastatingly handsome, or that I've thought that from the very beginning. We exchange a look, a heated look, and before I can say anything to cut the tension, he asks, Want to order some Chinese food? Have a little fire with me and maybe a game of Monopoly? There is a smile on his face, but insecurity in his eyes too. Strange. And that's when it really hits me. I truly regret what I did, because every time I run into you, I see the beautifully intelligent and dynamic woman I foolishly let slip from my grasp. He truly regrets letting me go. That insecurity has been present in his stare every time we've run into each other. Even when he was deep inside me, I saw the same look. Despite his cool alpha businessman demeanor, he's insecure when it comes to me, which only means one thing. He really likes me. And hell, I really like him. Crazy, I know. But look at him. It's not just his looks, his stoic posture, or the way he can slice you into a million pieces with a once-over from those dark, stormy eyes. It's his heart. As he waits for an answer, I chew on my bottom lip and nod yes. His eyes light up, his smile grows to a full-on panty-melting grin, and he lifts off the railing, placing his hand on my lower back. For some reason, I think you might annihilate me at Monopoly. I'm ruthless, so you better watch out, Suit. Come on, Five. Come on, Five, Jack chants, fingers crossed, looking entirely too adorable under the glow of the fire. Over my lap, I have Jack's Looney Tunes quilt, keeping me warm as well as the fire in front of me, and the hoodie Jack let me borrow that smells just like him. Oh, girls, let me tell you, it smells like absolute heaven. I pulled the hood over my head so I could take in his smell even more. You know, you don't have to gloat. I shake the dice in my hands, praying I don't roll a 5, not with Jack's prime real estate on the yellow and green squares. I own Park Place and Boardwalk and spent all my money building my real estate on those 2 blue squares. But guess what? They're not winners. No, Jack has skipped over them every time, and they have been nothing but a drain of cash. And, thanks to Jack's proper planning, he's been able to slaughter me with his yellow and green squares that flank the go-to-jail block. And you know it's bad when you're hoping to land in jail. Not gloating, just hoping to take the rest of your money. Just you wait. I continue to shake the dice in my hands, as if the extra shake will steer me away from a 5. I'm going to get past your luxury resorts, as you like to call them, collect my $200, and turn this board game around. You say that every time you try to pass my luxury resorts, but face it, baby, you can't seem to pass up my hospitality. Don't flatter yourself. I toss the dice and inwardly pray I don't roll something that will have me once again feeding his bank. The dice roll to a stop and show a set of 2s. 4. I announce, then panic for a second when I check out the board. Aha! I count out my 4 squares and land on community chest, avoiding the luxury resorts. Thank God. I pick up a card and read out loud, "You inherit $100. I do a little happy bounce and hold my hand out to the banker. Looks like my luck is about to change, and since I rolled doubles, I get to go again. Jack hands me a $100 bill and the dice. Don't get cocky now. Coming from the cockiest player tonight. He shrugs. I've got to be cocky, babe. It's in my nature. That's what he likes to think. But after talking to him, after all his messages, I know it's not the only part of him. No, he's not a cocky man, but it is the persona he likes to project. I can see right through it. I roll again and make my way past go, collect my money, and sit pretty with an extra $300 in my bank, money I needed desperately. Continuing to switch back and forth between rolls, I say, I like that you have original Monopoly. There are so many different versions of the game, and I feel like it's rare when you see original, or rare when you even play Monopoly. I'm classic, he shrugs. He nods at the table next to me. You never ate your fortune cookie. Do you not like them? I hold my stomach. I was digesting. I think I ate my half of Chinese food and yours as well. You sure did wolf it down. He smiles mischievously. I point at him. Watch it, mister. He holds his hands up in defense. I apologize. Setting the dice down, I pick up my fortune cookie and open it up. I pop a piece of the cookie in my mouth and read the fortune out loud. Look around. Happiness is trying to catch you. My heart sputters in my chest when I glance at Jack. His gaze is locked on mine, the atmosphere almost morphing into something else. Something I don't know I'm prepared for. Something I know I will easily fall for. I couldn't agree more with that fortune. Jack leans back and takes a sip of his water, cockiness firmly in place. You didn't have to take me home. I didn't mind grabbing an Uber, I say as Jack parks in front of my house.
I would never have allowed that.
He puts the car in park, turns it off, and exits his side of the vehicle. He's going to walk me to the door. Why does that give me butterflies? Maybe because I know what kind of things happen when attractive men walk you to your door. Kisses. That's right, all the kisses happen. Lips against lips, tongues tangling with tongues. A walk to the door is a guaranteed makeout session, or at least it gives you the go-ahead for a little peck. Either way, butterflies are fluttering. And not because I haven't kissed him already. You and I both know his lips have touched mine, but that's not what's making little butterflies flutter in my stomach from the prospect of Jack walking to my door. It's the fact that the man who will be walking me to my door, the one who will possibly kiss me tonight, isn't just Jack. He's NY152, and that's a big freaking deal. Jack opens my door and holds out his hand, which I take. Helping me to my feet, he shuts the car door once I'm out of the way. Hand still clasped with mine, he walks me down the narrow walkway of my front yard and stops in front of my entryway where he lets go of my hand. I notice the loss of his warmth immediately.
Thanks for hanging out tonight, friend.
The way he emphasizes the word friend with that smirk on his face, well, hell, it makes me feel weak in the damn knees. Thanks for having me, I answer awkwardly, pulling on the sweatshirt I borrowed. Oh, I should probably give this back to you.
Hold on to it for now. You can give it back to me another time.
There's going to be another time? I ask, a little flirtation in my voice. He shrugs noncommittally.
We're friends after all, right?
I guess we are. I chuckle and shake my head in disbelief.
What?
I just never expected us to be friends, that's all. I mean, we've had kind of a weird relationship, don't you think?
More like unique, in a good way. Sometimes the strongest bonds are formed during off-the-beaten-track experiences.
He pushes a strand of hair behind my ear.
I'll see you around.
He takes a step backward, and my heart starts to sink. Oddly, I don't want this evening to end, but from the friendship remarks, I'm going to assume Jack wants to keep this platonic. For now. At least until he reveals himself. That's what I'm hoping. Wait, I say before he can put too much distance between us. Smiling at me, he waits for my next move. Before I can stop myself, I throw my arms around him and rest my head on his chest, hugging him tightly. Not making me wait, Jack wraps his arms around me as well and pulls me in close. Warm, woodsy, and clean. That's how I describe his scent. In a flash, our first date crosses my mind. The amazing night we had on the beach, dancing, the card game we played. That night was a pinnacle in my life. A life-altering night. A night that has lived with me since. I haven't been able to forget it because it's the date that told me he might very well be the one. After tonight and all his messages, I can see why my intuition was so strong. Jack Valentine is my perfect match.
I could get used to this.
He chuckles, his chest rumbling beneath me. I squeeze him tighter. I just wanted to let you know I had a good night. I'm glad we're friends. I look up at him and, oh God, his lips tempt me.
Yeah?
His smile sears me in two, his teeth so white, his scruff so sexy. Yeah. I squeeze him once more and then step away, feeling a little awkward from my impromptu embrace. I needed something a little more than a verbal goodbye. Stepping back, he grips the back of his neck, almost a tortured look on his face when he says,
Have a good night, Noely.
Waving, I reply, You too, Jack. With a heavy sigh, I turn to my house and wish my night with Jack didn't have to come to an end. But perhaps because he wants my nights in the future, and I know in my heart that I absolutely want that too, I can be content tonight. Chapter 36.
Noely, have you ever wondered what your life will look like in 10 years? Where you'll be? what kind of life you'll be living. Do you think you'll still be hosting Good Morning Malibu? Or do you think you'll be living in New York City, working on Good Morning America, living in some swanky apartment with an orange tabby cat and a rotation of male models going in and out of your apartment? Me. NY152. Rotation of male models. Don't mind if I do. Thanks for the suggestion. As for the rest of my life, I don't know. I can't imagine living in New York. Not only does the cold weather not suit me, I can't imagine living in such a big city. I like how Malibu feels like a small town when it really isn't, if that makes sense. I guess I haven't thought about 10 years ahead. I'm still working on the here and now. What about you, Noely? Noely, there better not be a rotation of male models going in and out of your door. That would be a joke gone wrong. 10 years from now? That's easy. I want to be a family man. Kids, soccer games on the weekends, Friday night pizza nights, waffles every Sunday morning, and rocket ship rides to bed every night, with the obvious crash landing into the mattress. I want to be able to kiss my kids goodnight and then hold my girl for the rest of the evening, either playing cards or watching a movie. I'm not saying this to win your heart. I'm telling you this so you know where I'm at in my life, where I want to be. Does that scare you? Me. NY152. That doesn't even scare me in the slightest. Noely. Noely, what's your favorite recipe you stole from your show? I tried making that Lamington recipe the other day that you made with that Australian baker and failed miserably. My coconut wouldn't stick, and when it came to the coconut, my heavy hand flattened my squares. It tasted okay, maybe because I used olive oil instead of vegetable oil, or maybe because I swore the entire time while making it. Either way, it didn't come out the way it did on your show. Me. NY152. You made lamingtons? I don't know why I think that's so adorable. It's really not that hard to make, so I'm actually surprised you messed it up. And my favorite recipe from the show? Probably the cranberry orange pancakes we made last year during the fall. Oh my God, they are so good. Maybe one day I'll make them for you. Noely. Noely, don't fucking tease me. You know I would take you up on making me pancakes so fast, especially if it meant gaining a second chance with you. Me. NY152. Are you really worried about a second chance? Don't you think you'd get one by now? Noely. Noely, honestly, I have no idea. I let you get away once. A second time would just about wreck me. It's a chance I'm not sure I'm ready to take. Me. Great show, Noely. Thank you, I reply, walking through the halls of the studio with one thing on my mind. Tacos. I want all the tacos in my mouth right now. And queso. Tacos and queso. I'm skipping my gym session, and I'm stuffing my mouth with chips, queso, and freaking tacos. My heels click loudly across the cement floor as I approach my dressing room door. Noely! Kevin's annoying voice rings through the hallway. Hand on doorknob to my dressing room, I ask, What? Next week we have Turk coming in to discuss decorating your Christmas tree. Are you going to be okay with that? I roll my eyes. Turk Gunderson and I had a little spat off air last time he was here. It was a pointless fight about stepping on his toes during his segment and me telling him to grow up. Not my finest moment, but really, you're going to get mad about me stepping on your toes? Ridiculous. If I said I wasn't okay with it, then I would tell you to suck it up. Whenever Turk is on the show, we have amazing ratings. Exasperated, I say, Then why even ask? He shrugs. Not sure. Maybe to get on your nerves. I shake my head. You're seriously the worst. Pushing my buttons for the hell of it has never gotten you anywhere, Kevin. And now all you've done is ruined my mood to eat tacos. Damn you. He dusts off his hands and says, Then my work here is done. With a giant, annoying smirk, he spins on his heel and heads to his office, man muffins hanging over his pants and everything. God, he's annoying. Irritated, I walk into my dressing room with a sour taste on my tongue.
Stupid Kevin.
Hey, Noely.
Ah! I scream, holding my hand to my chest while staring right into Jack Valentine's eyes. Oh my God, what is wrong with you? Chuckling, he stands from my couch and swaggers toward me, his suit caressing his fit body. Flashes of the last time we were in this room together run through my head, heating my veins to dangerous levels. Without saying a word, Jack pulls me into a hug, and the tension I was experiencing evaporates under his touch.
I meant to surprise you, not scare you.
Putting some distance between us, he adjusts his tie and gives me a once-over.
You look beautiful. Yellow is a gorgeous color on you.
Thank you, I answer shyly. What are you doing here?
Thought I would take my friend out for lunch. Are you free?
Well, I did have a date with tacos.
Yeah?
Jack raises his brows at me.
Then let's get you some tacos.
I have just enough time to snag my purse and phone before he takes my hand, ushers me out the door, and down the hallway. I allow him to guide me through the halls of the studio because I'm so focused on what his large hand feels like wrapped around mine. It makes me feel warm, taken care of, and that I don't want him to let go of it. It reminds me of just how happy I am to see him. God, am I happy to see him. Once we're in his car, the smooth leather beneath me, the smell of his cologne engulfing me, he says,
I know a great place for tacos. Do you trust me?
His hand is on the gear shift, his other gripping the steering wheel, looking sexy powerful. I nod. I trust you. There is no way I can't. Yes, take me to tacos. We zip through the streets of Malibu, and it's fun watching tourists take in the expensive car. Jack pulls off the street and parks next to a meter. I'm surprised when I see a little hole-in-the-wall place with a neon sign in the window that says tacos. I would never think about stopping here, but from the look of contentment on Jack's face, I'm going to assume this place is really good. Taking my hand when we're out of the car, we make our way into the restaurant, past the hostess stand with a sign that says "Seat yourself," and through a black curtain that opens into a cantina-style courtyard. Palm trees provide the space shade, and little wrought-iron bistro seats are scattered around the cobblestone ground. Oh my God, this place is so not what I expected. Jack squeezes my hand.
You can't judge a book by its cover, Noely. Just because it doesn't have a picture on the front doesn't mean it isn't going to be the most amazing thing you ever experience.
Noted. Looking around, I point to the table in the corner. Want to sit over there?
Sure.
With his hand on my lower back, he walks us over to the corner table and pulls the chair out for me. Such a gentleman. When he sits across from me, he undoes the button of his suit jacket and picks up the menu.
The shrimp tacos with garlic lime sauce are so damn good.
I love shrimp. Should I even look at the rest of the menu? He shakes his head.
No need. These will be just what you're looking for. Want some guac and chips as well?
Yeah, it's not a taco party without chips and guac.
And a margarita.
He wiggles his eyebrow. Jack retreats behind the curtain, where I'm assuming he's going to order, giving me time to take in more of the restaurant. Interesting place with the indoor-outdoor feel, the big bulb lights strung along the perimeter of the space, and the ivy climbing up the stucco walls. It's quaint, charming, a place I would love to visit at night. Once Jack's sitting across from me again, I can't help but stare at him. Clean-cut scruff around his jaw, his hair styled to the side, so full and dark. And those lips, they're calling to me. All I want is to feel his lips on mine again.
Are you dating right now?
Jack asks, throwing me out of my reverie and into a serious tailspin. What? I ask, confused.
Have you started dating again?
He leans back in his chair just as someone brings us salt-rimmed margaritas and water glasses. Keeping his gaze on me, he brings his margarita casually to his lips and takes a sip. What is he doing? What's his game? He should know I'm not dating, that I'm kind of waiting for him to spill the beans about the whole NY152 thing. So, why is he asking me if I'm dating? Unless... he's not NY152. I chew on that thought for a second before nixing it. He's NY152. I can't be wrong. So why is he asking me if I'm dating? There is only one way to find out. No, but I'm talking to someone on the app. His eyebrows rise in curiosity. He's so hard to read right now, and it's driving me a little crazy. Is that so? You're talking to someone. Are you interested in him? Is he feeling me out? Trying to see if I could fall for him? Seeing if he's done his job and I'm ready to fall head over heels for him? I am, I answer honestly. Very much so. Face impassive, he nods and takes another sip of his drink. How long have you been talking? Long enough to know I want to have more than a relationship through messages. Studying me, his eyes growing more intense with each passing second, he says, It seems like you really like this guy. Knowing if I want this little tete-a-tete to end, I need to encourage him. I do. He's sweet, kind, funny, and has a beautiful heart. As my friend, I think you'd approve. You think? I don't know about that. Jack rubs his jaw in thought. Why are you still talking on the app then? Why not go on a date? Okay. His questions are really starting to throw me for a loop here. Feeling a little shy now, even though I'm almost positive NY152 is Jack, I say, He wanted to take some time to get to know me. And has he? I think so. I at least hope so, because I'm starting to get a little impatient. I lift my gaze and look at Jack through my eyelashes. He's kind of captured my mind and soul. I want more from him now. I see. Jack takes another sip from his margarita, so I do the same, but instead of a sip, I take one giant gulp. This guy, he seems to know what he's doing, as if he's getting you to a point in conversation where you have no choice but to beg to finally meet him. Well, begging seems a bit aggressive. But from the sparkle in your eye when you talk about him, I can see he's on your mind. He really has captured you. You have, I want to scream. I want to throw this table to the ground, hop on his lap, and kiss him senseless. You know, I wonder where we would be right now if I didn't foolishly break things off with you. If I'd talked to you rather than run away. Feeling sad about all the wasted time we've endured, I say, we wouldn't be just friends, Jack. No, we wouldn't. He humorlessly shakes his head. We would be a hell of a lot more than just friends. Running his hand over his face, he blows out a long breath, as if he's truly distraught over our situation. Before I can break the silence and question him, our food is placed in front of us, and the smell of shrimp tacos consumes us. For the rest of the date, we talk about unimportant things like my work and the weather, things that go nowhere to digging deep. The ride to the studio is just as awkward, and instead of a hug goodbye, Jack gives me a small wave from his side of the car. That night, I don't receive any messages from NY152, nor do I receive any from him the next day or the day following. What on earth is going on? Does he really not know that I believe NY152 is him? Was I wrong? Have I lost Jack? Again?
Chapter 37. Jack. NY152. You know that scene in You've Got Mail where Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan are at that party together where Meg Ryan finds out Tom Hanks is in fact Joe Fox, and they're both getting food from the table? Tom Hanks grabs all the caviar off one of the plates and Meg Ryan yells at him, telling him the caviar is a garnish. Do you remember that? Well, I had caviar today for the first time, and I've come to the conclusion that it should be a garnish and nothing else. Ugh! I can't get the taste out of my mouth. Help. Noely. NY152. On the show today, Turk Gunderson came and did a piece about Christmas trees and how to decorate them. He was insistent about using fake fiber optic trees because they glistened and shimmered rather than glowed. When did glistening and shimmering become better than glowing? I always thought glowing was the optimal way to shine light. Are you a glower, glistener, or shimmerer? In my head, you're a glower, but maybe that's because I hold you in high regard. Noely. NY152. My brother made duck last night for our little family dinner. Duck, like the little quack quack ducks you can feed at a pond. I wasn't a fan of his menu selection, nor was I a fan of him using the head of the duck as a decoration. Hell, I would have rather seen the caviar gracing the plate at that point. When he brought it out, all I could think about was the end scene in A Christmas Story when they're at the Chinese restaurant singing fra-ra-ra-ra-ra all night long. Despite the fun memory, and that song playing on repeat in my head, I still couldn't get over the dead duck head. Why my brother had to do that, I have no idea. Thankfully, he got an earful from his wife when their daughter buried her body under the table and would not reappear for dinner. He doesn't think things through sometimes. Noely. NY152. I'm not sure why you've been so silent lately, but please know this. I've missed you and your messages. I've missed the way you make me laugh and the sweet words you say. I'm not sure if I said something wrong or if you're pulling away, but whatever it might be, I hope you tell me, because honestly, I've missed you. Hope to hear from you soon. Shop Girl. I close out the app and run both hands over my face, squeezing my eyes shut in the process. God, I miss her too. I miss her so damn much, just as much as I missed her when I stopped us from going further the first time. Why the hell did I do that? Maybe because I'm a scared asshole with a tendency to run when things get complicated? Just like they are now? Fuck, are they complicated? I didn't think this through, not even in the slightest. When we went out for tacos the other day, I wanted to gauge where she was at, to see if there was any inkling that I could be the guy she's messaging. But when she talked about it, when she talked about him, it seemed like she was talking about someone completely separate from me. And that's what is terrifying me. I thought I'd been winning her over during the past few weeks. I thought I was doing a really good job at it, actually, turning our sour encounter into a relationship to last for years to come. But now I wonder if I inadvertently friend-zoned myself. Is she thinking the rebel is who she's been talking to? Is the rebel the one who's captured her? If only she would give me some sort of hint, because frankly, I'm terrified to meet up with her as NY152, and for her to be tremendously disappointed. Shit, I mutter and walk out to my deck. What I wouldn't give to have Noely here right now, laughing and teasing me. I didn't mean to meet anyone with the app. My profile was just a test profile to make sure we had everything set up properly. But when the system matched me with Noely and I read everything about her, I was intrigued. I had to meet her, so I said yes to a date. Best decision of my life. That night we spent together, hell, I haven't stopped thinking about it. Scratch that. I haven't stopped thinking about the kiss we shared in her house, with her hair crazed with curls. Wait, no, I haven't stopped thinking about what we did in her dressing room. God, she'd felt perfect in my arms. So damn perfect. The taste of her, the feel of her wrapped around me, the softness of her skin. Fuck, how did I mess this up so badly? I rubbed the scruff on my jaw, contemplating what I should do next. I thought using the "you've got mail" identities would make it so easy for her to know it was me. Wasn't it the first thing we really connected on? The first big tick that said she and I were so suited? Had she actually found that in common with the rebel as well? I have two options. I can continue to be Noely's friend, or I can nut up and message her back, ask her out on a date. Knowing I can't drag this out anymore, I've reached my breaking point. I pull my phone from my pocket, Noely, I'm so sorry about the silence recently. To be honest, I was trying to come up with different excuses as to why not to answer you. But they were all lies, and you deserve better than that. So, to tell you the truth, I took some time to do some serious thinking about what's to come, about us, if there even is an us. Despite being a strong and confident man, you've bewitched me. You've invaded my mind and turned it into a dusty fog, a place where nothing but your beautiful eyes and smile exist. But even that is not an excuse, so I deeply apologize if I bewildered or upset you in any way. Please don't think I'm not thinking about you, because your mouthy remarks and funny banter ring through my head every damn day. Me. I hit send and take a deep breath. I've never been this edgy about a girl in my life. Hell, I've never been nervous about anything really, for that matter. $1 million business deals barely grant me perspiration. But Noely in a tight red dress with matching lipstick? Fuck. She had me sweating from my hands to my feet. Below me, the waves crash onto the shore, calming my racing heart just as a message pings on my phone. That was quick, but I'm glad. I don't know if I can wait very long for a response. NY152. Some serious thinking. What were you thinking about? It kind of makes me nervous that you took a while to respond because of thinking. If we're being honest, I like you. A lot. And if you were thinking about possibly ending this messaging relationship without even meeting, it would probably crush me. Noely. Fuck. I run my hand through my hair. I have her just where I want her, liking the man who has won her soul over. But the only question is she going to like the man who's behind the messages? How on earth did Tom Hanks do this in You've Got Mail? I know it's fiction, a movie no less, but it took some serious guts to win Meg Ryan over after he put her out of business. I would feel way more confident if the rebel wasn't in the picture. I know nothing about him. For all I know, he could be her soulmate. Yes, I could have looked him up in the system since I created it, but that would be a gross invasion of privacy. Now I'm second-guessing that decision. My lips twist to the side as I think about my options. Well, option, because basically there really is only one. It's time to come clean. I hope that when she sees who NY152 is, she's not disappointed. Gathering myself, I open the app back up and click on the date request for Shop Girl. When I hit send, I go to the message bar and type her a quick message. Noely. Ending our messaging? No. I could never do that without at least taking you out on one more date, without giving myself one more chance at winning over your heart. So, will you do me the honor and go out with me this Friday night? If you'd like to, accept my date request and I'll see you at Going In Blind. Until then, sleep well, beautiful. Me. Pressing send, I take a deep breath and let it out slowly as I stare out at the ocean, trying to let the crash of the waves calm my nerves. Unfortunately, I'm at a point where nothing is going to soothe me. Not until Noely is once again in my arms. Not until she is truly mine. Because when she is, I am never letting her go.
Chapter 38.
You smell nice.
Thank you, I replied to the Uber driver taking me to the restaurant. I'm glad I smell good, because from the way I've been sweating ever since I put on this dress, I'd think I smelled like a pungent Vidalia onion.
Are you meeting someone special tonight?
Staring out the window, I answer, yeah, someone very special. When I heard back from Jack,
or NY152. I felt relief. Initially. I know it's Jack who's behind all of this, but he second-guessed our relationship, questioned whether we were an us. As a result, I lost some of my confidence. Again. I hope that when we finally admit how we truly feel about each other, that this discomfort will go. I told him it would crush me if he backed away, and I wasn't lying. He's become someone so important to me. Those days without him were agony. I've tried to remind myself of how well we connect. The fun and deep conversations, the laughs, the games, the teasing, well, you know, what we did on my dressing room table. Let's not go into detail about that weak moment, even though it was a deliciously weak moment, a moment I wouldn't mind repeating, not even in the slightest. Honestly, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I mean, we've spent a lot of time together and we, did it on my dressing room table. Oh, he must be a very lucky man. As she pulls up to the curb, the Uber driver, a sweet older lady, turns in her seat and says, "Do you want to touch up your lipstick?" Eyes wide, I press my fingers against my lips. "Does it need touching up?" "No," she shakes her head. "It looks great." Okay, then why say that? Now I feel self-conscious. "Smile for me, sweetheart. Let me see if you have lipstick on your teeth. I'm notorious for having a large line across mine." Probably because she uses lipstick from the 50s. Awkwardly, I smile at her, showing my teeth. In return, she gives me a thumbs up. "All clear, honey." Clapping her hand, she says, "I hope you have a wonderful night." "Thank you." I gather myself and open the door. "Have a good one." "You too. Knock 'em dead." She's still giving me the thumbs up as I walk toward the restaurant. I smile to myself, happy for the small distraction from my nerves. Last time I was here, I was drunk. No, that's not quite the way to put it. I was absolutely cabbaged, trying to make Jack jealous while acting like an ass in front of Hayden. Why he continued to go out with me, I have no idea. Maybe I was entertaining in my turtleneck. Can't hate on a girl who rocks a turtleneck like it's a laced-up bustier. I open the door to the restaurant, the white exposed brick calming me from its familiarity. Veronica smiles brightly. "Miss Clark, what a pleasure to see you again." "Hi," I wave with a tight smile, feeling a little embarrassed. "Lucky number 4. I cross my fingers and she smiles kindly. "Shall I show you to the bar?" I hold up my hand. "I think I've got it, thank you, though." I turn toward the bar when I stop and say, "Veronica, can I ask you a question?" "Of course, Miss Clark." She's so pretty and sweet. I have a slight crush on her. Only a slight one. "Are you with someone?" She nods with a bright smile. "I am." She glances in Danny's direction, and I put 2 and 2 together. "You're with Danny? Wow, that's great. Thank you." She smiles and eyes Danny for a second before turning back to the screen in front of her. "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" "You don't happen to have any dating advice for me, do you?" Chuckling quietly, she says, "Just be yourself, Miss Clark." With that, she turns back to the screen. Just be myself. Well, that's easy. I walk over to the bar where Danny is filling a tumbler with the bar gun and take a seat. "Miss Clark, what a pleasant surprise. How are you?" It's nice they know me by name here, but also slightly embarrassing. It's not like a coffee shop where they know my order the minute I walk up. It's a dating restaurant. "I'm doing okay. A little tense." "I would be shocked if you weren't. Going on a first date is always nerve-wracking, but isn't it a little thrilling?" "No." I shake my head and laugh. "Not at this point. I'm just really nervous." Setting the glass down, Danny leans on the bar in front of me, his hands gripping the edge. "Sometimes we can be blind to what's right in front of us because of all the nerves and anxiety of meeting someone new. But the heart," he taps his chest, "is never blind. So listen to what it's telling you." He winks and walks to the other side of the bar to hand someone their drink. Why are the employees here so damn insightful? Was that a requirement? Must be great at making patrons feel at ease. If so, well done, Jack. Well done. Tapping the top of the bar counter, I look around the restaurant, listening to the light hum of conversation. There are old couples, young, gay, and biracial with, I presume, one giant thing in common. They are looking for love. I'm glad I'm not the only one. There is a tap on my shoulder, and immediately my stomach flutters with nerves. This is it. Deep breath. Shaking slightly, I turn around where I'm greeted by a cocky smirk that is all too familiar.
Hey there, sassy.
Back. What the? Stunned and caught off guard, I sit a little taller. Back. I clear my throat, feeling... God, I don't even know what I'm feeling. I wasn't expecting to see that leather jacket and motorcycle helmet tonight. I was expected to be greeted by a Windsor knot. Wow, I didn't expect to see you here.
I don't know if I should be insulted or not.
He winks and pulls my hand to his mouth where he lightly kisses it. Beck is NY152? I don't understand how that is even possible. All the clues hinted toward Jack. He had Butterfingers in his trash can, for crying out loud. He had a new house. He had a wicker basket. Maybe it was all coincidence. One giant coincidence. Or it could be the dating gods messing with my head. Surely Beck isn't here on a date yet. He propositioned me recently. Why are men so confusing? Was I just seeing things in Jack's house because I wanted it to be him? Was I trying to convince myself that NY152 was Jack because deep in my heart he's the one I want? When Beck's lips press against the back of my hand, I feel nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not like I used to. Not like when Jack is in the room, or when he looks at me, his dark eyelashes blanketing his irises, causing a serious wave of heat to erupt all over my body.
You look gorgeous.
I glance at the deep purple dress I chose to wear tonight, along with my black strappy heels. Thank you. Still stunned, I sit back and say, I had no idea. I feel like I should follow up my sentence with something like, but I'm pleasantly surprised. But I don't think I am. So instead, to make this awkward, I place my hand on his chest above his heart that seems to be beating at a normal pace, unlike mine, that almost feels like it's going to pop out of my chest. Beck's brows draw together just as I catch a movement of navy blue behind him. Looking over his shoulder, I make eye contact with deep chocolate eyes. Eyes that have caressed me as they've wandered up and down my body. Eyes that have haunted my dreams, made me dizzy in lust. Eyes I want to wake to daily. Jack. And just like that, my stomach flips, my veins buzz, and I know in my heart, I know, he's the one. But just when my excitement starts to get the best of me from seeing him, he slowly backs away, his eyes cast on Beck. Oh, crap.
You had no idea about what?
Beck asks, pulling my attention toward him. I look over Beck's shoulder again to see Jack give Veronica a curt nod and head outside. Crap. I hop off my chair, purse in hand, and start toward the door. But Beck snags my arm before I can get any farther.
What's going on, sassy?
I glance at the door, willing Jack to come back before I respond to Beck. Long story. I shake my head. But the man I want in my life just walked out that door, and if I don't go after him, I'll lose my chance at being with him. A small smile plays over Beck's lips.
Then what are you waiting for, sassy? Go get him.
Letting me go, he steps aside before giving me a playful nudge toward the door. Go. Not wasting any more time, I run past Veronica, who has a bright smile on her lips, out the door and onto the street. Out front, I look in both directions until I find Jack's retreating back, his shoulders tense, but his head held high. I take off after him, my heels pounding on the cement beneath me. Jack! I call out, as if I'm in my very own movie, the music coming to a crescendo, building and building. Jack, wait! The moment he turns around, I know he's the one because my heart skips a beat.
Your heart is never blind. This couldn't be more true. Jack is the one, my match, the man I'm supposed to be with, and my heart is showing me loud and clear. When I reach him, there is an unsure look on his face, almost as if he isn't entirely confident in the bond between us. Jack, I breathe out and put my hand on the lapel of his smooth suit jacket, the fabric so rich. It's you, isn't it? Lips pressed together, he looks at the ground and nods. Wanting to see those eyes of his, I lift his chin and say in my best Meg Ryan voice, I wanted it to be you. I wanted it to be you so badly. The famous quote from You've Got Mail at the end of the movie when they finally meet in the park is the only thing I can think to say at this moment. The tension in Jack's shoulders ease, and the most beautiful smile I've ever seen crosses his face. Pulling me in tightly by the small of my back, he presses his forehead against mine. In a sultry voice, he asks, Will you go out on a second date with me, shop girl? Wrapping my arms around his tapered waist, I take no time in answering him. I would want nothing more than to date you, NY152.
Thank you, Tom Hanks.
Chuckling, he brings my chin up with his index finger and studies my eyes right before his lips press against mine, sending my heart into a tailspin of lust. It's him. It's him. It's what my heart keeps pounding out, telling me. This is the man I need to be with, the man I'm meant to be with. He's my very own love story.
Epilogue. Jack. 2 weeks later. I shift on my feet, flowers in hand, anxious for Noely to open the door. I hear her running down the hallway, followed by the sound of the door being unlocked. When she opens the door, she acts casual, but from the glint in her eyes, I can tell she's excited to see me. Hell, I'm just as excited to see her. Hey, beautiful. Hey. She bounces on her bare feet and then throws her arms around me. This will never get old. Her face presses against my chest, and her small body wrapping around mine. I kiss the top of her head. God, this feels so right. I brought you flowers, and food should be here any minute. Can I come in? Looking up at me, she beams. Of course. She takes the flowers from me and walks into her kitchen. I follow closely behind her, making sure to shut the door. I lean against the counter, taking in her pajama-clad body while she puts the flowers in a vase. How was your day? Much better now that you're here. She plops the flowers in water and turns toward me. Without a second thought, she buries her lithe body against mine, her arms wrapping under my suit jacket. 2 weeks of this. 2 weeks of calling this woman mine. 2 weeks of dinners, dates, and long walks on the beach, stopping occasionally to dance beneath the stars. It's been incredible. Everything I could have asked for when it comes to a partner in life. I caught the show this morning. Yeah? She guides me to her couch where she pushes me down on the cushions and takes a seat on my lap. Did you like the segment we did on booze and eggnog? Watching Dylan's face while taking a sip of each spiked drink was priceless. I chuckle. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. No? I shake my head, my hand playing with the hem of her short pajama shorts, my fingers grazing under the fabric occasionally. From beneath her shirt, I catch the puckering of her nipples. And yes, immediate hard-on. No. I wanted to discuss that little dress you had on today. The green sequin dress? She plays with my tie, starting to undo the tightly wound Windsor knot. Yeah, that dress. I move my hand up her thigh under her shorts where I find she's not wearing any underwear. It was quite short, don't you think? Expertly, her fingers free my tie and she pulls it from around my neck only to toss it on the floor. I don't think it was short at all. Really? That's interesting, because from the way I saw it, it almost seemed like you were trying to tease me while you were on the show today. You know how much I love a short dress on you. Some men like low-cut dresses, but me? Hell, there is something about Noely in a short dress that about makes me lose all concentration. To say I was useless for the rest of the day was an understatement. All I could think about was my girl in that dress. While she fiddles with the buttons on my dress shirt, she smiles seductively. I might have chosen it with you in mind, hoping you caught the show. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I move my hand out from her shorts and up her shirt where my fingers graze her bare stomach. You in that dress distracted me all day. She giggles. My mistake. Yeah, right. In one swift movement, I pin her to the couch and hover above her where I take off my dress shirt and then position my hands on both sides of her head. Her eyes rake over my bare chest, filling with heat while her tongue wets her lips with a smooth stroke. I brush a piece of hair off her face. You're so beautiful, Noely. Moving closer, I bring my lips to just above hers where I hear a hitch in her breath. But because you tortured me all day long with that image, I think I might have to torture you now. She wraps her arms around my neck and brings me in even closer. Whispering, she says, Do your best work. God, this woman. So fucking addicting. I don't waste any time. I plunge forward, my lips on hers, my tongue spreading her mouth, granting me access. One of my hands reaches below and moves the hem of her shirt up, where I find that she isn't wearing a bra either. She knew what she was doing all along, tempting me, torturing me. And hell if I don't like it. As my mouth tangles with hers, my hand connects with her breast, and I pluck and squeeze her nipple, forming it into a tight little bud. Her back arches, filling my hand with more of her breast, her moans fresh off her tongue, rolling into my mouth, making this moment that much hotter. Reaching between us, Noely unbuckles my pants and pushes them down over my ass along with my boxer briefs, exposing my hardened length. Pressing forward before she can grip me, I run my cock along her flannel-covered crotch and revel in how I can feel her arousal beneath me, how I can feel how wet she is. Yes, she moans again, now tilting her chin up, giving me access to her neck. I take advantage of her offering and bring my tongue down the sweet, silky column before I remove her shirt up and over her head. While I move my lips to her breasts, she shucks her shorts, twisting her legs in and out of mine until she's free of all fabric. Lying completely naked beneath me, writhing and clinging to my hard body, she begs for more. From the night we had our second date until now, we haven't been able to keep our hands off each other. Almost every night we've stayed at each other's houses, starting with conversation, usually, and then fucking each other on every surface possible. Tonight is no exception. I missed you today, she rumbles beneath me. I missed you, baby, I whisper in her ear, moving my lips to her mouth before I move my hardened length over her slick arousal. She moans, her hips rocking against me, the feeling so fucking good. More. I know I said I was going to tease her, but there is no way in hell I can stop myself now. I need inside her right fucking now. Grabbing the base of my cock, I find her center and in one thrust plunge myself forward. I swallow her moan with my mouth, eating up every last piece of pleasure rocketing through her as I bury myself so deep, so fucking deep. Tight and smooth, so good, so addicting, so everything. Using the couch as leverage, I grip the cushion below her and play with her nipple with my other hand while I pull away from her mouth and stare at our connection, rocking in and out of her, in and out. She tightens around me, her moans growing louder, her grasp on my arms magnetic. Moving quicker now, our impending orgasms on the brink, I keep my eyes fixed on our connection and every once in a while glance up to see Noely writhing beautifully, her lips parted, her breath gasping, and her eyelashes fluttering shut. Faster, harder, longer. I swivel my hips and pinch her nipple. Her walls contract around my cock, the feeling so constricted, like there is no more room left to go. But I push in harder, only to hear her gasp out my name, her back arching and her fingers digging divots into my skin. Yes. God, yes. Her body stiffens, her center thrumming around me, squeezing me so damn tight it only takes a few more pumps until I reach my orgasm. Gripping the couch tightly, I still as pleasure ricochets up my legs to my core and then down my arms, consuming me in euphoric bliss. It has never been this good. Ever. There's only one reason why. Snuggling in close, I fall to the couch and wrap my body around Noely, shucking my pants with my feet so they aren't in the way. I bury my head in her hair and squeeze her tight, which makes her giggle. What's so funny? I ask, talking into her hair. You're such an oxymoron. Why's that? She smells so fucking good. Because you act like this tough, stern businessman when in reality you're just a giant softie who loves to cuddle. And you're complaining because... I kiss along her neck. Not complaining at all, just making a statement. Letting you know I'm on to you, Jack Valentine. I take a deep breath. You should have known the first day we met I wasn't truly the man I project on the outside. Especially when we spent some of the night dancing under the stars while the waves crashed at our feet. I may be ruthless between office walls, but I'm a true romantic at heart. You're so right. She turns in my arms and presses her soft hand against my rough jaw. From the very beginning, I should have known you were NY152. It makes the most sense. The grand gesture, the love for Tom Hanks, and using him as a way to reach my heart. Then you were able to make another profile. I guess in the moment I was blind. Scared. But your heart wasn't. I kiss her lips. It wasn't even in the slightest bit blind. It was incredible, really. Every time you were around, even when I was on dates with the other guys, when I ran into you, my heart started pounding like I'd just finished running a marathon. I don't think I told you about my date in the themed kitchens, but I was so confused that night. My heart beat loudly for you in your presence when I ran into you blocks away from the venue. But now I think my mind protected my heart a little when out of range. I hate that we wasted precious time, but I also think it made us work harder to ensure we were certain about us. This isn't our first discussion about this. Maybe second or third. But it never gets old knowing from the very beginning her heart connected with mine. And knowing she doesn't hate me for stalling us. Is it pounding now? I run my hand between her breasts, loving how soft they feel, and pressed my hand against her chest, the beat of her heart thrumming into my palm. Always when you're around, Jack. I snuggle into her some more, because now I can. I will never let go. 1 month later. Babe, if you don't get your pretty little ass out here in the next 5 minutes, we're going to be late. Almost done? Yeah, that's what she said 10 minutes ago. Feeling impatient, I take another look at my watch, the second hand ticking away, causing a light sheen of sweat to form on my brow. We can't be late. What is taking her so long? I'm sure you look great, Noely. No need to spend too much time in front of the mirror. Jack, don't you dare rush me. I run my hand over my face, calming my temper. Well, maybe if you didn't spend 2 hours at Dylan's today, you wouldn't be running late. Note to all men out there, don't take the route I am when trying to usher along your girl so you're not late. Fuck, that's not going to go over well. I should have taken my own advice. Excuse me? Noely calls out, anger etched in her voice. I'm already deep with that commitment, so might as well keep digging. You knew we had this party tonight, I say casually, but with a slight hint of nagging. Yeah, nagging. That's what I'm resorting to at this point. And Dylan had an emergency and needed my help. Don't you think her husband could have helped her out? Finding a wart on your foot doesn't necessarily scream best friend emergency to me. That's more of a run-to-the-store moment for wart removal. Jack. Oh, that tone. Shit. Noely raises her voice. It's a wart. A wart. We sodorized that bitch right off her foot. Now, when you say we, you make it sound like you two actually did it, when the doctor just lasered it off. You didn't have to be there. Are you insane? Noely is still calling out from the bathroom. Time is ticking away. Can't we argue in the car on the way to the party? A laser was coming at my friend. A freaking laser. Of course I was going to be there and hold her hand. She's terrified of lasers. And this party is important to me. You knew that. Is this our first fight? It seems like it, unless this qualifies as a disagreement. There is a slam of the door and Noely's heels click down the hall to the living room where I'm sitting on the arm of my couch. Hair bouncing with curls and her lithe body tucked into that goddamn green sequin dress. She puts her clutch under her arm and gestures toward the door, anger in her movements. Well, let's go before you have a coronary. She strides toward the front door, but I stop her by the elbow. Her scent is the first thing that hits me, sweet and seductive. Then her hand comes to my chest from the abrupt stop in her movements. I tilt her chin up so she has to look at me. Hey, you look beautiful. Nope, she shakes her head. Not going to happen, mister. I'm mad at you. I move my hand down her back to cup her ass, the green sequins bearing into my palm. You can't be mad at me when I'm mad at you. What? She pushes against my chest, but I keep my hold on her, not letting her budge. How on earth are you mad at me? For being a good friend? No. For putting Dylan over me. You knew this was important to me, Noely. My hands slip further down her dress to the hem and then slowly start to pull the tight fabric up. I didn't put Dylan first. I'm ready, aren't I? I'm here, ready to go. That's not what I mean. We had plans for today. We were supposed to watch Catch Me If You Can and have pizza before this party. I slip the dress up and over her butt, and she barely flinches when I grip her bare ass, causing a wave of lust to shoot up my spine. Instead, I ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and watched a rerun of some Hallmark movie on TV by myself. The anger that once laced her eyes morphs into understanding as she steps into my embrace even closer. Are you telling me you wished we'd hung out today instead of you being alone? Did you wonder if I was going to make it to your party? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. When we get the chance, which is usually on the weekends with our schedules now, I want to spend as much time with you as I can get. She stands on her toes and presses a kiss against my chin, not even caring that I'm moving her dress even farther up her body, to her rib cage. Aw, you were lonely today. I was, I pout, loving the affection she's bestowing upon me. I know, a pouting businessman, what's that about? You'll see in a second. I move her dress up even higher until I reach her breasts. You know, any higher and that dress is going to be off my body. That's really going to make us late. That's the point, babe. You know you can't wear this dress and get away with me not taking it off the minute I see it. I undo the zipper on the side and peel off the rest of the dress until she's standing in front of me completely naked. I am such a fucking lucky bastard. Standing back for a second, I run my hand over my jaw and study her. Well, fuck. What am I supposed to do now? Closing the distance between us, she presses her body against mine and says, I owe you a little loving, don't I? I don't like to make you sad. She rubs against my body, my cock swelling instantly. See, this is what a simple pout can get you. But don't overuse it. It's a powerful tool only to be used when absolutely necessary. Like when you're late for a party but want to fuck your girl so bad that you fake being sad, so it's okay. I take in the time on my watch and then smile at her. Looks like we're going to be late. 2 months later. I stand behind the cameras, hand in pocket, watching Noely light up the room and the cameras pointing directly at her. She's electric, so full of life, funny as hell, and compassionate. Not to mention incredibly beautiful on the inside and out. When I originally started the Going In Blind restaurant, I never expected to find love. I only put myself in the running so we had a few profiles to test. But the second I saw that I matched with Noely and reading her profile, and then secretly watching her casting video, the one only staff are allowed to view, I had to go on a date with her, even though I wasn't looking to be matched. I knew at that moment I had to get to know this woman, and hell am I glad I did. Because the woman who's horribly trying to juggle her mimosa glass and a hedgehog has etched her way into my heart. She's the one. Easily. Hands down. I'm going to marry her one day. I'm going to marry her so fucking hard. Thank you for stopping by today, James. We always enjoy having you on the show, Noely says. Turning toward the teleprompter, she reads, Until next week, Malibu, have a beautiful day. A ringing sound echoes through the set as Kevin starts wrapping up the crew. I stand off in the back as Noely wraps up and removes her mic, all the while eyeing me from behind the obtusely large cameras. Dylan says something to her I can't make out, which makes Noely laugh loudly. The sound's so beautiful. Her smile lights up my heart, and the way she speaks so kindly to the crew around her, it reminds me of how kind her heart is. When she finally breaks free from the set, she runs up to me, her heels echoing against the cement floor. She flies into my arms and kisses me hard before pulling away and entwining her fingers behind my neck. You're back! I am. I link my arms at her lower back, loving the feel of her in my arms again. How was Japan? Would have been better if you were there. Did you bring anything back for me? She presses another kiss against my lips, this one chaste and entirely too short for my liking. I did? What is it? A silk kimono, just like you asked for, but there is one rule you have to follow when wearing it. You have to be completely naked underneath it, I whisper in her ear. Her short intake of breath does something to my insides. God, this girl. Irresistible. Is that so you can feel me up anytime you want? Pretty much. I nod toward the exit. Come on. I have 2 more things to give you. For a brief second, we stop in her dressing room to get her purse and then head to my car where I help her into the passenger seat. When I join her, instead of turning on the car, I face her and can barely hold back the grin stretching across my face. She pokes my cheek. Why are you so happy? I missed my baby. I grip the back of her head and bring her lips closer to mine, where I nibble on them for a few seconds before pulling away, just as she was starting to deepen the kiss. More kisses, she says, trying to bring me closer to her again. I hold up my finger. In a moment. First, I want to give you this. I reach into the glove compartment and hand her a piece of paper that she unfolds. On the inside, I've scribbled down every single Tom Hanks movie and point to the movie title on the bottom. What's this? We've watched every Tom Hanks movie together besides one. She scans the list and then shakes her head. Not possible. We've watched that together. We haven't. I've kept track. Ever since our second date, I knew I wanted to watch every movie with you, so that's when I made this list. And every movie we've watched, I've checked them off. So you're telling me we've never seen You've Got Mail together? I shake my head. Never. Well, that's... God, that's so wrong. Tell me about it, I chuckle. Which brings me to your second gift. I reach into my pocket and pull out a small box. What's this? She asks, looking stunned. Not what you think it is. Believe me, when I ask you that question, it won't be in my car outside your work. I nod at the box. Go ahead, open it. Chewing on the side of her lip, eyeing me, she opens the box and pulls out a key. What's this? You know, Japan to LAX is a really long flight, and it got me thinking. Why the hell are we splitting our time between two houses when we can just have one? Smiling brilliantly, she asks, Are you asking me to move in with you, Jack? I am. I'm asking you to move in with me and watch You've Got Mail. I can't think of a better way to commemorate moving in, can you? She shakes her head. You're unreal, Jack. So, is that a yes? I smile, hoping it is. There is no way in hell I could possibly say no to you. And with that, she closes the space between us once again and kisses me. She kisses me so fucking hard that I feel dizzy from lust. Lust for this woman. The one who so easily captured my heart and showed me that the saying is true. Your mind might be blind, but your heart never is. From the very beginning, our hearts knew. We were meant for each other. It only took a date with suit, rebel, and a jock to figure it out. Beck. 6 months after his date with Noely. Dude, you have to come. It's going to be the party of the century. Chris takes a sip from his beer and watches the dance floor, his elbows leaning on the bar behind him. I bring my water to my lips right before I say, That's great and all, but I wasn't invited. You don't need an invitation. Chris. I give him a pointed look. It's a wedding. It's not like a birthday or company party that I can get away with going to, but a wedding has seat arrangements and actual invitations. Semantics. Just hang out at the bar the whole time and pick off people's plates when they're not looking. Hell, I even think it's a buffet, so you can grab a plate and eat it in the bathroom. As much as scarfing down a wedding meal next to a urinal is appealing, I think I'm going to pass. The music switches from a fast-paced salsa to a slow, seductive melody. Couples on the dance floor immediately fall in step with the song, their moves slow and methodic. Hell, what I wouldn't give right now to be on that dance floor. As a guy dancing alone to a sexy song reads a little strange, so I keep myself firmly planted next to my good friend Chris, who works behind the scenes at Going in Blind. He was the one who set me up with my profile, the one who keeps egging me on to try it again. But after the night I ran into Noely at the restaurant right before she chased after someone else. It's been downhill from there. The girl I went on a date with that night was blah. Zero personality, trying to impress me with her cleavage-showing ways, which granted I took advantage of because I am a man. But there was nothing there, no spark, no urge to take her on my bike. So I said goodnight and went on my way. I wasn't ready. Noely had been right. I still had things to sort through. She was so goddamn gorgeous, so my physical attraction to her made complete sense. She'd been warm and funny, and I wish I'd been ready in some respects. But I get it now. I understand what she meant about emotional connection. Since then, I've spent time learning about being single, and even though it's been good for me to focus on the things that matter the most, my charities, I felt like I've been missing something. And I think I know what it is. Can you guess? Sex. Fuck, I miss sex. The last time I had anything remotely close to sex was with Noely. I'm pretty sure my balls have turned to dust by now. One wrong move and they're going to evaporate into the air for good. Why haven't I been fucking my way through Malibu, you ask? Because no one has snagged my attention. There has been no interest on my end, which is insane since I'm so fucking hard up. I feel like my penis is going to fall off. Just think about it, man. You need a vacation. The wedding is in the Florida Keys at the Hemingway house. You can crash the wedding, eat with your urinal, get your dance on, and have some crazy no-strings-attached sex with one of the bridesmaids. There are at least 3 that are single. No-strings-attached sex, huh? Crash someone's wedding. You're serious? Dead serious. He takes another sip of his drink. Justine and I booked 2 rooms just in case we decided to bring the kids, but if you go, we'll make it a parents-only weekend and leave the kids at my mom's. Turning toward me, looking sadly desperate, he says, "Please, dude. Please crash this wedding. Please take that extra room so I can have wild island sex with my wife. Do me this favor and grant me this one wish." Can't you find someone else to take the room? Nope. I tried. And you know Justine, she's not going to eat the money on the room. So right now we're taking the kids. I run my hand over my hair, unsure. This is crazy. I'm not Vince Vaughn or Owen Wilson, primed and ready with a fucking bro code on how to crash a wedding. But mini vacation does sound good. And honestly, Chris has been there for me through the hard times. He and Justine do actually deserve this time away, too. Dude! Chris pulls me into a hug and then holds my shoulders as he stares at me. I can't even tell you how excited I am. I need the details first. With a knowing smile, Chris sips his beer and says, "Oh, you're fucking coming. It's a done deal." Unfortunately, I think it is. I think the final lure was hearing 2 words. Fucking and coming. Yeah, I got it bad. Look out, unsuspecting people. I'm about to crash your wedding.
We hope you've enjoyed this OMG production of 3 Blind Dates, Dating by Numbers Series, Book 1, by Meghan Quinn. Narrated by Ava Erickson and Aidan Snow. Executive producer, Michelle Katz. Editing and mastering by Troy Odie of Featured Audio. Production copyright 2018 by OMG, an imprint of Novel Audio. Text copyright 2018 by Meghan Quinn. Produced in arrangement with Brower Literary and Management. If you enjoyed this audiobook and want to see our full library of romance titles, please visit audiomg.ca. Thanks for listening.